designer. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championships. This is the semi-finals of the MEA Wildcard region, which is the Middle East and Africa region. My name is Crowns and I will be your host and caster to take you through all of the action and holds. It's been weeks with a lot of actions and battles, and now we are nearing closer and drawing closer to the finish line. We are in the semi-finals of the championships, and now is the time to dust up your pans, dust up your rifles, as it only gets tougher from here on out. This is the PUBG Mobile National Championships. Do not miss out on any of the actions. So be sure to follow the official PUBG Mobile Esports on all social media platforms to stay updated on this tournament and all other official PUBG Mobile events. This tournament is sponsored by Oppo. The Oppo Reno 8 5G is optimized for mobile gamers with 5 minutes of charging and 2 hours of seamless gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 5G. Enjoy playing PUBG Mobile at its finest. The Oppo Reno 8 5G is PUBG Esports official designated smartphone for the MEA in 2022. Now let's get into it. Let's talk about the tournament schedule and the tournament structure. I'd like you guys know how the PMNC works so we can as well flow with me as we go through the whole thing. The PMNC is one of the methods to make it into the PUBG Mobile Pro Scenes and 2023 PMPL Spring in the Middle East and Africa region. Teams have come from the in-game qualification to the group stage and have battled it out in the group stages, and now they have made it into the semi-finals, which will be happening today. Playing today to actually make it into the grand finals, and they are fighting for one big thing, not just the name, not just PMPL, but they are fighting for a prize pool of 30,000 US dollars. Now that's a lot of money if you ask me, but man, you know, one thing we always like to talk about when we talk about prize pool is how it is distributed. As we see, first place with $9,000, second place with $4,000, third with $3,000, and I'm going to mention this. The first place team is chilling. The second place team is the most pained team in the whole of this tournament. I tell you, if you finish 16th, you're not as pained as the person who finished second, because that is a $5,000 difference between you and first place. And you know, where it becomes funny is the fact that that difference could just be because of 1 point. And speaking about points, we will be talking about the points distribution that we will be seeing in this tournament. We're going to be having the regular first place 15 points, second place 12 points, third place 10 points, fourth with 8, fifth place with 6 points. And you know the way the drill goes. 8th to 12th place, you get 1 point to your name. And man, you do not want to be in 13th and 16th because that is a goose egg that you're going. Matter of fact, I don't think any team actually wants the goose egg. And the only way to prevent that goose egg is by getting those elimination points, as we have 1 point per elimination in this tournament. Now you're wondering, who are the teams? What has happened so far? What happened in the group stages? In case you missed the action, here's the action of how this all went through. We did see craziness getting started. So many of these teams showing us what they've got. H4DZ, the players there from Ultima Rage. You know, in Africa and Middle East, we actually did see a whole lot of talent coming in through. You know, the gun skills, the rotations coming in through. The fact that these teams, they do not have that flexibility of having so many games, but they're able to do it. You know, they're able to like put in the work and show exactly what they can do. That is just nice to see, because this is the ultimate filtration stage. If you ask me, you know, all of these teams have to battle it out. Middle East with a whole lot of pressure on their necks because they only had 6 teams that would actually make it into this stage. So trust me, it was a whole lot of craziness. But like I said, this is the ultimate filtration. Only the best of the best will make it, and that is exactly what we live for. So that being said, are you ready for the PUBG Mobile National Championships? Because I am. I'm ready to see how all of these teams get ready to go pro. You know, that's the one thing we keep talking about, going pro. You know, we've already started from the PMCO. So many of these teams have tried with the PMCO. They didn't make it through the PMCO, and now they've gone through to try and make it in from the PMNC, which is what, you know, the last chance, if you ask me, right? This is everybody's last chance, trying to just see if they can get that final chance to make it into the ultimate finals and ultimately to make it into the PMPL spring. So man, if you're new here, be sure to stay tuned and stay connected, stay active in that chat, as there will be trivia questions you know, going out. And if you're able to answer the questions quite rightly, I might just give you a shout out on stream. So trust me, watching the stream, and we'll be letting you know exactly what is going on. That being said, who are the participating teams today? We're about to see them on our screen. As man, we've got teams coming all the way from Africa and teams coming all the way from, you know, Middle Eastern region. And 16 teams coming in from the group stages, from the PMNC group stages, will be 6 being Middle Eastern teams and 10 would be African teams. They're joined by 3 teams from PMCO Africa Fall and 3 more teams from PMCO Africa Spring. They will be joined by 1 team each from the Middle East PMCO Spring and Fall seasons, making it 24 teams that will be playing today. Some of these teams will be Triple D team, Honored Souls, one of the most aggressive team, 4-out squad. Talk about consistency, you're talking about them. You know, Nuclear Zone, these are teams that made it in from the Middle East region. Virtual Gaming, Ultima Rage, I4DZ, Eagles, Meta Invicta, coming in all the way from African region. And then we've got Glitch, Ocean on Fire, Final Round, King's Team, Have Mind, and many of them. And that being said, only the 9 teams would be making it straight into the finals, because we have 20 teams that will be playing in the finals alongside some of the PMPL Africa teams. So that being said, to qualify tonight, there will be 3 teams from the Middle Eastern regions and 6 teams from the Africa region making it straight into the finals. So be sure to stay tuned and see exactly how this one is going to pull through. And I mean, having some of the teams from the last PMPL Africa to actually come here and show us exactly what they mean or what they can do. This is the ultimate challenge. It only gets harder from here on out because you're finishing today's games, only 4 games, and then you're heading straight into the finals to play against more professional teams that have seen more professional gameplay. We're talking about the PUBG Mobile Pro League here, right? So this is the ultimate challenge, not just for the PMPL teams, but also for the PMNC teams because so much research to be done. The IGLs also have to do a lot of work. And man, when I say the IGLs have to do a lot of work, it is because of the tight schedule that we've got today. 6 games would be played today, and then 4 will be played by each of these teams. All of these teams are divided into 6 groups, groups A to F, which we'll be revealing in a bit. But man, we're going to be going through 6 games. Everybody gets to play only 4 games each. Match 1, we've got Group E and F sitting out. Match 2, we've got Group A and F sitting out. Match 3, we've got, the way the drill goes. We have 2 groups that will be sitting out of each game. So trust me, if your favorite team is in a group, you want to be sure to actually watch them and maintain the action to see exactly what they're about to do. And now, the way the teams are divided into the groups, man, I looked at the division of these groups and I'm like, oh man, this is going to be a whole lot of craziness. Now, some of the where 2 teams were not able to make it into today's games, which is sad. I kind of feel bad, but on the other hand, I don't know, maybe they're just trying to find other means to go pro, maybe. But anyway, it's going to be Team Chaos and Star Esports from Group B and Group C, respectively, that would not be making it into today's games. But we've got Team Soul, Triple D, One Piece, Virtual Gaming. I feel like Group A is an OG group, and trust me, that group has got so many teams that I'm looking out for. And I can say the same about Group C because we've got 4out and High 4 DZ in that group. These are teams that are very good. Hive Mind coming all the way from PMCO, 911 team also coming in from PMCO. This is going to be a whole lot of action. X team barely making it into here, but they were able to make it in by the hair on their 2 points was what made them get into the semifinals. And I'm so glad to actually see them making it into this part of the tournament. So we'll see exactly what they're going to be doing. 6 groups, 6 games, but everybody's only going to be playing 4 games each. Where are they going to play that one? It's going to be the regular map schedule that we always see. It's going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk. And man, we start off on a soft note, but we end up on a hard note. And I'm saying this because we're used to seeing, days where the game is ending on Erangel. We start with Erangel, we end with Erangel. But today, we're actually starting with Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, and we're going to be closing things off in Sandhawk. And man, if you people know Sandhawk, right? Sandhawk is that map that gets very crazy, and it's literally down to the tooth. Sandhawk is that map that decides the 1 point that gets you into the next stage. It decides that one little point because, if you apply a bandage just a little earlier than someone else, you might just make it straight. It might be down to just that one bandage. It might be down to just that one first aid kit. So that is one thing that I'm looking forward to seeing, especially in that last game of today. Man, I'm so excited for this game. I don't know how excited you all are, but I hope you're also as excited as I am, as things are about to get really, really crazy. And I know many of you are probably wondering, how? What do you mean? What do you mean 6 teams from Middle East, 6 teams from Africa, and all of that? I know it gets confusing, but I'm going to run you through it as we go through the games, and you'll be able to follow me and follow the tournament as it all goes. Man, like I said, I've seen a couple of these teams do so well. Triple D team is a team that I've got on my mind. 74 points they were able to gather from the group stage in just 4 games. And I've got to say that out of 4 games, they were able to grab, I think, 2 winner chicken dinners. Them, man, were on fire. 4out Squad is also another team that I've got on my mind because, they were so consistent. I watched them and all they played was consistent games all through. We're seeing them in the top 4 in every single game that they played, and I'm not surprised they were able to make it through here. Made it without any chicken dinners. I love to see that one. And now there's one thing that I actually want to put out, so you guys need to keep your eye out for the Middle East teams and the Africa teams, because I kind of noticed what team or which region are we going to see the most aggressive players, right? We've seen aggressiveness coming through from the African teams. I do see a lot of aggressiveness coming through from the African team when we talk about virtual gaming squad, Ultima Rage. These are teams that were aggressive, but in Middle East region, we've got Honored Souls. They were able to bag 36 elimination points in 4 games. That is almost 10 kill points per game. That is not something that we see too often. And like I said, this is where I'm keeping my eye out for, many of these teams, because these teams are here to show us exactly what they can do. 4out, we know they're going to be good when it comes to the rotations, but can they do that against this group? There's a whole lot of research needs to be done, and you cannot confuse research, because every map you play, there's a new set of 4 teams or 3 teams that will be joining you. You know, Federalians coming through from the PMCO, final round Africa making it also from the top 10. You know, these are teams that we're keeping our eye out for, because, you know, the PMCO teams are coming here as a second chance. You know, these are teams that were not able to make it from the PMCOs, and this is now their second chance to actually make it into the PMNC. So, you know, or sorry, into the PMPL. And you know that these teams are actually not here to play little games. They know what they're doing. They know how they're going to get through with this game. So we're looking forward to see kind of like the difference between those Middle East PMCO teams and the Africa PMCO teams, and in total to see the differences and how well they play in comparison to each other. So, man, I've got my eyes out for every single team that is out here, and I look forward to seeing them bring the best of their abilities to the game today. Now, you know, I did say it, 9 teams will be making it into the finals, and saying that 9 teams will be splitted in this way. So regardless of wherever they finish, the top 3 teams from Middle East would be making it into the finals, right? And only the top 6 teams from the Africa region will be making it into the finals. Now, do not the overall leaderboards might show, you know, top 9 teams of, you know, maybe just Africa, but, you know, only 6 out of them would be going straight into the final. So trust me, there is a lot more to play for than those than the prize pool. You know, like I said, the prize pool is one of the things, but then this making it to the finals, that is also another. And, you know, going into the finals, and you're going to be played against 11 other PMPL teams, where 8 of them are coming through from PMPL Africa, and the remaining 3 will be coming through from PMPL MEA. Oh man, or sorry, PMPL ME. It's actually gonna be a whole lot of action that we'll be seeing out here in the PMNs. In case you didn't know, the finals will be hosted later this week, starting on Thursday. So be sure to pull up. We'll be here same time, and man, it's gonna be all sorts of action. And today, like I said, I'm looking forward to seeing how the teams are gonna play. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Sandhawk Hill strats, but there's only 4 games. You have to get those points one way or the other. So today will probably be the first day I would actually be in support of of the Hugh Strat. So yeah, if you want to pull up for Hugh Strat, I'm supporting you a little bit. Just let's see how well you're gonna actually do that one. Because like I said, that Hugh Strat is probably the one point you may need to actually make it into the finals. Remember, if you finish in second place, it's 12 points. First place is 10 points. Oh, sorry, third place is 10 points. So, man, that huge strat might be the reason why you walk home, you know, walk into the finals and not, you know, get eliminated at this early stage. So, trust me, you actually want to get yourself in check. You know, the prize pool does spread through to every single person, every single team that is participating. I know it's almost looking good, like, oh, 16th place actually goes on with $600, and now at this point I actually feel like playing the PMNC. You know, I know I'm definitely finishing around that 16th position, right? So when I finish around that 16th position, at least I get like $100 to my name if I thought it goes round, you know. But at the end of the day, we know you actually want to maximize your earnings in this game. So man, $30,000, it's a long one. I'm looking forward to seeing how well these teams will be able to do it. You know, I did mention it before, this point system is what is going to determine how these teams are going to get it. 1 elimination points for each kill that you get, or for each elimination that you get 1 point. That is where, you know, many of these teams might be looking. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well these teams will be able to balance it out. You know, show me that balance between the eliminations and also the balancing that out with the placement points. So not just camping, but also making it through with some of those elimination points. Because like I said, there were a couple of teams here that their elimination points was what grabbed them all the way to the top. You know, I'm talking about the team there from Honored Souls, you know, the guys there from Nuclear Zone. These are teams that were able to put in so much work, especially when it comes to that aggressive prowess, right? So like I'm keeping my eye out for all of these teams. You know, Night Target Africa, this is also another team that actually did so well. You know, 4 games, they were also able to gather 76 points, and that is the highest than any team got in the whole qualifier stage, so or sorry, in the whole group stage. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they can continue with that aggressiveness, with that prowess, to show us exactly what they're made of. You know, Glitch also, Ocean on Fire, Final Round Africa, these are teams that made it through from the African region, and I'm looking forward to see what you know, they're going. And let's not forget the games that we are having going through today. It's going to be 6 games with each team played only 4 matches each. So after the first two maps, we'll be going for a quick break and then we'll continue again. You know the way it goes. No, you just do not worry. Just know that we will be here, and this is going to be a long broadcast and one that you would enjoy all through because, like I said, every single team is fighting for their lives. They're fighting for their qualification and they're looking for a way to make it into the finals. Once again, let me know who you're out here reaching out for. Let me know which one of these teams they've actually got in mind. What is that team that you actually want? What is that team that you're out here to support? And I know there's probably a couple of you that is like, indecisive. I don't know what team I'm here to watch yet. When the match starts, you're going to start seeing all of those teams that you really, really like, some of those teams that would call your name. But I'm putting it out here. I'm probably putting the cursor on the heads of some of the teams, putting the cursor on Night Targets, putting the cursor on Virtual Gaming, Ultima RH, High Fort Easy. These are people that I know that they can actually bring in the action and they would be able to show us what they've got today. So if you're repping any one of those teams and if you're playing for any one of those teams, do not let me down. No pressure. No pressure, I promise you. But anyway, Triple DT is also another team I'm looking out for. Honored Souls, 4 out squad is also another one that I really want to see in this tournament. Nuclear Zone is also another team. Don't Breathe and X Team. Like I said, X Team, I feel like over here they are here to show us that we know we made it by 2 points and we are here to show you guys that we can actually do it better than that. I feel like they were able to get so many placement points up on their name, which is what kind of got them into this position. So I'm kind of happy to see them here. So seeing X Team, I'm looking forward to seeing what you want to say. Don't Breathe, they're a team that got me on my toes. They did get a winner chicken dinner coming through from the qualifier stage, but they didn't actually quite pull off very well in all of their games. So consistency is not something that I've really seen, and I would like to see consistency coming through from the Nuclear Zone team. And like I said, it's only going to get harder from here because all of these teams are actually really, really here for the action. They know what they're here for. They know what they're fighting for. Not just the money. They're trying to go pro. I'm telling you, one of the teams in here today is probably going to be the team that we're going to be hailing next year when they start or when we start the PMPL spring in the Africa and Middle East region. So be sure to cheer them on. Keep on your toes because, man, these guys are actually in for it. They're in for the money. 9,000? Ah, man, that is not. I've been thinking about this. Like, if you get $90,000, what are you gonna do about it? Well, there's only one way to find out. I gotta get it first, no? But anyway, that being said, we'll be getting started real soon. Erangel is going to be the first map of today. And one thing I keep saying about Erangel is that map that everybody knows. Erangel is that map that everybody, if you close your eyes, you can probably rotate on Erangel. So that being said, we're getting started in Erangel. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the hot drops that will be coming through from a couple of these teams because, these teams will live for that. And it will be sad for a team to actually get hot dropped in the early phases of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, let's not talk too much. We're about to get started. This exciting game is brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5 minutes charging, 2 hours of gaming with Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G, PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in the MEA 2022. And we are getting started, dusting our Oppos, getting our thumbs ready, and we are rolling them out, putting on those powders, putting on those thumb sleeves as the plane hovers over Erangel. And we're about to get started in the first game of the semifinals of the PMNC. Where are these teams going to land? Ultima Rage going to be in the first game of the day, and we are seeing them come through, show us exactly what they've got going on. And man, I'm looking forward to seeing all of this thing. So, that being said, once again, I'm going to mention it that this game is sponsored by Oppo Reno 5G, Reno 8 5G, with 5 minutes charging, 2 hours of gaming instantly. This is optimized for the best PUBG Mobile that you can ever have. Reno 8 Pro 5G PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in the MEA 2022. The most forgiving of flight paths is what we're going to have out here as we have that flight path taking us all the way from the waters of Novo Repnonye up to the open fields of Jojopo. So like I said, you do not want to be one of those teams that is getting hot dropped, and I hope all of these teams are going to be able to, give themselves that respect that they need, and if they'll be able to, show up and show us exactly what they've got going on. Teams in the lobby right now would be none other but the teams out there from Seoul Esports. We've gonna got Team Seoul. We've got the players there from 11 out. We've got the players there from OP. That's going to be, I believe that's going to be Ocean and, oh, sorry, One Piece. We've got the players there from Ultima Outrage. We've got the guys there from Glitch Team, the players there from BF, and many of all of these teams pulling up today to show us exactly what they've got going on. And One Piece Esports going to be getting started on this one. Rotations coming in through. We do already see some of these teams taking up those Primusk and the North Jojopo area of the map. And this is actually nice to see One Piece Esports getting started. They do have a little bit of company, but I like the fact that many of these teams are able to like find the vehicle, rotate away, find the most preferred drop spots. And I think this is where you start to know where you have enemies on you, or if you do not have enemies on your drop spots. If you're landing and you're getting a little bit of company, you've definitely got friends, and that is something that Team Soul is going to be battling out here with the players there from Glitch. As we can see, Mafia is out on his own, and hopefully he gets that support. And this is something that we didn't really see up until sometime this year, right? Gatska is not the place where we really see so many of those fights, right? We don't really see that. But of recent, we've been seeing people fighting in Gatka. It makes me just wonder what is the hype about Gatka all about. But anyway, starting off with the car chase is what better way to actually start this tournament as Glitch looking to get started with this action, trying to isolate the players there from Team Soul. Here comes the crash. Mustard does get uprooted by Soul Namas, and Namas is on the two pieces, able to get two down, and Soul Esports able to turn the tides on this fight, and Glitch now finding himself in a very weird situation. More players coming in from Soul Esports as Naya is able to get the third man down. Glitch Esports off onto a rough start as Soul Esports coming in for the full-on crash. They know it's just one player left. It's gonna be Mafia, the man who needed help, trying to see if he can find his redemption for his team. But man, he's got only the micro Uzi, a couple of bullets, and not too many help with those utilities, and he will eventually get taken out by Team Soul. And this is one team that I said Team Soul is one of those teams that is coming through from the PMCO. So trust me, they are from the Middle East PMCO Spring. So yeah, they are not here to play. These are one of the teams that have got more of the experience, and they're able to fight for Gatka. You know where it becomes actually funny is the fact that Gatka, they didn't even have all four players land in Gatka, right? They only had like two players out there in Gatka, and they were able to pick up guns, pick up those loots, and they were able to fit to that fight, form up on their teammates, and support him. Man, these are the kind of teammates that you'd always expect, man. Sometimes we play classics, and like I'm always so pained and annoyed. I always tell my teammates, "Come revive me," that type of thing. Come help me. But I mean, when it comes to Soli Sports, Namas definitely did not need to do any of that. And his teammates, they were proactive. They were able to get, and that proactivity is what we're about to see here. Head starts coming through from the side of Team Soli Sports as the lobby does get reduced to only 14 teams, or make that 13 teams left in the lobby. The players there from Glitch would be having a hard time in this tournament. They are one of the top teams that came in through from African region, and it's kind of sad to see them start this way, but I guess they have to make the most of the remaining 3 games that they have for today. So that being said, let's see how this whole game goes through. And man, looking at all of these teams, right? And I would mention this just based off of that form up, right? If I were to be the teammates there, even though I said I prefer when the teammates help, if I were to be the teammates there, I'm actually not gonna form up because, bro, if I don't find that M416 and the UMP, or maybe a beautiful shotgun to go alongside it, I'm not forming up. I'm actually not going anywhere. I'm like chilling because, bro, I've got to find that M416 with the grip and the red dot scope, and I'm like, okay. Now, where are the enemies? You've got to hold them till I find the loot. But, you see these players actually just forming up with the micro Uzi, just the Scarel, and, they're able to make it straight up into that position. This is not something that, or this is something we see from pro players. And maybe that's why I'm not a pro player. But me, I'm always gonna, I'm always gonna look for those guns first. But, man, when we speak about the weapons that we've got in this game and how players utilize it, oh, look, that's my guy out there with the M4. But anyway, when we're speaking about weapons in this game, like we see some people actually use this weapon so well and so nicely. And like, in the pro player's hand, you really do not want to have those airdrop weapons in their hands because, bro, when we talk about that LMG rate, the damage on that thing is disgusting. And I tell you, as a player, you do not want to be going up against that gun. I mean, except I'm the one holding the gun, then it becomes a fair advantage for you. But anyway, that being said, it's good to see Nuclear Zone actually holding through in the hospital. I do know hospital teams happen to be one of those teams that have that versatility, especially when it comes to loot. So I always like to keep my eye out to see just how quickly they're able to loot in that hospital and leave the hospital region to not get so much trouble, to not get that third party that will come in through from the side there of Jojopo. Now, hi for days. I like to call it I for days or I for D's, but whichever one it is, I like the name. I like the sleekness that comes with it, and I hope the players are able to show me that sleekness that comes with it, because like these guys are actually really good, right? Like I said, they came in through from the qualification stage, third place overall in the first qualifiers or the first group stages held by the African region, able to gather about 24 elimination points, 34 placement points. These guys actually know what they're doing. So I'm keeping my eye out for High for DZ to kind of see what they're doing. So High for D's, I for days. If you're actually a fan of them, or you know somebody from there, or you're in the team, let me know in the chat. How's it pronounced? Is it High for D's or is it High for Days? Let me actually know. I hope it's High for Days, not gonna lie. Or High for D's. I mean, both of them works. Damn. Creativity that comes with the names these days is something that I really, really like to see. But anyway, Night Target Africa, one of the teams that I mentioned, they were able to gather 76 points in 4 games. And one thing I can assure you is that if they're able to pull off that good performance again today, they're definitely going to be finding their way up straight into the final. So, man, it's nice to see. But one Night Target. Why is your insignia ONE? Right? I'm paying. You guys do not confuse me. I'm an old man. But anyway, we do see the guys there from Honored Souls finding their way over from the military island. We don't really see players there on the military island rotate or people land in the military island, especially with that unforgiving playing paths that we actually got. And now seeing them make it into this stage is actually nice to see. Starting your rotations early, but I hope it really does not bite them in the butt. One thing I've not seen is the zone, and I'd like to see exactly where that zone is so we know exactly how many of these teams will be playing it in this game. Ultimate Outrage, a team that I've recognized. I know this team from Adam, so I'm looking forward to them to kind of see exactly what they've got for me today. 4 outs, like I said, a team that is very consistent, and I'm looking forward to see what they're about to do. And plus, they've got teammates that has my name. That guy Jawad out there. Nice to see him. So Jawad, I'm keeping my at least he's supposed to be OP than I am. Then I know why I'm not good. But anyway, that being said, High for this. Get into the game, 4 out. I want to see that consistency that you guys showed, and I really, really want to see. So that being said, I'm the bad Jawad. He's the Jawad that is OP. But maybe when we come to casting, I'm probably gonna whoop his. Let's not talk about that. But anyway, Rozok is gonna be held by High for this. I'm trying to take a note of where many of these teams were able to land, because landing in Rozok is actually something that, and High for this definitely lucky enough to not land there. And I'm sorry to not have enemies with them, and which is something I really like, especially coming from the rest of the teams. Knowing that High for DZ is one of those teams that are stronger, especially when it comes to like fighting. It is not going to be very smart to actually contest the drop spot with them, especially when you only have 4 games to play in one day. So that constraint of only 4 games to play is where it starts to get crazy. So you want to make sure that you're landing in your erangels and so quickly, looting up fast, starting your rotations off early, and that's one thing we can already see from Night Target Africa, able to find up their loot around the military area, rotating up outside of their home just to find positions out there in the zone. Hive Mind also making it. Like I said, Hive Mind is a team I'm keeping my eye out for, as they made it all the way from the PMCO from the Africa region. So we want to see if they will be here to use their utility or to use their second chance as well as they want it. We already see fights getting started early on in Zone 2. As Ultimate Rage getting started with the players there from Triple D Sports. These are 2 very strong teams going up against each other, which is why I'm not surprised. Slay, a man that I know is very strong when it comes to those close range encounters, but you can just see him trying to hold up for his teammates, as many of his teammates are getting yet another knock for their team. Grenades landing in, and it's a good one. Doesn't quite see the damage, as Khaled looking to get away from that situation, but Ultimate Rage getting that ultimate advantage on this fight. Able to get 1 player down there from Triple D Sports, but can they follow up before the revive comes through? I believe the answer is going to be no. They'll be able to grab the revive Triple D Sport and just make it in. And when we get to this woodcutter log, right, this is where it starts to get into a little bit of trouble. Rotating past this area is so tough because the ground, the lay of the land is actually not so fun. You've got cars flying all the way, and PUBG Mobile doesn't have the best vehicles in the game, so the vehicles may be beautiful, but it's not the best. As our Ultimate Rage suffer yet another knock. Can they get the trade? That is the question in mind, as Rage is forced to hold the 2v1 out there. Slay is trying to see if he can get one. Does get wrapped around from behind, and he will indeed get knocked by one of the players there from Chief. As they will continue with the fight. Ultimate Rage, they have no choice but to engage now in this fight, trying to see if they can come through for one of their teammates, get at least 1 reset, and get that 3v4 started. But like I said, Triple D is one of those teams that is actually very aggressive, right? And we can already see them sending Khaled in for the push. This man was the man on the disadvantage before, and now you can just see him coming in through, trying to see if he can play that entry fragger role to kind of get things started. But he just got to admire the play coming through from Ultima Rage out here, trying to have one player out there on the cover fire, delaying that team, trying to buy themselves a little bit of time. Phantom able to get that HP back up, tackles, and the rest of Ultima trying to see if they can hold it up. It's a 4v3 fight. Khaled out here in the front line, setting the shots fly. He's going to get a couple of shots to connect. Here comes the support, and down tackles go. And now this is not sweet. This is not so nice as Tackle would like, as we can just see the players there from Triple D getting closer and closer to the side of Ultima Rage. And Ultima Rage now forced to disengage from this fight, as they know that in situations like this, you've just got to fight for those placement points. Talk about a beautiful fight coming through from Triple D. Just got to enjoy the way Khaled played in that side. Falling back from that fight, understanding exactly what was going on is exactly what he should have done there, and that is just so he's coming in from Fallout Squad as they let the shots fly. Hadri out here in a 1v2. He's able to get one player low and the other player down. He continues on to push it. He's able to get two. This man is on fire as he's able to get two players down. The players there from JO, they're not enjoying this one. They're not having it. Squad. I spoke about them being one of those teams that are absolutely wonderful, and they are here to show me that Crowns, you were not wrong. Seeing the way they're actually pulling up, getting two quick eliminations out there in the early phases of the circle, nice to see. I mean, the only thing that Fallout Squad lost was a small price to pay for salvation, if you ask me. Fair party coming inside of I'd mind, as you can just see them letting the shots fly towards the side of Fallout Gaming, Fallout Squad. Not quite able to get the shots to connect. Both teams out there on the edge of the circle. We'll be seeing just shots getting traded back and forth. And this is where we start to see the fights coming through, and this is because many of these teams fairly new to each other. Respect factor is not going to be there, especially when it comes to rotation. We know where you land, but when it comes to the rotation, things start to get a little bit different. You do not know where you're finding teams, and that's why we have so many early fights going on at this phase of the circle, as we see Night Target trying to just find a way into Muta, looking for how they can rotate in to this next circle. I mean, they are in the next circle, but them man are just chilling, trying to just see if they can get some of the eliminations. And for a team like Night Target, right, like a team that is able to gather so many points, I'm actually not too surprised seeing them play this way, right? Because, you've been staying in this compound for 2 zones now, and you can tell that their hands are already itching for elimination points, right? You just see them driving around, doing a little bit of scouting, and that is what, separates you. That's what makes you kind of like a good team, Scouting around, knowing exactly who you have around you is also something that, qualifies you to actually be called a professional player. So yeah, nice to see them. Good to see that many of these teams are out there on a good start. Team Eagle, a team that I see out there far off in the background, it's actually a team that I've been keeping my eye out on since like the PMCOs. I believe they used to be like 2R if I'm not mistaken. And now we see them in the Eagle coming into this part, able to make it. Man, I'm impressed. So let's see if they will just be able to make it straight into the finals. From this stage. Like I said, 13 teams left, three third zone actually that we're currently in, and the zone is already rapidly closing. This is where that crunch begins to come through. We know in Erangel everything is calm up until that fourth circle is where we start to see those craziness coming in through. That's where we start to see teams jamming into themselves. That's where we start to see those full-on sense, the strategic plays coming through from all of these teams. So yeah, keep my eye out to just see where all of this is actually going to happen. Once again, this is the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the way to actually get into the PMPL. So trust me, you're in for the trouble. Ooh, how about that? Kind of like the buggy skin out there. I don't think I've seen that one before. But anyway, I speak about things that we see in the game, right? Especially many of these collectibles. And look at that buggy. That buggy was actually very nice, man. You don't really see everything. I wonder how I missed that spin. But anyway, beautiful cards is what we see coming in through. But the question is, would you be able to match up the beauty of your card with the gameplay? That is what we see as Circle 4 does pop up on our screens. Team Eagle forced to take a push up onto the top of the hill. And it might just be a time before the players there from High 4DZ and High 4DZ and Night Target, before they start to get so many fights, so many enemies out there on their compounds. The zone is getting so small. We still got 13 teams in the lobby, and we all know that 13 teams in zone 4, 45 players, that is not what any one of these teams come through. It comes with a whole lot of lag, and you know what's not going to make you lag? If you're able to grab one of that Oppo Reno 8 5G phones. You're not going to be lagging in circles like this. But anyway, Shots will be coming in through. We already see many of these teams forming up close to the center of the circle. Kind of like it. We see a couple of these teams out there on that southwestern edge of the circle. A couple of teams out there on the north. And when I say teams on the north, we've got the players there from showing us that they could be the kings of the north as they continue to take in the fight onto the side of One Piece. One Piece have had a tough time, especially when it comes to rotation in this game, and it's sad to see them going out this way, losing 3 players on the rotation. This is where it starts to get crazy. Trying to make it in from that northern edge of the circle is where we start to see a whole lot of trouble, and I feel sad for them, but I know they've got 3 more games. They can still make it in. So One Piece, get your heads high and get into the game. And Night Target, I'm actually surprised to see them this quiet, right? And I feel like it's probably because of what the circle is showing. They're probably like they have no choice but to be dead in the center of the circle, just right there beside the side there of Eagles. So it's painful to see that a team that I'm looking forward to see might just not be getting those elimination points, because I keep saying it, right? It's easy to get the placement points. I would say it's easy to get the placement points. You're in the center of the circle, you're able to hold it, you're able to get those placement points. But a team that is actually able to keep the balance, or a team that is able to get many eliminations, would be able to, just overtake you out there. So you want to make sure that you're getting those eliminations. And Night Target, they know that if they rotate out of that building, it's craziness. They know they're actually gonna lose it, because that is pretty much going from a safe haven to jumping from water to fire, provided you can't swim. But anyway, yeah, that is them just jumping out of water, heading straight into fire, and that is not something that they want. But anyway, you can already see players gathering information, 4 out, putting in shots onto the side there for I4Ds, and they know that if they get an intro knock, that is a very good building that they can hold. So I'm looking forward to seeing just how well they will play if given, they would get that intro knock. So man, 4 out squad, let's see what you've got. 11 in the lobby, as many of these teams continue to go out one after the other on rotation. Virtual Gaming Squad find themselves back into the lobby, which is something that is it's not something that we expected. But once again, you've only got 4 games. You can't be caught slacking. How you start the game also does do a lot, because I mean, if you're starting the game on a bad note, you know that obviously when you get the morale for the second game, for the third game is low now. If you start off on a high note, you're getting those elimination points, you're getting good placement points. You know that when you're getting into that second game, you're going to be having a whole lot of fun. Everybody, the nerves are now calm, everybody's chill. But if you're dying with goose eggs in the first game, man, I feel bad for you. That's where I start to feel the pain as we get yet another aggressive zone shift to that southern edge. And man, this is where the team there from Night Star gets to now have the players there from Hives. They have to move 4 out. They also have to move 200 meters away from the circle, and now they have to continue taking the shots. And now this is where we challenge you right here. We already see crashes coming in through. As you can see, Gaga now in a whole lot of engagements, getting crashed by 3 members from High 4Ds. They definitely hear the footsteps. They know there's someone upstairs, but the third party is really imminent on them, as they're not quite able to go for that full send yet. So Gaga right now, he doesn't have teammates, but I promise you, his teammates are every other team that is in here as they're taking out the shots for him. They're trying to clear him out for him, but here comes the full send. He's in the corner. He does get, and down he goes back into the lobby as we're down to the final 10 teams in the lobby. Let's get into it. Let's get crazy. This is where it starts to get crazy, because 36 teams in zone 5, not the best of team. 4 out squad sending the remaining members straight into the circle, as we see Hello saying hello to everybody as he makes it into the circle, doing a little bit of scouting, able to find a position. But I promise you, this is not the best of position given the amount of teams that he's got just right around him. Ultimate Rage still taking in the shots from Triple T. They're not quite able to get that rest. Night Target do get pushed by 4 out squad. 1 knock is there. Make that 2. The third one follows suit as 4 Ds. Out 4 out squad, and now down to just 1 more player, which is actually, wow, what just happened? That was literally a blink of an eye, and you could tell that the players there from Night Target, they were waiting for this. They've been waiting there. It's like, who's that team that is going to crash us? As Jawad, the OP Jawad, is now finding himself in a 1v2, letting the grenade fly, not quite able to get the knock onto one of the players there from Ultimate Rage. He knows they're there, letting those troubles fly as he's about to get, this 1v2. But Ultimate Rage, are they aware? They know there's only 1 player, but they know that there is that possibility of that cover fire coming through for this guy. And Jawad out here just trying to see how much he can hold up as a solo. Grenades flying in towards his location. Ultimate Rage trying to see if they can defend themselves. This is a good position. They only find themselves out there on that eastern edge. There's literally nobody close to them. So right now, you just see the grenades flying through, and it's only one question. We just want to see if that player will be able to hold it up. But man, we have to talk about the players there for from High for D's. I believe they're already chilling. Oh, not High for D's, actually HSX. They man are out there chilling with 7 elimination points. You've got to love to see that one. You know, you can just tell that many of these teams are actually out here having just as much fun as they can, because you know, starting off early, starting off good is one thing that I would always point out, and it's nice to see. You know, getting 7 elimination points is nice to see. Zone continues to shrink. It's an absolute terror for many of these teams as we get another northern arch shift. Team Eagle now forced to take the fight against the side there from High 4DZ, and it does look like High 4Ds are actually on the high ground as they've gotten 3 eliminations coming through from the side of Eagle. One more player will be left for Eagle, and it's only a matter of time before he does get spotted and taken back into the lobby. We're down to 7. Ultima Rage still have to prone out here, hold it up on their own. Phantom with his teammate, this is going to be them camping for their lives. At this point, if you're a 2-man, you really want to be holding it up, because we've got 5 teams that still have 4 players up. Triple D, you've got to admire them holding it up in the woodcutter log right now, and they're not quite going out yet. It's interesting to see. Take it in fights. They know pretty much where all of these teams are, and this is where, you know, these players there from the night target, this is where they get challenged, right? This is the point where they have to move. And you know, speaking of movement, Ultima Rage, they have to take out Jawad here. They have to take out that player. They do come in for the push, but Triple Esports is there to be the friendly teammates that they never asked for. They got the elimination. Now here comes the challenge. How do they get into the circle? The challenge for pretty much everyone of this team. 1-9 night target is now keeping their eye on the side of High 4Ds. High 4Ds, they do lose one player. And man, is that going to stop them from rotating into the circle? Night target, they have to get into the circle. Smoke pass has been deployed. More shots coming in through the smoke. It's excellence from Flexi, able to get yet another knock. Hot Marriage gets eliminated, and more shots coming through. Night target on fire, and they are able to continue. 4 elimination points up onto their name. Triple D also puts in the shots in. And this is where he starts to get crazy. Last 4 teams now. All 4 teams are up at the 4-man squad, except for the players there from HSX who are down by 3. And they'll be grabbing at least one driver onto their teammate. Triple D puts it in the war. Harles with the M468. He keeps firing into that position. He knows what he has to do. For the third party coming through from brute force, is going to be stopping them in their challenge, in their tracks, as they're taking in damage. More shots coming in through. The players there from 11, they are in a whole lot of trouble. This is where it starts to get crazy for them, because they have to get to the circle. The zone is not on their side. They're losing players one after the other as the zone continues to push in. Here comes brute force, trying to see if they can take this game home by brute force. 7 eliminations to their name, and they're not looking to stop anytime soon. Night target now on that southern edge. But man, the players there from Triple D holding it up so strong on that eastern edge. Would they be able to hold up? That is the question we bear in mind as we're down to the final 3. It is the showdown, the ultimate 4v4v3, as brute force still looking to force their way in through the lobby. Triple D team, these men have been on fire from start till now. I can't even imagine how much damage they're dealing right now. Khaled, this man, the entry fragger, I would assume, putting in the work as the zone goes in favor of the side of brute force. Triple Esports still trying to see if they can find the players. They've got the most of the advantage, so they've got to give it to them. And man, the side there of night targets, they're the ones suffering this one. They're the ones that are in the bad spot to make that one piece action. They're the ones in the bad spot. They're the one that has to get into the zone. Vehicle explosions taking them out one after the other, as they do not have that zone on the south. And right now it is all eyes on One Piece. They are that one piece that need to be taken out by either one of these teams so they can actually focus on themselves. Beautiful knocks coming through from brute force as they're able to get some of the players there from triple. 2 airdrops in the open. It's tempting to pick. And I tell you, if there's an airdrop in the open, you really want to pick it. But in situations like this, you want to be as careful as possible. The ridge line is what the players there from brute force have to work with. Smoke grenades also have to be deployed right now. And you've got to enjoy the trouble usage coming through from this team. You know, Africa and Middle East region is known to use so many troubles. And now seeing them continue, seeing that this trend even continues to people that are to the players that are just about to go pro, this is interesting to see. As brute force taking the way into the circle, Triple D decide to focus on the side of One Piece as they make the way into the circle. Alexander is down, and Flexi, this man, the last player left for his team, letting the shots fly, but now is the time where he has to calm down. Now is the time where he has to relax. There is no cover in sight. He's got 5 grenades but no smokes, and man, he's got smokes on his head, which means he can actually move. But he's gonna be thankful to brute force for this push that they're gonna be having onto the side of Triple Esports. Shots are going to be connecting as Neo is trying to see if he can find the off angle. He does get it. Takes a couple of shots to the player behind the tree, not quite able to get him down. As another player down for Triple T. Brute force. These men are living up to their name. They do not mind. They're willing to take down anybody no matter what it takes. And Flexi is there to even help them as the third knock comes through from Triple. And now this man might even be able to play spoiler. Would he be able to play the ultimate third party? The answer is probably no, as Brute Force eliminates the side there of Triple D. And this is a team that we didn't even see coming. They are here. They are putting in the work. Flexi gets spotted in the ground. And that is a winner chicken dinner going on to the players there from Brute Force. You've got to enjoy it. You've got to enjoy the way they play. They started all the way in this game with elimination points, fighting for it, and they were able to get every single one. You've just got to love that one. That's a winner chicken dinner with what we're talking 10, 11 elimination points. That is a beautiful way to start the game. Brute force, I don't know. They were taking out all the teams with so much force, but it did look quite easy to them. Them man were just chilling. They were just cruising, and you kind of just get yourself wondering, like, brute force, where were you during the qualifiers? Where was this play? Because I know that when I was mentioning teams I'm looking out for, Brute Force was not one of those teams that I actually mentioned. So seeing them do this well on this game, that is absolutely 1C, man. Welcome to the PUBG Global National Championships. And this is the way to actually start the game. This is how you start the game. This is how we want to see these teams play. Starting off so strong, putting yourself on that good foot. That's interesting to see. I mean, Triple D able to finish third place. That is the only unlucky thing about them. Other than that, they actually had a good game. Triple D able to just get that game in as they were able to, get a couple of eliminations points up onto their name. And you just love to see that one. Let's see how this game went through. And like I said, the players there from Brute Force, they were absolutely wonderful. They knew what they were doing. Taking in the fights from the beginning, getting those elimination points, was absolutely wonderful. Getting started with these players there from Team Glitch, and it's sad to see that they went out in such early fashion. And I said that just puts a lot of pressure on their backs as Mafia had to hold it up in a 1v4 situation. Not enough util, not enough men as he went out. And then we saw the side of Triple D come through up against Ultima Rage, where Ultima Rage actually lost 2 players. And I've got to put it out there, Ultima Rage, they actually did do well, man. They actually did hold on very well, and they were able to make it into like the top 7, I believe. And seeing 4-out squad, I call them out for their consistency. They were able to put up a couple of elimination points on the board, not quite able to do the same with placements, and that is because of that heavy dirty shift that we got in that zone 5. But man, looking at the way these players played, Night Target absolutely on fire. When it got to the time they had to leave the building, that is where the trouble came through. But Brute Force, you've just got to admire the way they played. They lost 1 player, but that did not stop them from getting that winner chicken dinner. You've got to give it to Night Target, man. Night Target, they did start well, and I did mention it, that actually getting those elimination points would actually coming through, right? And getting the placement points for that team was not going to be too hard. I mean, we saw the way they played. They had one good compound, and they held on to that compound from the beginning of the game. When it got to the time to leave the compound, they left. When people pushed them in the compound, they were able to hold that one. And this is something that we really, really enjoyed to see, man. Seeing the way they played, and the first place team, Brute Force, I like to see they got a couple of elimination points to their name, which means they will sit on the top of the leaderboards, right? But then, how did the other teams fare? That is one thing I'm willing to see. We did see Brute Force 11 elim points to their name, 15 placement points, 26 points to start things off. What better way to start? Brute Force, they are Gucci. They're covered now for the first game. Night Target able to use their elimination points. And look at what I was saying. Honored Souls, they finished in 4th place, but because of their elim points, they're 3rd overall on that match standing. You love to see that one. And I said this. Honored Souls is one of those teams that we know is very aggressive, and then seeing them finish with 11 elimination points is not something that I'm surprised about. Yeah, I'm not even close to surprised. Seeing them do 11 elimination points, love it. Now they have to just start getting those placement points. That's what we want to see. Triple D team, 8 elims. It was nice to see. They finished in 3rd, unfortunately, but they were able to get 8 elimination points, 18 points to their name. High 4Ds, they also got a couple of points up onto their name. Ultima Rage, 4 out. And one thing I just like is the fact that teams that are actually called out before the game started are actually out here on the first page of the board. I mean, other than Brute Force, which is the total upset right now, every other team was able to do just okay. I mean, Team Soul, we saw the players there from Night Targets, show us exactly what they can do. And this is just something that I've enjoyed to see from all of these teams. And I'm looking forward to see just how well these teams will be able to keep up with the consistency as we continue the games today. What a game. What a way to start the day. This was Erangel in a nutshell. We do say this. Erangel is that game that everybody knows. Everybody knows how to play Erangel, but it all boils down to who plays it the best. Night Target holding that compound very well. It was nice to go, and we could just see them going, all on and on and on. And I was talking about you guys. I hope you guys watched that game, and I hope you heard when I was talking about my favorite weapons. What was the trivia question is what I want to actually see, as we did throw out the trivia questions out there in the chat. Let us see which one of you was actually able to answer the trivia, or will be able to answer the trivia question. What is the name of the PMCO Middle East Sprint team that is playing today? And I think this is the point where you have to rewind the stream. Once again, like I said, what is the name of the qualified PMCO Middle East team that is playing today? I mean, I know the answer to that, but it's now up to you guys to, rewind the stream and then, probably get the answer. I will be letting you guys know who got the right answer whenever the question or whenever you guys start to run. This is the point where I say get busy in the chat, because whoever gets this answer is actually going to get a shout out on the stream. And man, let's get into it and we'll see exactly who won that one. But man, this game was wonderful. I enjoyed to see it, and seeing these teams actually set a tone for this game. Starting off on a strong note is one thing that I've always advertised, and I like the fact that teams that I've called out in the beginning are actually out here showing us what they've got to do. And that was the first game of the day, first of many. Now we've seen 4 groups come into play. We're out here to see another set of 4 groups. Probably going to be teams that you've seen, a couple of teams that you've seen, especially the teams in Group B, C, and D. But right now, we do see that second game we'll be having Group B, C, D, and E right now. So that being said, all of these teams will be coming into play for the next game. So the teams in Group A, that team that Group A, which was the OG group that I said, where we had I believe 4 out and a couple of them. No, actually, high for these. Where we had some of those teams. That these are the teams that will be sitting out for the next game, and where we've had fun in match 1. Match 2, we're heading over to the sandy dunes of Miramar, and that is where we start seeing craziness coming through. Group B, C, D, and E will be the ones that are playing. So let's see what are the groups we'll be seeing in the next team. We'll not be seeing Team Soul, Triple D team, One PC Sports. We'll not be seeing Virtual Gaming Squad, but we will be seeing the side there of Brute Force. Honored Souls will come in again, and Brute Force to show us what they've got to do. Chaos is not available today, but Ultima Rage will be there to show exactly what they can do. And we look at Group C with Night Target, 4 out, Star Esports, High for D's, Glitch, Nuclear Zone, Hive Mind, Eagles. All of these teams have got to come out here to show again. Ocean on Fire, Don't Breathe, 911 team, and Meta Invicta. These are the teams that I'm keeping my eye out on, and I'm hoping to see just what they can do, as we'll not be seeing them. And these teams will be coming to battle it out on Miramar. I kind of feel bad for the groups, for the Group E teams, because these will be their first game, and I know everyone would actually prefer to start their day off with an Erangel match, but these guys will be starting off their day with a Miramar match. But I mean, when it comes to Miramar, you have that space, so it's a question of how well can you utilize the space. That is something that I really want to see when it comes to to this Miramar game that we're about to watch. So Miramar is the map that I'm keeping my eye out for. We're gonna see how Group E teams would come out here to actually show what they can do. But man, it's the PMNC. These players are fighting for their way to go pro. Going pro is all that matters. I mean, and then there's $30,000 that matters too. But for now, let's just say going pro. But anyway, going pro is really what really matters out here in the PUBG Mobile National Championship. I'm actually glad to see, like I said, this first game was something that I really enjoyed to see. We didn't get to see the zone that much, but still, it was still able to keep up with, all of this team, to kind of see exactly what they were able to do, how they were able to play this game. This is something that, we would really enjoy to see every single time. Now, these teams have shown us that they can be consistent on Erangel. We know Erangel, okay, would actually let you guys fly with it. It's because it's Erangel. What are you going to do in Miramar? That is the question we've got in mind. And the answer to the trivia, who is the team that qualified from the PMCO Middle East that is playing today? What is the name of the qualified PMCO Middle East spring team playing today? And the answer to that is Team Seoul. Team Seoul is the team that came in today, and I'm pretty sure they're warming up. They finished up the first game in 7th position, but I'm pretty sure they're actually just warming up, getting ready for the action. So that being said, Team Seoul, I see you guys. They're the one coming in from the PMCO, and let me know how many of you actually got the answer in the chat. I really look forward to seeing exactly who got that chat. Who got the exact answer to the questions that we've just asked out there in the chat. But man, what a game that we've seen today! What a day of games that we've got. And I don't know if you've watched this first game now, you know exactly what you're looking forward to in the coming games, right? This is the first game of 6. All of these teams that I've played, I've got 3 more games to play, which means, man, they've got to continue that. And Group B, they get to play their first 4 games first, which means, man, they will be the ones sitting out for the last 2 games and keeping their fingers crossed. So right now, I don't think you want to be that team. And at the same time, you don't want to be that team that is playing that final game, because obviously the final game is where you start to see, a whole lot of craziness come through. So that being said, keep your eye out for many of these teams. And like I said, Group B, Brute Force, Honored Souls, Chaos, and Ultimate Rage, Ultimate Rage will be the ones that will be showing us what they can do. And I'm saying this now to just put it out, and that's probably why Brute Force is up to a good start. They started off quick and they're able to put in the work. 26 points already in the books. That is something that I enjoy to see. Honored Souls out there also doing the work, putting his Ultimate Rage, able to finish in the 5th position. That is nice to see, and now the challenge is out. Don't breathe. 911 team is also another team that came in from the PMCO. So are you gonna do it? Don't breathe. Are you gonna be able to do it? This was one of the teams that came in through from the Middle East region. So let me know. Would you be able to do that one and fight it in to make it into the finals and get a chance to get a share of that $30,000 prize pool? Like I said, $9,000 for first place, $4,000 for second place. Imagine if it was standing as it is right now. Man, $9,000. The players there from Night Targets would be so pained, because one snake in the grass was what prevented them from finishing in second place. So like I said, there's a lot to fight for. There's a lot to battle for in this prize pool system. But anyway, the money flying it through as we see all of these teams battling it out for $30,000. We saw this prize pool system coming through, and this point system coming through. And if you remember when I said it, it's not just about the placement points. It does look like, the placement points, if you finish first place, you get 15 points and all of that. But we did see Honored Souls. They finished in 4th place, but then they got so many elimination points that they finished above the team that finished in 3rd place. So that being said, right, this is something that I keep putting in mind. 1 point per elimination, but I promise you, the elimination point does count. The elimination points does add up, and this is something that we really, really want to see from all of these teams. Putting the work. So Honored Souls, you're kind of on the right track. I'm not going to tell you on the right track fully, because obviously there's still going to be that there's going to be that little factor of getting the more placement points. 8 points is not bad, but 15 points is there, 10 points is there, and even 12 points is there. So please be sure to get those points up on the board. How are your teams going to do? Let me know. Is your favorite team doing well so far or not? That is one thing that I would really want to say, and I can actually say you do not want to be Team Glitch right now, because obviously you're not doing so well. And once again, I'm going to remind you, we are currently in the semi-finals. Everybody has been playing these tournaments, coming in from the first stages, which was in-game, and then they came in through to the group stages where the 16 teams qualified into this semi-finals. And now we're in the semi-finals, where we're going to have all 24 teams playing, with only 9 teams making it into the grand finals on the 15th to 17th of December. So today we're gonna have all of those teams playing only 4 games out of 6. Match 2 is being prepped up. We're about to get into the second game, where we're going to be seeing Group B, C, D, and E coming in to show us exactly what they've got out here in the Miramar map of PUBG Mobile. So that being said, let's show you exactly how they were going to do this. Once again, this is the group being flashed in your screen. Brute Force, Honored Ultimate Rage, Night Target, 4 Out, Nuclear Zone, Don't Breathe, 911 team, Hive Mind, Star Gaming, High 4Ds. And I'm so glad that I get to see a couple of these teams play again, right? And especially when we're talking about the side there from Night Target, right? Night Target, 4 outs, High 4Ds. These are teams that I actually want to see them come through and show us exactly what they've got to go. And Triple D team did serve as a obstruction for some of these teams going into the game. And seeing them not playing this game, I'm pretty sure the likes of Brute Force and Honored Souls are probably just, probably a little bit relieved that, that team is no longer here, which means we can farm more of those kills, and we're all about the elimination points. So yeah, get some more of those elimination points, and that is exactly what many of these teams are going to be showing us what we've got today, man. 1 game out of 6 done. We're about to get started. In case you're wondering, well, it is a marathon. It's literally a marathon that we're about to get through today, because I tell you, we keep saying it, when it comes to going pro, it's actually not a sprint. It is a marathon. So many of these teams are actually out here showing us that they are in for the long run. They know what you've got. Because you've come all the way from the spring split. Whew. This is a long time. I believe the spring split was out there sometime in February, or April actually. So that is actually a long time. And now that you're here at the end of the year, trying to see if you can make it into the PMPL next year is something that I would love to see from all of these teams. So yeah, they know what they're battling for. We all know what is at stake, and we're going to be seeing them go for that long run, go for that marathon to just show us exactly how they're going to be showing it. Like I said, we've had fun in Erangel. Erangel is down. We're going straight into Miramar next. Then after Miramar, we're going to Sanak. And I kind of like the way we actually schedule this game, because Miramar is that map that is a little bit chill, we're relaxed, we're having a little bit of fun, and then we go into that Sandhawk chaos. Sandhawk just wakes everybody up. But at the same time, as much as Miramar is that map where everybody gets to chill, Miramar end zones are crazy, We see a lot of technicality coming through from Miramar, right? Then you start to see people get up close and personal, especially in the Miramar game. Starting off, we see those snipers in hand, we see those DMRs, but now we're going into Miramar, where we're going to be seeing, and then Miramar, we start getting towards that ending part of Miramar, where we start to see these players take so many shots. We start to see them get up close and personal. The shotguns come into play, the UMPs, the SMGs. There we go. They start coming into play, and then we start to see all these players show us exactly how well. And left to me, I think Miramar will probably be one of those maps that I would call balanced. Starting off good. You're starting off with long range engagements, and then you're ending it with those close range engagements. Love to see it. Talk about balance. That is the perfect balance that we love to see. And man, I think for this Miramar, I actually want to keep my eye out on so many of individual players right now to kind of see which individual players are those ones that are actually, stepping up to the challenge, showing us what they've got for their teams, as we're about to get straight into the game. So now, I throw out the trivia question and let you guys know the answer. The question is, who got the answer? And the trivia winner is BZ23, as he was the person that predicted and got the right answer that Team Seoul was the team that qualified into this tournament from the PMCO Middle East. So BZ, nice to see that you're in the chat, and I hope I see your name again, right? And that would just show me that you're actually being very consistent today. So yeah, keep up the consistency in the chat. I do see a lot of you in the chat, so trust me, I'm keeping my eye out. And more trivia questions will be coming in, and then there's a couple of other questions in the post too that you could also have a little bit of fun with as we go straight into the game. But guess what? The trivia questions are not over. There is one more trivia question that will be coming in through, but it's not now. He is not now. I know I got your hopes up, but you just got to relax. I told you it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So trust me, if there's going to be yet another trivia question, it's going to be coming up later today. So that being said, let's get into it. Let's get hyped up in the chat, And I keep saying this, right? We know many of the teams that we're out here to support, right? So now it's a question of, I did ask before, is your team actually doing well? I can say so far that my teams are doing well, but I don't know about yours. So if your team is still not doing well, you still got to cheer them up in the chat. Let me know who you're out here for. I think I'm currently on the High 4Ds train, and the only reason why I'm on that train is because of their name. Not gonna lie, because I mean, seeing the name, I'm just out there chilling with that name. High for these, like I just like the way it sounds. So I'm on the high for this train. I would love to take Honored Souls and Night Target and probably what was the last name, Triple D, but nah, I feel like they're covered. High for this is actually who I'm on the train, and I seriously hope I'm not caster cursing them right now. So I'm not saying that they're actually gonna win the next game. I'm only saying I'm on their train, probably on the train of pretty much everybody. So let's just see how well I'm on their wagon actually, because who know who know if who know if I'm actually just if I'm actually cursing this whole thingy. But that being said, we get into it. I'm hearing information that the players are getting ready, and we're about to get started into that Miramar game. And bro, I keep saying it, for some of these teams, they've actually played the first game, right? We're looking at the likes of Brute Force, Honored Souls, Ultima Rage. They've played the first game, they know what they're doing, right? But the new teams coming in from Group E, that is where these are the teams that even group BCD do not know about them, right? So this is the new team in the lobby. You don't know what they're bringing in. You don't know the attitude that they're bringing into this stuff. So that being said, this is not this is not this is not something that these teams can take lightly. As much as I want to say, oh, relax, calm down. I still also cannot say relax and calm down, because obviously these teams are not kids. They're here for a reason, right? And like I said, there was in-game qualifications that each one of these teams played. They made it all the way to the group stages. Now they're in the group stages. They've made it from the group stages now to the semifinals, and they're battling it for the top nine. And remember, it's top nine of your region, so it kind of gets a little bit tricky, because now you have to keep your eye out on so many teams. You just have to know exactly where do I stand on my leaderboard to get me into the finals. That is the one thing that we're keeping in mind. And bro, leaderboard is there. It says you're top, I don't know, top five or top something, but you do not know where you are. Or currently, I mean, it's almost a relief, because you're probably in 16th and you're probably maybe fourth place or something. So yeah, it might be good. It might be good for you, but at the end of the day, you also still have to keep your mind at a large. You have to stay as sharp as possible as we continue to go straight into the game. So that being said, let's get into the sandy dunes of Miramar as we're now hovering over the map. This exciting match is brought to you by Oppo Reno 8 5G. 5 minutes charging, 2 hours gaming with Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G. PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in the MEA 2022. And once again, we're getting ready for Oppo. We're getting ready for this match. And in case you've not noticed, we have the Oppo moments as the highlight. So trust me, you've got to look at the way these players are probably out here trying to make it into that Oppo highlight reel. So man, I'm one of those people that want to make it into the Oppo highlight reel. So let's get into it. Let's get started as we start to go over the map of Miramar, the sandy dunes. And I can see a playing path that is almost looking to that western edge, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the west or the east? I think that's probably going to be the east. Anyway, the playing path will actually be on your screen in a couple of seconds from now as we just watch all of these teams jump out. And one thing I know about Miramar is we actually get a couple of those splits coming through. Teams are free to split out to whatever position that they want to. But the thing with splits is if you're split out too thin, you get caught out on rotation. So this is where many of those teams, you want to be careful as much as you're trying to be aggressive, as much as you're trying to hold that split. But then we've got some big cities where we might be getting hot drops. There's Picado, where you might be getting a couple of hot drops. There's El Azahar, where you're probably getting a hot drop, like Cabrera, El Pozo. With this playing path, you have San Martin, and even a forgiving zone to actually go alongside it. It's pretty much central to the north, which is nice. Love to see it. But first off, we'll be seeing a little bit of tacticality, a lot of action coming through from this team. And like I said, Ocean on Fire would be coming into this game to show us what they've got in mind. They finished third place in the Africa group stage qualifiers, so we'll see exactly what they've got in mind. Nuclear Time, also another team that will be coming in to show us what they've got. They finished fourth place in the Middle East group stage qualifiers coming into today. So they did not have the best of games in the first game, but I believe they are here for the second game to exactly show us what they can do. So let's see. how are these teams going to hold on? Which teams are going to be the best? Which team do you say you've got covered for Miramar? I don't want to be the one casting the teams, so or sorry, cursing the teams. So I only just want to be the one casting the team actually. So let me know who you think is going to win. This Miramar game. I know it's early, and I know I shouldn't even be calling it, but still, I'm keeping my eye out on a couple of this team. Don't Breathe is actually a team that I know. Like I said, they did win a winner chicken dinner, but on the end of the day, they actually do live up to their name, right? They actually keep you on your toes. So them coming in for the first game of the day today, I want to see what they've really got in plan for us as we see so many of these teams landing splits. And this is what I was saying, right? When it comes to Miramar, you don't know so much about how these teams play, right? So when it comes to drop spots, you do not want to commit all 4 players into your drop location, except it's a major one where you can actually take the fight. Sometimes you just want to go for a little bit of a split, hold on different positions. As you can just see out here in El Pozo for Meta Invicta, they've got a couple of players out there on the outskirts, not quite so close to each other. And that's the thing, the odds of you getting pushed, it's kind of low. Miramar, it's a big map, and I believe you should be able to see your enemies before they get to you to be able to pull away from the fight or probably ask for support, depending on what you and your team want to do. But man, you still want to be as close as possible. Players there from Glitch will be looking to get the redemption in this game. They went out first in the Erangel game, going on with the Goose Egg. And I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but the Goose Egg is the last thing that you actually want to go home with. Like, you cannot afford to get 0 points on any map, right? And it's not just because of your points or the standings, right? It's also like a morale booster, right? Because if you're finishing a game with 0 elimination points, you did not kill anybody, or sorry, you didn't get any eliminations, you didn't do anything. Going into the next game, you're not feeling as energetic, right? I mean, Honored Souls now, they got 11 elims in that first game, the same amount of elims as the team that won the winner chicken dinner. So they're pumped. You hold the energy that they want. They're coming in here with so much fire, and they're able to show, and they're here to show us exactly what they can do, right? So they've got the right momentum. They're coming into the game with so much fire. But when you start talking about like the other teams, right? Like Glitched, I didn't get a good game. That's where you start to see, and it's different for the teams that are just coming in, because likes of Ocean of Fire that is just coming in, and Don't Breathe. These are teams that this is their first game, so this is their debut basically. So they're going to be showing us, how well they play, especially in this map of Miramar. They will get to play an Erangel game, but still, Miramar is where they have to play first. And I said, imagine having to start your game with Miramar. Going into the next game, you just want to be as active as possible. And like I said, we've got Sanox served after Miramar, which is like, calmness. This is basically the calm before the storm. But just that even the calm before the storm has a storm in it. And that storm in Miramar is something that I am keeping my eye out for. So let's just see how well these teams are going to play this one out going into today's games. PMNC, we started off great. And Miramar, here is the part where everybody's just chilling, right? Because we know Miramar, you spend most of the time or the first couple of periods, just getting comfortable. And one thing that even makes, many of these teams more comfortable in this game is the fact that, that zone is actually, the play zone is actually very forgiving, right? We have that zone just out there in the north central part of the circle, which means everybody's just chilling, everyone is just relaxing, right? Nobody really there's not really that much reason to leave your drop location, especially if you're landing in places like El Pozo, if you're in San Martin, and Hacienda del Patron, like these are places that are favored by that zone, and you do not want to be moving, away. You don't have so much reason to move and everything, which is where it kind of gets bad. A couple of teams like to play on the edge, right? If you're playing on the edge, how do you play this type of game? Zone 1, you're already in the center of the circle. If you're playing edge, I don't think the center of the circle is the one place that you actually want to be. So how do you play it out? Brute Force would be starting off the game today out here starting off the second game in El Pozo. In El Pozo, it's a place that I know has so much loot, and that you can just see them just having so much fun. I would love to see the sniper usage or the DMR usage out here in Myanmar. Watching some of the other tournaments like the Global Cup, Global Championship, We see a lot of players using that Mini 14, especially when it comes to this map of Miramar, the 8x scopes and all that. But I want to see who are the snipers that we've got in the lobby. I mean, currently we see all of these teams holding up with assault rifles and SMGs, but how well can they hold it up? Ultima Rage yet again finding themselves in early engagement. One of their players is getting pushed very heavily. The molly connects and down he goes as Ultima Rage now lose one player to 911 team, one of the new teams coming into the lobby, PMCO team. And now we've got Tacos out here, the first man to always form up on his teammate. It was Slade that found himself in trouble the first time, and now he has to be supported by Tacos once again. It's a wonderful pick coming through from last one, but Tacos this time is not going to be losing his ones. He's got cover fire from the top of the hill, but it's not enough as quality is able to get him down. 911 team able to get a little bit of, they're able to get a reset at this point, getting a couple of players down. And Ultima Rage, here comes the part where you have to full send it. We can just see them being a little bit quiet. They've got one player out there on the cover fire. I'm not like the most when it comes to, I don't really support that. But revives has to come through. And I don't know, man. I don't know about this revive. The nade is being sent in their location. It's a wonderful two-piece nade. Sending one to the lobby and one more. Now here comes the attention towards the cover fire. Cover fire very low on HP, and 911, they know exactly what to do. They know that they've isolated that cover fire. They've isolated the players that are out here on them. They're able to get 3 knocks, 3 eliminations to go alongside with it. And Ultima Rage, once again, they fall to early engagements in the game. And I'm saying it's Ultima Rage. This is not how you want to start a game. This is not how you want to start the tournament. This is the second game where you're losing player or early on in the game. First Erangel, they lost 2 players on early on in the game, and now they're coming into Miramar. They've lost 3 players now, and they have just 1 player left. And I feel like with that engagement, after they got that second knock, they should have just sent both players straight on crashing. I know that when it comes to support players, support players enjoy playing from back, right? They enjoy playing from behind. They like to just shoot from those long range. But sometimes you've got to support your teammates in those close range encounters. Support your teammates, get the revive. That is one thing that I've expected coming through from the side of Ultima Rage, as that cover fire at that point was not absolutely needed, as we can already see now. That has beaten them in. But we do see the side there of brute force out there on that northwestern edge of the circle, kind of holding it up as that circle continues to just shows us a little bit of a southern trend-ish. You can just see it just not cutting away that oasis, cutting away the oasis, just kind of centering up a little bit, and who knows, we might just get a San Martin finish. I know city finishes are a nightmare, a huge nightmare for many of these teams. You do not want a city finish. City finishes are, no, I can't even imagine it. You could get shot at from pretty much any single angle. But anyway, here's that fight from Ultima Rage. We've got to give Slay his accolades, right? Able to get a couple of knocks, but give Tacos his accolades. Was able to get a couple of knocks, but I feel like that revive that went through onto Slay, I think they could have just let Slay go, a small price to pay for salvation. It was an obvious revive, that was a revive that regardless, the enemy team was going to spot you, and it's only a matter of time before you swallow a grenade. And those man, they received it with open arms. And now they're back into the lobby. But anyway, Hive Mind, another one of the PMCO teams, not quite able to show us what they were capable of in the first game. They did get a couple of points though, but ultimately not quite able to show us what exactly they can do. And now they've got a second go at it out here on the top hills of the graveyard. And Miramar looking for the king of the hills, and brute force. You already see them. He gets into the top of that hill, and this is actually nice to see, as we can see in Victor's beta being the one on the receiving end on the bullets coming through from brute force. And like I said, they apply so much pressure, they literally live up to their name. They take pretty much everything with as much brute force, and this is just interesting to see. So that being said, brute force, I've got my eyes on you. One of those teams that are able to just capitalize on the zone, and we talk about Miramar, we talk about high grounds. Having them on that high ground, holding up, is nice to see. Chilling on the high ground, eyes on pretty much everyone in the circle. And that's just a better position to be, especially in the early phases of the game. Gather as much information as possible. So yeah, brute force, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from you so far, and I hope you guys can continue with that as we go on to the rest of the games for today. Ocean on Fire out here in the power grid. They know they've got visitors from the side there of Invictus Better, but they don't look to be pushing up yet. Not disturbed, unbothered. They're just chilling. The 911 team are definitely coming in here today. They've taken out the side there of Ultima Rage. At least 3 players, and they're able to take out 1 more player from the side of Glitch. They're having a good run so far for their first game of the day. They're actually getting started, and I kind of see like a trend right now, right? I see a trend in the way this whole thingy goes. You know, the first game we saw Team Soul, the PMCO team, come in, then they got 4 elimination points right straight off the bat. Zone 2, they're already chilling with 4 elimination points. Now we see 911 coming in, another PMCO team, right? And now they're the ones that is actually that actually gets, you know, 4 elimination points right off the bat. So, you know, it just goes to show that, you know, many of these teams, they have that experience in getting those early elimination points. And, you know, one thing I keep saying is momentum of the game. You know, if you're able to get 4 elimination right straight off the bat, you know you're going into the game with a different type of momentum. You know your energy is all over the place. You know, look at 911 right now. Anybody that's rotating by them, they're so confident to actually take the fight against them, right? They're looking at anybody that is coming in through and they're like, yes, we're ready to take this fight, because obviously we just actually took out Ultima Rage. You know, there's nothing to fear. You can just see quality getting closer and closer to the side there of Hive Gaming, right? And this is where it starts to get crazy. Oh, sorry, Hive Mind. And Hive Mind, another PMCO. This is probably revenge. Who knows? It's like, you know what? You killed me the other day in a PMCO. I'm here for revenge. Maybe that's what we're going to be seeing, as that fight does look to be a little bit of a stalemate right now. Bleach, long range engagement that I spoke on early on going into today. I did say Miramar starts off with early engagements, long range ones, and we can see the guys there from Glitch living up to the name, you know, doing the game proud. These are very long shots, though. You've got to give it to them. And then we already start to see some of those DMRs coming into play. You know, Mafia already holding that Mini 14. Probably actually not even probably, definitely one of the big ones. Everybody heading straight into San Martin. And, you know, I think a lot of people have now, you know, hoped for the for getting a city finish, which is where it gets crazy, because man, city finishes are not so fun. And here's one of the reasons why. You know, 911 already putting in shots towards the side there of of Ocean of Fire, and we can just see that firing away with those shots, trying to pop the tires to prevent potential rotations coming through. And man, if I were to be Ocean of Fire, here's the point where I need a sniper. I actually need a bolt action, because a bolt action with 8x on that point, that player's head is gone. Not gonna lie. But anyway, the stalemate fight between the 2 PMCO Africa teams still continues, as 911 and Hive Mind still holding up against each other, trying to see who's gonna push out first, who's gonna misbehave, who's gonna lose their guard. That is the question they've got in mind, as they're just chilling. Trouble out there in San Martin, as we see the players there from Ocean of Fire getting close and personal, taking in shots. High for D's, lurking on the outskirts right now. They're probably one of those teams that like to play on the edge, given how late they're rotating into the circle. And we can just see them driving slowly. 2 vehicles currently for the rotation purposes, and they're finding their way up to the top of the San Martin hill. And man, with the circle centering up on San Martin, you can already tell what is going on through the minds of all the side GLs. You've just got to pick the right spot, as Fallout Squad now find their way. They've been chilling in Hacienda del Patron, and they are here to start taking Glitch out one after the other. Shots come through as one player does get knocked. They do not want to forfeit their position, so they wouldn't be going for that push, at least not just yet, as they're relaxing, understanding the terrain of the land, understanding that there's a third party that might come through from San Martin, so you know that you want to be chilling out here. And trust me, Jawad is actually doing a good work, man. I feel so good calling somebody Jawad, man. Don't play. Anyway, Fallout Squad taking all sorts of shots. They're currently still home out there in Hacienda del Patron. Fun fact, when I used to play competitively, Hacienda del Patron used to be, you know, the landing spot that I used to take in Myanmar. Seeing even my namesake actually playing in that spot, I think there's a pattern to it. Anyway, Invicta or Meta Invicta, one of the teams from the group stage in Africa, finding their way into the city. They do lose one player, but it looks like a revive will be possible. It's Ocean on Fire not on fire, at least not just yet. They've got one elimination point. They've got to grab one revive as they look to gatekeep some of these teams that are trying to find their way into San Martin. Zone heavily favored on San Martin right now, as many of these teams look to call for the buildings. The buildings will be their only hopes. But you know, these are situations where you have to start saying, stay away from the windows, you know? And at 9-11, you can just see that that's what they're doing. You know, they do not want to be close to those windows because, you know, third party is going to be imminent. With city finishes, we don't see players dying. And that's because obviously some players get knocked, right? Or some players are the only players alive. And all they can just do is sit down in one building and just relax, you know? So you're seeing 47 players alive, or you might be seeing something like 18 players alive. But then you don't know how many solos there are in the game. And that's where it starts to become tricky and challenging. So yeah, I've seen many of these teams just relax. Everyone's just waiting to see where that zone is going to push them to. And it's just nice to see. And look at the split coming through from brute force on that northern edge of the game. It is so beautiful to see. This team is so confident at the way they're playing today. Holding a 2-1-1 split on that north, they have complete dominance over the northern side of. And if the circle shifts north, it becomes a game for them. It's literally their game to win, right? And they will just continue taking and raining shots at anybody who's trying to make it into the circle. And I just love to see that type of play coming through from them. But man, look at that cluster out there on that southwestern edge of the circle. You know, on the extreme edge, we've got some of the players there from Meda and Victor, and you know, all of this team is just trying to find a way into the circle right now. And now that circle is about to shift, it's about to close up. It's going to decide the fate. Do you have to stay in the city? And yes, indeed. If you're in the city, you're golden. The players there from Nuclear Zone, definitely jubilant right now. They're currently in the center. Stay away from windows. Pick your fight and start the engagement. As we get to see a city finish. Ocean on fire. They've got Bangal getting knocked so many times. It's only a couple of more knocks before he's not able to be revived anymore. As we've only lost we've only lost one player in the last two zones. And this is what I keep saying about the city finishing, right? People don't die. So like there's going to be so many people. There's going to be a lot of lags. There's going to be a lot of, you know, shots around you. And, you know, this is the part where, you know, competitive becomes hard. You know, how do you separate? How do you differentiate? There's shots on every single corner. And you can just hear them shots ringing in your ear. So it's a matter of how well can you play? How well are you able to differentiate that noise? You know, I was doing noise filtration some days back, and it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. So seeing all of these teams try to do it too is actually more challenging. Brute force finding their way into the circle from that northwestern edge. Slowly heading into the city. 4 Outs team, they've realized that they actually have to continue this push on to Bleach team. As we see Hello going in for the full send. Gets him only 2 connects. That man is on fire. And he's going to continue with the push. Jump shot comes through. Doesn't quite take him down. Drop shot does not work. As Hello is able to get that man down straight back into the lobby because you stressed me with that drop shot. But Hadri is going to continue the push. Spots the guy coming in through. Goes in for the shots. Tornado not quite able to bring it to the rain. As 4 Outs would continue on their streak, getting that team out, and they would continue on into the circle. And I love the awareness coming through from 4 Outs right now, realizing that now is the time to push. Before we try to get into the circle, we have to take the fight with this team. If this team is not out of the way, we're not going to get into the circle. Understanding who to take out first, and that is a wonderful thing that I enjoy to see from them. So yeah, 4 Outs, living up to the name, and they will continue up on this fight as trouble continues to loom out here in the city. Grenades on the side of Akashi from Ocean on Fire, trying to see if he can get those players lit up. And this Miramar is looking to be as challenging as possible. We're looking to have so much action as the side there of Eagle gets one player knocked, and Molly to follow suit as Ocean on fire, looking for a way, looking for that entry. Honored Souls, on the other hand, one of the top aggressive teams in the lobby, already up to 4 elimination points, and they're bringing in the fire onto the side of 4 Outs team. Can 4 Outs team hold on? They're on the edge of the circle. The zone is not much of an advantage as Hello losing so much HP to that zone. Grenades coming in through from the commando as Mbra is able to get yet another knock. Honored Souls now down by 2 knocks. There's 1 knock here and they can take out, and they decided to isolate Jawad on the left. Here comes the push. Mbra, he figures out that Jawad is there, gets the shots to connect, and is wonderful from that team. 7 elimination points onto the side there of Honored Souls, and these guys are absolutely young. This is a repetition of what they were able to do in Erangel, and they're doing it once again. Brute Force already up with 5 elimination points. The zone shifts away from them once again, and now they have to continue finding their way into the circle. Full Send is going to have to come through onto that last player from Ultima Rage, but it does look like they might be leaving that man alone. Nice molly coming in through Akashi, not quite going to succumb to the molly just yet, as we can just see the side of Ocean on Fire going for the push. They've only got 2 players coming through from the push, which is kind of weird because I would expect to see a full squad push, but it looks like 2 might just be able to do it as they get 1 knock through, going in for the free fire, not quite able to get any more shots coming in through. Man is about to shoot his own teammate. That just goes to show you that these players are out for blood. Anybody in sight, we're gonna be taking them out. But Ocean, love to see how they just sent out the players there from Eagle, pushing them back a little bit, shifting their lines, as lurked on the roof, trying to see if you can just play spoiler for that team. Ocean on Fire though. Nice use of util as they're trying to smoke up, find their way further into the city. More trouble going up on that northern side as High for D's looking to get started. Ultima Rage Phantom holding it down for his team, and this man, his team will be thankful for him for doing that. Brute Force still looking to continue with the aggressive prowess. Now the tables have turned. The eyesight is now on the side of 9-11. Brute Force looking to find that entry. Honored Soul still out there on the aggressive prowess up on the west. So sorry, make that the east. As Thanos is on fire, this man is snapping his fingers. He has not got infinity stones, but he has got 556. Putting in the work, 7 bullets in the clip. He's able to get the knock, and this man is going to continue. What a wonderful 3 keys coming through from this Thanos man, and he's living up to the name. Has to get the lead up on his teammates, and will be able to do so. Brute Force getting started, but they taking out by the side there of 9-11. This is where it starts to get crazy. 9-11 on a rampage, and they will continue. This is more than 9-11 itself. They're doing in the work. High for D still alive. My train, it's moving. But Honored Souls already up by 10 elimination points. They're on fire. High for D have a very good position out there on the southern edge of the circle. A lot of trouble happening on that western edge. The side there of Invictus, Meta Invictus going out. As now Nuclear Zone, they've been chilling because of the good circle bless, and now they would continue on that western edge. Nice grenades coming through from Gaga. He's trying to force the players there from Ocean on Fire. More grenades coming in through from this team, and they're gonna rain them with throwables. Another grenade gets sent out, not quite able to find the target, and Gaga using a whole lot of util here. Both teams now pushed out of the circle. The molly is wonderful from Gaga. He's able to get a knock. Akashi is still standing strong, trying to see if he can grab that revive. Talk about the teammate of the century as Nuclear Zone. Now they're going to have to wait it out. They know exactly what they need to do. Honored Souls now, they have to be as calm as possible. 9-11 looking very strong with all 4 players still alive. And I tell you, it takes something different to survive for 25 minutes, keeping all 4 players alive. Same thing can be said about High for D's. As we see them with 3 elimination points. They're currently in the back of the truck. They have to get into that new circle, as that circle is absolutely a nightmare. The only team that is close to that circle that has cover is the players there from Nuclear Zone. Ocean on Fire now. Here comes the part where the IGLs get tasked. The ultimate move into the circle. The smoke path has been deployed. And here comes the move. As we see Nuclear Zone trying to find a way into the circle, but Ocean on Fire on our 2-2 split, watching 2 teams at the same time. It's wonderful to see. If you get too distracted, that's where it starts to become a problem. And shots coming in through. Ocean on Fire not quite able to see those shots to connect. They continue up with the push. They have to send it onto the side of Nuclear Zone. Mexico trying to see if he can hold up. They're out here in the compound. 9-11 making a whole lot of noise right now. They're on the northern edge of the circle. As High for This start to push up onto the side of Honored Souls, but Honored Souls looking so strong as a 2-man force, able to hold on their end. Nuclear Zone start the fight on the side of Ocean. 1 player is down. They're not going to go for the full send, which is kind of weird. I find it very surprising. Take out the team behind you. That is supposed to be the order. As Ocean on Fire coming in through, not quite able to capitalize on the distraction of the side there of Nuclear Zone, but it turns out they know what they're doing. 1 player left. The shots are coming in through. Gaga is able to put in the shots, not quite able to get the final one to connect. And Akashi has to heal up. The information is coming in through. Can that man get the wipe? High for D's. They know there's only so much they can do, and that man Kareem trying to see if he can get into the circle. No cover to his name. Gets taken out by 9-11. And we're down to the final 3. Ocean on Fire, able to grab 3 revives. This is surprising. Nuclear Zone, they're allowing so many revives come through. But 911, they're so strong. They've got the circle. They know exactly where everybody is. Information is coming through. And the side of Ocean on fire. They're letting grenade fire. It's wonderful. The Molly goes through up onto Mexico. And Nuclear Zone. They've brought themselves to their downfall. Allowing that Levi come through was the mistake on their side. And 911 is not going to make that same mistake. One grenade connects up onto the next. And we know what comes next. It is the push. And after the push would be the chicken dinner. Eagle comes in from the left. Goes in 41v1. Gets the shots to connect. And that will be 911. The PMCO team coming in to show us exactly why they have that invite. Exactly why they're here. As they get that winner chicken dinner in Miramar. They start off their day in the most wonderful way. And what better way to start? We saw them come in with so much technicality. They took out the big names. They were single-handedly taking out Honored Souls. They took out the side of Brute Force. And man, this is what we keep saying, right? These are the teams that are able to show us exactly what they can do. And 911 playing that one perfectly. You love to see it. Staying at the edge of San Martin, not going straight into the city is just wonderful to see. These guys played this wonderful. What a beautiful Miramar game that we actually did see. And I like the fact that we got to see so many of these teams actually show us what they were do or what they were able to do in this one. 911, I've mentioned it. They started off so well. The PMCO team following that same trend, starting off getting those early 4 elimination points. The momentum was there, and they were able to put in that momentum, get the match started early, get their fight game on, and we just saw that. And I like the fact came up against the fellow PMCO team, they were able to pull away from that fight, leave that fight alone to make sure that they're not going to get third party or get taken out early. And I'm just so impressed at how the players there from 911 have played. And I've just got to say this: Nuclear Force, that was your game, but they allowed so much revive come through, and that did not just work for them. And Ultimate Rage, I have to say this, they have to find a way to stop taking those early engagements, right? They keep finding themselves in early engagements, and that just ruins the whole game for them. They had Phantom trying to survive for them, but unfortunately, one player in the whole Miramar game, that is a whole lot of survival to do. And bro, I've got to give the players there from Fallout their accolade here. This was a very wonderful push coming through from them onto the players there from Glitch, and they were able to take them out in 12th position, which was nice to see. But Ocean on Fire, this is the fight, right? And you've just got, I don't even know if I'm supposed to give Ocean on Fire the accolades or if I'm supposed to keep beating the players there from Nuclear Zone up, because that was a wonderful push. And look at this, Honored Souls as a 2-man squad holding up the whole of 4 out. That was wonderful, setting the line, setting the trend. And Ocean on Fire, these men were excellent. I love to see the way they played that one. And bruh, these 3-piece from Thanos, Honored Souls, you guys have earned your place in my books. Starting off the first day with a beautiful game, and now going on in the next game to actually show exactly what you can do is absolutely wonderful to see. So that being said, all of these teams showing us what they can do. Nah, I'm actually impressed. And this push, this is the part from Nuclear Zone. This is where they started to get delayed. You know, the knocks did come through, but they did not. And that was the end of the show. The players there from 911 capitalizing perfectly on that third party is wonderful to see. I enjoyed to see that one. This was a wonderful gameplay coming through from all of these teams. 911 showing us exactly why they are a PMCO team. They were a team coming through from the PMCO. They came in here for the first game of the day on Miramar, showed us Miramar, added that little saltiness to the Miramar, and they were able to walk home, bring home that winner chicken dinner. I loved it. I enjoyed it, and I'm pretty glad to see that many of these teams are doing well. But I've still just got to put it out here, right? That many of these teams that we actually saw in the first game were still able to come into the second game and show us what they can do. And this is something that we want to keep saying. Consistency is the name of the game. I called out 4 out being one of those teams that were good with consistency. We saw them get a couple of elimination points early on in the game, but how well did they do on the placement points? One thing that we're about to see right now. But we know for one, 911, they were able to get that first place, the winner chicken dinner. They were able to finish on top with 9 elimination points, 15 placement points. Maybe not the best of elims, but man, I would mention this, and I hope we can have the match standings up for a while. I'll mention this once more, right? Honored Souls is actually a team that is aggressive. I pointed this out. They're one of those teams that bring in the aggressive prowess. 12 elimination points, and they finished in 5th position. But look at that, 3rd place once again. That is 2 third place positions in 2 games. Consistency. And bro, I just love to see the way these men play. 2 players only, and they were able to take out a whole squad. Honored souls are here to make a statement. And if we look at, looking at this top 8, other than Ultima Rage and Night Target, who's not here, it pretty much looks the same thing as the Erangel. But we've just got to give it to 911 and Ocean on Fire, the 2 teams coming in from Group E, showing us what they can do, finishing in first place and second place respectively. You love to see that one. Ocean on Fire, 7 elimination, Nuclear Zone. If they had gone for the push onto Ocean on Fire, this would have been a different story for them, but unfortunately they weren't able to do it. Brute Force started off so well. They only got 2 placement points, but their elimination points is what is dragging them to the top of the leaderboard. So this is what I'm saying. You want the elimination points, and at the same time you want those placement points, and this is what we live for. This is the PUBG Mobile that we know. This is the PUBG Mobile that we want to see. For our squad, not able to quite put so many numbers on the board, only 4 points in total. Maybe not the best, but still, it's still points regardless, right? And it's better than the goose egg, but I keep saying it. You've got only 4 games. Some of these teams have played 2. We're about to get into more. This is where it's going to start to get tricky, because the amount of games that you have to make it in there is getting shorter and shorter. Remember, only the top 9 teams make it in, and out of those 9, 6 would be from the Africa region and 3 would be from the Middle East region. The PMCO teams are not here to play, and these players here are here to show us that 911 have come through in this Miramar game to show us that Miramar, we are gods. We can do it again. But I think Honored Souls right now, they are the ones making the most statements, showing that they know how to get those elims, they know how to use those weapons, they know how to use the guns. And that is one thing that we enjoy to see from PUBG Mobile on its own. So that being said, thank you all for tuning in. I know you've seen my face for a little too long, but we're only going for a short break. We will be back for more action in the PUBG Mobile National Championships.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. design. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championships. This is the semi-finals of the MEA Wildcard region, which is the Middle East and Africa region. My name is Crowns, once again, and I will be your host and caster, taking you through all of this action as it unfolds. All of these teams have been battling it out all the way from the in-game championships and qualifiers, and right now they are in the semi-finals trying to battle it out to make it straight into the finals. Do not miss out on any of this action. Be sure to follow the official PUBG Mobile Esports on all social media platforms to stay updated on these tournaments and all other official PUBG Mobile events. The social media to follow is down there on the screen, so be sure to give a follow on YouTube. Do the needful, you know how it goes, you know the vibes. But that being said, this tournament is sponsored by Oppo. The Oppo Reno 8 5G is optimized for mobile gamers. With 5 minutes of charging and 2 hours of seamless gaming, the Oppo Reno 8 5G is good, or is the best, for enjoying PUBG Mobile at its finest. The Oppo Reno 8 5G Pro is PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA 2022. That being said, let's get into it. What tournament is this? It is the PMNC, and we have been having so much fun. So that being said, tournament structure, we know we've actually been fighting to make it straight into the finals. And man, we've seen 2 games. Where do all of these stands right? Where do all of these teams stand right now? That is the question that I've got in mind, and we are about to see that one as the overall leaderboards will be on your screen in just a matter of time. But so far, so good. We've seen the players there from I4Ds. We've seen the players there from Virtual Gaming. We've seen the from Ultima Rage. You know, I mean, I wouldn't say Ultima Rage, but you know, Night Target Africa, they've been good. Ocean on Fire, they've shown us what they've got to show. You know, Ocean on Fire, make that final round Africa, not quite showing us what they can do. As we see, 4 out starts with the consistency, Honored Souls with the aggressiveness. And you know, it almost feels like the same thing, the same notes that I made, the same thing that I said just before the stream is the same thing that is happening. You know, teams that we've actually kept our eye out for, showing us what they've got. And man, I've got to say this, the PMCO teams are actually doing well, not gonna lie. I mean, I don't know if I should actually say that. I mean, Team Soul didn't do the best in the first game, but 9-11, they've been good. A winner chicken dinner, they're on fire. It's good to see, you know. But then, you know, there's some other teams too that we actually want to see, you know. Glitch, we've not seen them do too well. They died first in the first game, and, you know, going into the second game, they've not actually been the best. You know, they did actually go out early too. So we actually want to see them do well. Meta Invicta was a team that, in the Miramar game that they played, they've shown us that they actually know how to rotate, right? So they know how to make it into it. And now, before the leaderboard show, I just want to remind you guys, I remember I told you, like, there is Africa and then there is Middle East. So let's just see, what are the leaderboards showing us? This is the teams that are making it from the African region, the top 6 from the African region right now as it stands. 9-11 leading the charge with high for these following up second. And look at high for these. You wouldn't believe that this team has no chicken dinner. I mean, 9 elimination points, 14 placement points. Talk about consistency. 23 points up on board. Love to see it. And these are the African teams that are currently in the tournament. This is how it stands. So if you're an African team, you have to find a way to make it into that. I mean, the bubble is pretty low. So right now, you still have the chance. It's even impressive to see Ultima Rage, and they've got to thank Phantom for that. But man, we've seen what is going on the African part. You know, Virtual Gaming One Piece, you guys have to step up the game. What is going on the side of Middle East? Because, you know, African teams, 6 teams are qualifying for Middle East. It's just 3 teams that will be making it way on to the next stage. So man, this is where it starts to get crazy. These are the 8 teams from the Middle East that are out here showing us what they've got. Honored Souls currently flying, soaring in the lead right now, 37 points on their name. Brute Force with 34. And remember, I chipped in that question. What teams or what region were we going to see the most aggressive team from? And other those right now, they're currently raising the flag for Middle East right now because 23 elims, they are on top and they've got only 14 placement points. Look at that. Their placement points is not even as much as Brute Force, right? Brute Force has 17. But not quite able to get it. But I mean, Brute Force, we've got to give them the award for consistency. And 4 out, definitely not the position where they want to be. So now we've seen all the teams play, but it's only going to be sweeter. The leaderboard is only going to look sweeter when we see all of them up on the same screen. Let's see where they've got. Honored Souls leading the charge, 37 points in total with no winner chicken dinner. I just have to keep pointing that 9-11 able to make it up to third place with one winner chicken dinner and only one game to play, which means they actually have a lot to battle for. Honored Souls, on the other hand, they played 2 games right now. They've played 2 games, which means like they're running out of games. So the last 2 games for Honored Souls has to be worth it. But I've got to say this one. The next game is Sandhawk. It is not the best of maps, especially when it comes to gathering points. As a Sandhawk team, you actually want to gather points. And I actually want to call out all the African teams out here because I know there's no way you're going to watch Middle Eastern teams actually dominate the leaderboards like we've just seen. So if you're an African team, this is your call to wake up, wake up, show me what you've got. I mean, 9-11 is up there on top, but still, 9-11 can't be the only team that is doing it. I think I should be calling them 911 though, rather than 9-11, no? But anyway, we'll be talking about that one later. I think we're going straight up into the match schedule as we've got to show you guys exactly what we've got going on now today. We've seen 2 games already been played out here in the semi-finals, and we've got 2 more games to go, at least for many of the teams, but we've got 6 games in total for today. We've seen 2, we've got 4 more to go, and we're about to head into the second set of 2 games that are about to come up. So December 11, which is today, we're seeing semi-finals, and the grand finals will be happening later this week from the 15th to the 17th. So be sure to show up for all of these teams and see them battle for the ultimate prize pool of $30,000. And every single time I see this prize pool, I'm always looking at another position and I'm like, maybe I can just get away if I finish with 5th, $1,600, maybe not too bad. I'll probably spin a couple of guns and probably get good stuff in game, but still, you want to make sure that you're getting all of those points, man. The difference between positions is actually high. Just 7 to 8 points is extra $200, and you do not want to start losing all of these points, And speaking of points, we're going into the point system. We've seen it, right? And we've seen exactly how this point system works. And if we're going to say a pioneer of this point system, it's going to be none other but the side of Honored Souls. These guys have been getting the placements, pointing it up with the aggressiveness, with the eliminations, 1 point per elimination, and these guys are getting 12 in a game. Oh my goodness, that is outrageous coming through from the side there of Honored Souls. So I'm actually glad to see them do this. And Honored Souls is actually out here just making a statement, because Honored Souls did participate in the Middle East PMCO, but they were not just quite able to make it. And now they are here saying they will not stop until they make it pro. And I'm enjoying to see this consistency and this type of aggressive prowess coming through from the side of Honored Souls. They've been impressive so far, currently top on the leaderboards. What more could you ask for? They're actually doing so well today. I'm enjoying to see it. Once again, in case you've forgotten, what are the teams that are participating today? We've got them up on the screen. We've seen Triple D, Honored Soul, 4 out. You know what? The first 4 teams are teams that have actually done well. I don't want to give Nuclear Zone too many accolades because I didn't like how they played that Miramar ending. I feel like they should have been more aggressive, but maybe just because first game, nerves everywhere, you'll probably get into it. Virtual Gaming Squad, Ultima, Rage, High for D's, Eagles, also teams that we're seeing, Glitch, Ocean on Fire, final round not played today so far, Hive Team, 9-11 Federalians, I've not seen them also. So there's a couple of these teams that I've not, a couple of these teams are currently chilling with the goose egg. And bro, I remember what I keep saying about the goose egg. You do not want to have that goose egg as your point in this game. So that being said, work on it. Even if it's just 1 point, get yourself some points on it, because like I said, the threshold on the leaderboard is not too much, right? And there's only a couple of games that you've got to play. And now, going into the next match, we're seeing Group A and B sit out of this one. So we're only going to be seeing C, D, E, and F, which means another set of teams are coming into this group. And now it's almost like, and this is why I was saying it, right? Like the IG, because there's like a whole lot of research that needs to be done, especially on their side, right? Being an IGL, you know that the groups are changing in every single game, which means you have to change one rotation, or you probably have to change your landing location or your attitude towards the game. And now we'll be seeing Federalians, who I said I've not seen. Federalians, another team from Africa. They came in from the PMCO. Federalians, Final Round Africa, X Team, and Kings Team would be the ones joining us in today's game, or sorry, in the next Sandhawk game. And this is where it gets crazy, because I feel bad for Group F teams, because you're starting your first game as a Sandhawk match. Oh, it literally is it's a nightmare for you, because you're not having it unless you're one of those teams that does the huge strat. So yeah, we will not be seeing Brute Force, Honored Souls, Ultima Rage, the side of Team Soul, Triple D, One Piece, and Virtual Gaming Squad. We will not be seeing all of these teams going into this game, but we get to see Night Target, High 4Ds. This is their third game, so they literally have to put on board. They're currently not situated high up on the leaderboard, so now is the time to actually put in those numbers. Hive Mind, also another team from the PMCO, they've actually not got so many numbers up on board, so they actually have to put it up. So like I said, we've played Erangel, we've played Miramar, and now we're heading into Sandhawk. I like to call Sandhawk the most chaotic map of this game. I know a couple will argue that there's Livik, but I promise you Sandhawk definitely chaotic, especially when you get down to it, when the fights get started. And I know for one, the huge strat is inevitable, but I still look forward to seeing people play, and I would like to see more people fighting for the aggressiveness, showing us exactly what they can do, rather than just camp it out and try to just inject yourself. Not gonna lie, if you look at it in one way, using the kit so many times, it could be considered drug abuse. You've got to stop popping them pills, go into the game and fight. You can't just keep injecting yourself. So that being said, I want to see these teams fight. If you're a team in this lobby, I know I'm probably giving you maybe the right energy, or sometimes some people may actually say it is the wrong energy, but we need to see. And like I said, we're not seeing the team there from Honored Souls in this game. We're not seeing Triple D play in this game. So it kind of gives us the chance to see what so many of these other teams are going to do. 9-11, you've got what it takes now on Miramar. Do you have what it takes for Sandhawk? That is the question we've got in mind. Who is that team that will be landing in boot camp? Because we know something about Sandhawk. If you land in boot camp, yay, it's good you land in boot camp, but something in boot camp might not just be the best of the best of places to land, because rotating out of boot camp becomes a problem, especially when you have a couple of players strangling outside on the outskirts. So I would like to see what teams would actually be in Sandhawk, because in bootcamp, actually, because I keep seeing bootcamp, right? And one thing I know about bootcamp is that I don't think there will be one team only in bootcamp. I think there's definitely going to be a fight in bootcamp. I'm looking for a fight also in Sami, because I know Sami is also another place where many of these teams like to fight themselves. So Sami Bootcamp, I'm looking forward to seeing fights in all of those areas. And man, we know something about the zone in Sandhawk. It gets unforgiving, at least very, very quickly, that is, because the map is small, the zone does reduce, but by the time the zone goes for those shifts, it shifts to the most uncomfortable of positions. You see Sandhawk maps shifting all the way to the top of a mountain that nobody can reach, or to the top of a hill, or on top of the water. And all of these are not things that competitive players really like to deal with. So once again, I'm looking forward to seeing all of these teams played. I hope to not see any failed huge strats, because I am a huge troll when it comes to huge strats, and if you lose your huge strats, I'm gonna laugh at you. And I know it's not easy, but still, don't try the huge strat if you don't know how to do it. That is my motto. So rather than do that, just keep heading straight into the game and fight it. I know Paradise Resort is also another place that I would like to see engagements going through into this game. So yeah, for the Sandhawk map with a lot of action, there's a lot of hit points, there's a lot of action points that we're looking forward to seeing, and I've only mentioned just a couple or just a few of them. I know Sandhawk gives you that flexibility to do that split landing, but given how little cars there is, if you go for that split landing, you most likely wouldn't be able to form up for your teammates. So that being said, it is time. It is that time we've been waiting for. Enough talk. Let the guns do the talking now, as we're about to get into the next game of the day. Once again, we've played Erangel and Miramar, going straight into the Sandhawk game of the day. All aboard on the Sandhawk train, or make that the Sandhawk plane. This match is proudly brought to you by Oppo. The Oppo Reno 8 5G is optimized for mobile gamers with 5 minutes of charging and 2 hours of seamless gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 5G. Enjoy playing PUBG Mobile at its finest. The Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G is PUBG Mobile official esports official designated smartphone in the MEA 2022. Sandhawk has not started in the best of ways, as that playing party is an absolute nightmare for all of the teams that like to land in Camp Bravo and Lakawi. You've got a whole a long jump, a long flight to come, and this is where we start to see who are the real pilots out here. But anyway, boot camp, the point I've been looking for. We do see the players there from nuclear team, nuclear zone, with the side there of Hive Mind out there in the boot camp area. And I'm actually impressed to see that there is only that engagement in boot camp, right? And seeing where these teams are and that Ruins is empty, it means if these teams have to play yet another Sandhawk games, they know that Ruins is definitely a place that they can find themselves rotating into. So yeah, it's a good one to see from all of these teams. I enjoy that. I like the fact that all of these teams know where to land, going for a split. There's not much of a hot drop except for boot camp. And one thing I know about boot camp is there is a possibility, if you're generous enough, you might just be able to escape boot camp without fighting. But one thing I know is you do not land boot camp unless you are ready to fight. And I think Nuclear Zone is one of those teams that is ready for all of that. And I'm not surprised to see Hive Mind, a fellow PMCO team, out here, because like I said, we kind of see that trend coming through from the PMCO team. They always want to get that early 4 points. They always want to get at least something to get them riled up, get their bloods pumping, because why not? You've got the energy, you need that energy, and you have to get into the game. So yeah, seeing the side there of Nuclear Zone holding it up against them, it's a question of how well can they hold it up. Nuclear Zone, a team that came in from the Middle East group stages, are out here about to show us what they've got. They were able to win a winner chicken dinner when they played their time, and we'll see them if they're able to do it. So far, so good. They've played only one game, if I'm not mistaken, so far. And the one game they played, maybe they slept on it a little bit, could have taken out a team, but we'll see just how well it happens. And now here comes two PMCO teams up against each other, with Federalians, their first match of the day, going up against 9-11, the winners of the previous winner chicken dinner. 9-11 picking that hot spot. And if I'm 9-11, I'm actually not in total agreement with that landing location, right? And I say that because you don't want to be landing in those buildings in between boot camp and Paradise Resorts, right? If you're in this building, you're in a checkmate. You literally cannot move. I mean, Paradise is already on your tail, which means your only option is to get out of there. And if you're trying to get out of there to avoid the players there from Paradise Resorts, you run into the players there from Boot Camp, right? And Boot Camp, we're already seeing the players there from Nuclear Zone retreating, finding their way out of Boot Camp. So 9-11, they have to, 9-1-1, they have to find a way to either take out the team there for Paradise or get out of this place, without any obstruction. And this is where it starts getting crazy, because they cannot take the fight against the Paradise boys. But man, it's good to see the players there from Paradise, from Federalians, just falling back. And it takes a lot of cojones, to actually just be coming in for your first game and you just go straight land in Paradise Resorts, like, I'm the boss. And I will see exactly if Federalians are able to do that one. I know Paradise Resort teams are teams that also know how to fight, because I usually see teams that know how to fight, and teams that pretty much know most of the map land around the Paradise Resort. See a lot of tricks coming in from them. So we'll see if they can live up to the name. Eagles, I've had a long, good time out there in Painan. Right now, they feel to be driving close to some of the players there on rotation from King's team. King's team, this is going to be their debut match, and they already find themselves in early engagement with the side there of Eagle. Eagle have only one player in this position. So I think it will be best if he just pulls away from this fight. But at the end of the day, it's Sandhawk, right? Running away in Sandhawk fights is almost like delaying the inevitable. You don't want to leave. You just want to fight. The map is so small. And so that if you're avoiding a fight from somebody, you're probably running into someone else. So, man, pick your poison, pick your fight, pick your enemies, pick your devil, and just pick one to actually go up against. Eagle, finding himself in that situation. Zeus is holding it up. Kont is the one that is very close to the side of King's team. See Silent, the East owner, and Felexer actually out here. And the fights that I did call out, 9-11, deciding to take out some of the players there from nuclear zone, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, nuclear zone taking out some of the players there from 9-11. Imagine that. Imagine that. What a teammate you are. Your teammate got thirsted and you decided to loot him. Eagle. No, you don't do that. You're supposed to respect your teammates' loot and not pick it. Who's with me? Let me know in the chat. I think you shouldn't loot your teammates. You know, if I were to be him, I would loot my teammates, but still, doesn't mean you should, you know. But 9-11 finding themselves in that little pinch that I spoke about, and we just saw them trying to get away from the players there from Paradise, and now they ran into Nuclear Zone, who were able to get one of their players down and were able to instantly send him back into the lobby. So yeah, if I were to be you, Nuclear 9-11, I would actually consider landing in Ruins, right? You know, because that way you don't have to run away from anybody. You're comfortable. You're able to get a couple of loots, and that's pretty good. And I know it's a lot asking you to change your drop spot, but still, that position is not the best of positions you want to be. You know, it's literally a sandwich position. You're setting up yourself for a sandwich. What you could do is land one player there for bait. You know, if you have that player there as bait, you know, Paradise Results wants to push him. You have players off on the angles. You might be able to get those off angles and just get them down. Meta Invicta, a team in the Miramar game, they did rotate quite well. And I'm actually gathering the trend, right? You know, I've seen a couple of these players that actually play. I see players from Camp Charlie. All the teams that I've seen in Camp Charlie are actually teams that they know how to rotate. And Meta Invicta is also one of those teams that have shown us, especially in the Miramar game, that they know the good spots to be in, right? So, like, seeing them do all of this is actually just going. So, that being said, all of these teams are actually like actually, you know, the team. So that being said, Hive Mind finding their way out of boot camp eventually, and I actually like that, right? I pointed this out earlier in the game that there is a huge possibility and there's a chance that you could land in boot camp with another team and not fight. And it's good to see that little treaty or that peace that is going through between Nuclear Zone and the side there from Hive Mind, as both teams looted boot camp, no shots fired, literally, and they just left boot camp just like that. No way! Oh! It actually worked. Someone set the tire traps on the bridge, and now High for these, they have only one vehicle. No way! I've actually been waiting to actually see that work. And this will be the first time I'm seeing that the spike traps actually work for a team. Quite unfortunate that it's I for these that actually gets that actually gets it. But X team, a team I've been waiting to see though. They made it on the hair on their tooth into this stage from the Middle East qualifiers, and it's nice to see them here. And it's a question of can they continue to show us what they can do. Would they be able to make it in? Because for the Middle Eastern teams, I'm saying it, you only have 3 teams that will make it into the next stage. So you need to actually play well. You actually need to do well. And currently, I wouldn't lie, I'm currently liking the top 3 in the Middle Eastern region. You know, they're Honored Souls. You know, they're kind of impressive. Yeah, I'm enjoying Honored Souls, Triple D, you know, being the and Brute Force being the 3 teams from the Middle Eastern region. I'm kind of happy with what I'm seeing. It's just a matter of how well can they defend that position, because everybody is running for that number 3 spot. High for these having to shorten their rotation because of an unfortunate spike trap. Pretty sure now the players are going to be looking at the floor, especially when they're driving. Not gonna lie, I actually thought those were not in the game anymore. But seeing it being used here, this is why I love competitive, right? You see the things that you least expected, like the one, like you. We play classics, we play the game normally, and we don't really think about. In fact, we see the spike traps on the floor, and we don't even pick them, right? But here in the competitive match, someone just picks it up and is like, "I know a team might want to use this bridge, might as well just set it here." Imagine if there was like an alert that actually shows you when someone drives into your spike trap. It'll be so funny. It'll be so funny because that would have been a GG's for High for these. But anyway, Zone looking to be one of those zones that have the potential to go over to Camp Alpha. And well, we all know what Camp Alpha zones are able to prove, but at the same time, it gets tricky. Okay, I don't think the wait, what? That's not how the vehicle works, you know, Federalians. I mean, vehicles don't drive these days. Oh, except for the BRDM, yeah. But anyway, Federalians going for that huge risk of swimming to the other shorelines. Putting all four players is a huge risk, and it's good to see that they've left just one player just at the back to kind of watch out for them to see if they have like a smooth swim through into the system. Sorry, into the zone. I don't remember seeing any team land in the Sami area, so I don't know what team is currently going for the huge strat. Everybody does look to have decent amount of first aid kits at the moment, so it's good. I know that I'm in for a good Sanok finish. I'm happy. I'm happy that many of the teams are not going for it yet. I mean, look at the Eagles. They're just chilling in this building, and everybody's just waiting to see where that next zone is. And like I said, the zone is one of those zones that have a potential of going to that Camp Alpha side. So if it eventually goes to the hills of Camp Alpha, a beautiful advantage for the team that is already up there. But if he gets away from that Camp Alpha hills, where the trouble does come through, Eagle, the patience does come into play as they're able to take out some of the players there from X team. One player is down. Love has to go for the 1v1. He's got a grenade, but he decides to let the guns do the talking. Loses a lot of HP as Timon. That man is not worrying. He's trying to be happy. He's trying to be active. Able to push or delay that push from the side of Team Eagles. And we can see cover fire coming in through. The support is here from the X team. Smoke's being deployed. Trying to block out the vision of the team. Offensive smoke, if you'd call them. Timon has to move away from that rock. As grenades getting sent out to his position. Lurked. And Kont just trying to hold up. Grenades prepping towards Timon's position, but the flank does come through up onto Kont. Doesn't quite take him down. He's losing a little bit of HP. Has to just lay behind that tree, and I promise you, if that tree takes any more shots, the possibility of it breaking down is still low. So X team, you might as well save your bullets. Almost looks like they want to go for a retreat here, but I don't know. It's not something I would actually suggest. Something from the X team, they turn their back to the enemies. A caster that I know would say, do not turn your back to your ops. But the cover fire is excellent from the side of X team, and what looked like a retreat now looks like a full send coming through from the side of X team as they have their intro knock. They know that player was isolated and they're looking to get the finish. At least with the grenade, Timon preps that one nicely. A little too cooked. I'm pretty sure a couple of chefs in the chat are not going to be happy about that one. But Team Eagle deploying smokes, trying to see if they can process that revive. But M7 Mood is not having it. Still sending all of those troubles, sending all of those grenades. Looking for a knock, looking for a confirm. Grenade up onto Lurk. It's looking good. A little bit undercooked. More damage going up onto Contis. That man is trying to crawl for his life. But it's not going to be working as Timon on his Samba, able to take that player down. It's now a 3v3 fight. Able to move on the ground. As M7 moves, letting shots fly. It's a beautiful off angle. And a flank coming through from Scott from Eagle. Quick peeks. Zeus gets spotted by Mahmoud, and it's excellent from Mahmoud as he takes him down. And here comes the push. X team, they know they have that advantage. They're full sending it. Eagle taking in more shots as the push is going to come through. Locked is very low on HP. He has to fall back. Probably try to grab a revive, and it's down to Scott to delay this push. But there's only so much he can do. His movement is being restricted. M7 Mood prepping up the grenade, sending it through, not quite able to get the knock. And Lurk looking for some shots on the bottom of the house, not quite able to get it with the neck. The full send is coming through. XT able to turn the tide. Shots coming through. Lurk's getting obstructed by his own teammates. He's going for the full send. It's the 1v1. The UMP up against the M416. I'll make that the UMP. The shots coming in through. He's done the damage. He's done the work. But the support is in here. He's trying to hold it up in a 1v2. Not going to work. Miracle pulls in. Gets the knock. And XT turning the tides out here. Scoot gonna be the last player left for that team to hold it up for his team. Trying to see if he can grab a revive, but X team, they're coming in hot. Timon is down. Zeus needs that revive, which will get processed by Scud. The reset also coming through from the side of X team, but Mamu is not patient enough for the push. You see the revive coming in through, goes in with a Tommy gun, gets a couple of shots to connect. M7 Mood is on fire, and X team turn what did look like a disadvantage to an advantageous situation for themselves. Losing one player, but it is a small price to pay for salvation as they get 4 elimination points to get themselves started on a good note. Federalians, they've got 8 first aid kits and they're still in the blue zone. Makes me wonder why. Hive Mind. They heard those shots. They want a little bit of the trouble. Coming in 1v1 from the players with wonderful drop shots coming through from Knock to get that one of the players. Players there from the Kings team. They're not happy about that one. Get the return fire. Nice shots from Grants Park. But now the third party from Nuclear Zone coming through, preventing a little bit of push as all of these teams getting closer and closer. Hive Mind trying to close that gap between themselves and the side of X team. Continue to put shots onto the players there from 911. Eagle dribbling and dribbling through. Talk about motion. He is moving like a feather, like the wind right now. But 911 find themselves in an emergency situation. Right now, 911 needs to call 911 because they are in trouble. Nuclear Zone, though, holding up that edge so strongly. Center of the circle is going to be held by the side of Hive Mind. Still not quite able to get a little bit of the third party onto the side of X Team, as X Team able to leave that situation. Federalians, I'm very, very curious as to why they have so many players in the blue zone. And I think they are one of the teams that is going for the Hugh Strat. If you're going for the Hugh Strat, I don't know why you still have 3 as a team. 8, definitely not enough. Hamodi gets into the game. Okay, the numbers are increasing, you know. We'll see just how well he's going to do that one. The 911 continues to lose players. Last one is not the last one as he does get taken out. Nuclear Zone. They're playing this edge so perfectly. I spoke about them. They know how to play. But, you know, in that Miramar game, they just delayed that push. They're doing the same thing now in this Sandhawk game. But this time, they're not delaying the pushes. They are actually holding that edge quite strongly. X-Team find themselves with the players there from Ocean on Fire. And we know Ocean on Fire. They know how to take the fights. Their players push back the side there of Nuclear Zone. Pretty sure they can do it again in the Sandhawk game. It's only a matter of time. Fishes in water is what Hive Mind has got their minds on as they've gone fishing. The M416 now is a fishing hook. They are spraying those bullets into the water. Sugar is able to get one of the knocks up onto Eagle. Oh, what an angle from Eagle though. Man, it's water. It's the fishes in the water. And 911, they are taking advantage of it. They might be losing players by the second, but they are looking to get those fishes in the water. They are fishermen right now. And man, so many fishes up in the water, which is sad. And now they're getting taken out one after the other. Ocean on Fire. They are firing into the ocean. Okay, I need to stop with the wordplay. I'm going to stop. That's the last one. That is the last one. All right, Hive Mind. Now playing ultimate gatekeepers. But they're going into the circle. They're just taking the shots at the side there of Hive for D's. Two very strong teams going up against each other. Hive Mind losing a lot of HP as they have to find their way into the circle. They're currently out here in the ruins area looking for the angles onto Hive for D's. One knock is able to come through. As many of these teams still have to find their way into the circle, we continue to see zone shifts. Southern and everyone that was in Camp Alpha, they have to move. They have to cross the water, which is why everyone is swimming. Don't Breathe happens to be one of those teams that have to find their way into the circle. They're on the extreme edge. A minute and 30 seconds to complete this fight, but the zone is already closing in. Islam holding it up. Federalians, they're the team that wants to go for the huge start, and the magic information coming through from Fox is excellent. Able to give his teammates as much information as possible on the position of the Federalians. And they have to get into the zone, but the Federalians, they do not want to give up on this position. They want to protect this fight. They want to continue. Islam taking in the shots. It's long range. It's excellent with the red dot on top. It's excellent. He gets one player down. Doesn't quite get the other. As is the last player left for his team. They're currently holding their breath right now. Can he pull it off? One player is already going for the huge strat for the Federalian. So it's a tough and tricky situation now for the side. Continue to see trouble in ruins. Hive Mind. Now is the time to wake up. Letting those bullets sink into the bodies of the side there of Hive for D's. And this is not the game that they want. Glitch looking for a way into the circle, and right now looking to get third partied. As you see Hive Mind holding it up straight up in the center of the circle. Sandhawk getting as chaotic as possible. Kill feed ever so bubbly. As everybody is just chilling. Where is the next zone? What is going to happen next? And you just love to see it, right? Sandhawk, chill right now, but the teams that are actually taking the heat are taking the heat, right? And there's a couple of teams that I know now are going for that huge strat. Federalians happen to be one of them. They already have 7 eliminations, which is what's making people wonder why you're still going for the huge strats. But man, they've got only 1 player left, so they might as well. They have to battle their way to the circle. They're literally taking fire from everybody. High for these, they've got that next circle, and they're chilling. They know all they just have to do is get keep. Peaks coming in through from Glitch. It's wonderful. Hassan able to just unpick that level 1 helmet as seen heaven and earth. Now, oh no, Meta Invictus. I was praising them about their ability to rotate. I mean, they've gotten into the ruins area, but the manner they're using to do that is not the best. And that careless rotation, having all 4 players in 1 vehicle, able to grab 1 revive, but still, that shouldn't have happened. Glitch now running and gunning. It's wonderful from that man Killua. As he gets the thrown off onto the side of high footies, relieving himself of the pressure as he makes the way into the circle. X team now under the bridge. Man, there's so many fishermen right now, and all of these teams that have to get into the circle. This is where they're in trouble. 4 out. Swimming is just part 1. Getting to the shoreline is another trouble. You're definitely vulnerable to all the shots, and that is just what I'm saying. From the instance you can stand, everyone is going to be gunning towards your position. There's so many fishermen right now. Mafia's X spotted in the water, and Miracle is not going to let that opportunity pass him by as he increases the kill count for the team to 8. M7 Mood, though, getting pushed by the side of pushing on fire. That is the last team they want to be pushing them, because that team, they have a very strong pushing prowess, but that blue zone, it is sucking up the HP as fast as possible. Teams in the ruins are just enjoying it. Ocean on fire, losing Akashi, unknown, the last player left. And that man is going for the huge strat, 20 first aid kits, and he's on. Can he out heal the player there from Federalians? That is the question we've got in mind as Meta Invicta now. They found a way into the ruins area, but they're not quite getting those elimination points. They need more smokes. They have to get into the circle. 10 seconds on the clock. And X team now, they have to push up. They've been a 3-man team since the beginning of the game. They have to push onto the side now of nuclear boards to make that nuclear zone. That man trying to see if he can hold on in the 1v3, but unfortunately not able to do it. There is no much time on the clock. X team have to continue the motion into the circle, but nuclear zone are active on the third party. They have to gatekeep. Invictus losing a couple of players now. 1 down to the blue zone. High for D is still moving into the circle. The Hive Mind now begin to look at players there from High for this. They've been waiting for this. Hive Mind have got the best position in the circle, and they're playing to it. Waiting for all the push to complete. Glitch is next in line, and they continue to lose players one after the other. Hive Mind is excellent today. They're excellent in this in this Sandhawk game, and this is what we've been waiting for. Invictus, I'm not sure that player got that med off in time as he does bleed out. 20 first aid kits in the bush. Alright, next team up against the side of Hive. Now this is the battle over the ridgeline. Trouble is going to be hard to connect out there. They have to be cooked to perfection. Federalians lose their player on the Hugh Strats, 5th position. I'll make that 7th as Glitch also lose 1 more player to that blue zone. Hive Mind looking ever so strong. The only team with 4 players up. Oh man, X team, they're still alive with 2, and they've got 12 elimination points at the moment. You can just tell that they are having so much fun with this. Thankfully for them, they can make it into the circle just without taking fires from the side of Hive Minds. So it's kind of a clean rotation into the circle for them. But they've got the side of nuclear zone just right in front of them. Snakes in Sandhawk, what we always look out for. And that Glitch man is looking to play that role perfectly. Unknown down to his final first aid kit. And you just wonder, you just see how quickly it does run out. And down to his final first aid kit, he will be going out in 5th position. Once again, the huge strat not quite playing out well for his team. But the X team now getting started. I said they had a nice rotation into the circle, but they will still have to push up onto the side there of nuclear zone. The wonderful Molly does get sent in. And nuclear zone. You just love to see the players. They know that the one place they want to be is up in the air. They want to climb on top of a platform. Grenades getting sent into the building. As a Sawi and Mexico, they have to hold it up for the team. X team just outside on the outskirts, waiting to start that push, looking for that intro knock with the grenades. But it's a hard grenade to land. Oh, the IQ player has been spotted by M7 Mood. He's been waiting for that player to do it. And he's able to take him down. As X team now, they've got one player down. Mexico, the last player left, is now in the building. X team, they know. They hear the footsteps. And now is the time to actually go for the push. Miracle goes in for the push. The Molotov lands, not quite connecting up onto him. As M7 Mood and the rest of X team, they have to hold up. They're currently having the most eliminations that we recorded today. But here comes the Hive team for the third party of the century. M7 Mood almost going out there, and Mexico will be the one to put in the final shots into his body. As they will continue. He does spot Miracle on the ground, and that is two excellent elimination points. It's a 1v4. But he does not know that. There's 6 players still alive. If Mexico goes out here, he's out in third. He needs to hold it up for his team. Hive Mind. Are they aware? They've got a snake just right behind them. It's the snake from Glitch. Would they be able to see him? But Hive Mind, they're looking so confident. 6 elimination points, all 4 players alive. And most time I just be able to play spoiler for this game. Just see 3 of them. Then 4-16 shots begin to fire out. 1 is down, make that 2. He goes down. But Hive Mind ultimately will walk home with the winner chicken dinner. We've been waiting for them. We've been calling them out. Hive Mind, what are you going to do? Hive Mind, you're one of the teams coming through from the PMCOs. How are you going to do it? And they've come here to show me crowns. This is exactly how I plan to do it. With the winner chicken dinner out here in Sandhawk on their 3rd game of the day. What more could they have asked for? This is excellent for them. They needed this. And they got it. This is one thing I enjoy to see. I love to see when the teams, they know exactly what they need. We need a winner chicken dinner. We're going to work for that winner chicken dinner. And we're going to find our way into that finals. That is what I love to see. Hive Mind playing the Sandhawk so well. Deciding not to go for the huge strat. And it wasn't the most fun-filled Sandhawk. But still, it was worth it. Because I say Sandhawk is not the best map, especially when it comes to gathering those points. But the side of Hive Mind and X Team, they were able to get all of those. Let's roll through the highlights and go through and see exactly what's just happened out here in that Sandhawk game of the day. Oh, I love it. And seeing the way this Sandhawk game is, it just goes to show that that last Sandhawk game that we'd have today, oh, it's going to be a huge determinant of who makes it into the next stage. Man, this was absolutely fun-filled. A wonderful push getting started from the side of X Team. One way or the other, they were able to hold on against the side of Eagle, even though they were on the disadvantage. But early rotations from the side of Hive Mind, saving them out in that game. Don't Breathe and the side of Federalian, spending so much time in the blue zone. They forgot to get into the circle, and that was where it went down the hill. You've got to admire Hive Mind. They held on so well. They held on so well, especially going into that ruins area of the map, right? And I enjoyed to see that one because the side of Hive Mind, they were excellent. They held up in that ruins position, holding up in the ruins. Not the easiest of tasks, but they were able to show themselves do well, and that is wonderful to see from the side of Hive Mind. I loved it, and I've enjoyed seeing that game so far. Would they be able to continue? One more game left, I believe, Hive Mind. But we've still got 3 more games to go today. But Hive Mind, they have one more game, or maybe to kind of seal their fate, to seal as many points as possible to push themselves straight into the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championships. Man, what a game. And this is Sandhawk. We saw a couple of huge strats coming through, but how well did the huge strats work for all of these teams is one thing I really want to see. I've got to point it out. X Team actually did impress me a lot, especially with their elimination points. This was their first game of the day. As a matter of fact, they just came in like the 911 team. You know, 911 came in Miramar, they won the game, and now X Team is coming in Sandhawk and they won the game. And now let's just see exactly. I feel like X Team might just be on top of the leaderboards regardless of where they finished. And let's just see where they finished when it comes, or in terms of this. Oh, second by 2 points. Hive Mind able to still do well. 8 elimination points with 15 placement points to their name is wonderful. Another chicken dinner recorded for the Hive Mind. and that is something that they really want. Or sorry, one chicken dinner recorded for them. They're coming in all the way from PMCO, and I know that the PMCO teams here, they do not want to go out at this stage. X team in second place, 13 elimination points, boosting them up all the way. Nuclear Zone in third once again. I'm liking the consistency from Nuclear Zone, I have to say. They might just be able to make it into the third three if they continue. And Glitch, this will be the first time I'm seeing them doing so well. But I'm not going to count your placement points out here in Sandhawk, because Sandhawk, you probably had that huge strat. So, I wouldn't say you had it easy, but, I wouldn't use that as a yardstick to kind of like determine where you are currently. Federalians coming in for their first game doing well. 9-1-1 and Ocean on Fire in 7th place and 6th place. Not what I expected. I4Ds and 4-out squad already losing out on that on that consistency. And this is where we start to call the teams out on the consistency. You cannot continue to sleep, right? Night Target Africa out there in 15th. Virtual Gaming Squad, this is their second game and they're not doing too well. I'm not liking this. It's not looking good. And I'm not liking it. That is not what this should be. But this is not what it should look like. King's team coming in for their first game of the day. They didn't do too well. So they still have like 3 games to go, but starting off the first game with 2 points, it's bad. Not too bad, but bad. Better than a goose egg, but still bad. So that being said, I really want to see these teams stand up. Eagles is a team that we've seen for quite a while today, and I really want to see them show us what they can do. Final round doing well, but I've still just got to keep talking about Hive Mind and X team. They were absolutely wonderful. I enjoyed watching both teams today. That was absolutely excellent coming through from Hive Mind. Seeing a team actually hold it up in the ruins area is not something that we see every day. And seeing the players there from Hive Mind able to hold down in the ruins, even realizing that they actually have to get to the ruins first, was absolutely wonderful. They were able to keep a whole lot of teams. But X team, on the other hand, I was a little bit doubtful, especially when they took that fight with Nuclear Zone earlier. Did they fight with that first? But anyway, when they took that first fight, I was a little bit skeptical, right? Because they looked like they wanted to pull away from the fight, then they got a knock, and then they sent it for the full send. It worked out for them, but still, you just got to have to just say it like, no, the players here from Hive team, from X team, they actually did play this well. And you guys remember what I said at the end of game 1? I told you there was going to be another trivia question, and that trivia question is going to be loaded. This is the last trivia question. So man, if you want to be shouted out on the stream, get your thumbs ready and get ready for this question to actually answer the question. I've said this thing a lot of times today. So here's the question. How many African teams qualify from the semifinals to the finals? How many of the African teams qualify from the semifinals to the finals? Get your fingers on the board. Let me see your answers straight out there in the chat. And this should be fun. This should be fun. One thing I'd actually like to chip in there, whenever you state those 6 teams, we've seen a couple of the African teams. Whenever you see those teams, right? We've seen a couple of the African teams, right? So let me know, which African teams do you think is actually going to be in there? I may have tipped it out, but I'm sorry. But still, we'll see how many people got it and how many people missed it. But still, how many teams are going to make it in from the African region? But that being said, we've had a fun day so far, and the day only continues as we'll be heading straight into we'll be getting ready for the next game of the day. We've seen the Erangel game go through, we've seen the Sandhawk go through, and now we're heading into the match 4, where we'll be seeing Group A come back into the action. When I say Group A, you're not mentioning the players there from, I believe, Night Targets, Honored Souls, I think. Yeah, but anyway, I don't know. But I just know we're going to be, no, not Honored Souls actually, but we're going to be seeing Group A teams come back, which will be displayed on your screen in the next, in a couple of minutes from now. But yeah, Group A, D, E, and F would be heading into the second Miramar game on the day. So who are the teams that will be playing in this game? Let us see them. Group A, D, E, and F are the ones coming with Group B and C sitting out of this game. So we're going to be seeing the players there from Team Soul come back. The side there of Triple D come back. One PC Sports and Virtual Gaming Squad would be the teams that are coming back to come and play for the second Erangel game of the day. Guys there from Team Soul, I believe this will be their second Erangel of the day. So they kind of have the chance to, go up against all of these teams and try to prove their worth once again in that map of Erangel. So man, I'm keeping my eye out for them. Seeing the side there of King's team, they didn't have the best game, so we want to actually see them do well in this second game for them. X team have done so well, so I'm interested in seeing what they've got to do. But anyway, we'll be seeing the side there of groups B and C sitting down. So no brute force as they get to sit down once more to kind of watch all of it. And I really hope that Ultima Rage is watching all of these teams to kind of see how they're going to play the next game. Because like I said, they've been getting eliminated early on in the game. They cannot continue on that trend. Like I said, we've seen Erangel, Miramar, and Sandhawk who are heading into Erangel once again for the fourth game of the day, where things are going to be getting spiced up in that Miramar. A couple of these teams, especially the teams in Group A, have had a taste of Erangel, but they've not had a taste of Erangel with groups D, E, and F. So that is where it starts to become, a whole lot of a challenge for that team. But I seriously hope they've been watching all of these teams to kind of see what these teams have actually been doing. So yeah, 3 maps already done so far, and we've seen so much fun. Sandhawk was not the most chaotic as I expected, but still just as fun. So we're heading back into Erangel, that map that everybody knows, that map that everybody is familiar with. And I really cannot tell you how excited I am for this next Erangel game, because man, I've missed the map. Sometimes when you watch that Sandhawk and Miramar game, you're just like, a good old Erangel will be nice right now. And this is where we like to cool things off, if you ask me. And I mentioned this, the day starts off cool. And right now, dead center, we're chilling. We're just relaxing. This is going to be like the halfway point. We've seen Sandhawk. Sandhawk has raised our blood. Now we're going back to Erangel. Cool things down a little bit. We're heading to Miramar, get ourselves pumped up again. And now Sandhawk will be the last one that we're playing. Oh, bro, I really cannot wait for that time. But I'm pretty sure all of these teams, they really want to wait. The trivia answer is ready. Like I said, I gave it out a little bit, and I really hope somebody already answered it before I give it out. But still, the answer to the question is 6 teams. 6 teams from the African from the African region will be making it straight into the PMNC finals to battle against the PMPL teams. Who was the one who answered that question quite correctly is what I really want to see. So the chat. Oh, it was Mentor 4KT. Mentor getting the right answer, and it's nice to see you guys pulling up in the chats. I'm gonna call out who won the first one again, DD. You slept on this one. So Mentor already out here winning my final trivia for today. Enjoying to see that one out here. Good to see that you are watching the show. Good to see that you are enjoying the show. Good to see that you've been keeping your ears to the floor and listening to me talking about all of the teams and how they qualify. Once again, 9 teams in total will be making it into the finals, and 6 out of those 9 teams would be from the African region, while the remaining 3 would be from the Middle Eastern region. And man, the PMNC is your road to the Spring Split 2023 PMPL. You want to make sure to do so well right now in this tournament. You only have so many chances. The PMCO was there. If you've not made it through there, now it's the PMNC. This is your chance. It's not just making it straight as a pro. There's $30,000 also on the line. So you want to make sure that you are doing the work and doing the damage. I'm not gonna lie, I really enjoyed the games that we've seen so far. Heading back into Erangel, I really want to see beautiful gameplay coming through from all of these teams. Rotational prowess coming in through, and showing us how you're gonna battle it out to get yourself onto that top position. Remember, getting top positions gets you on top of the leaderboards. Getting on top of the leaderboards gets you into the finals. Getting into the finals means you get a share of the prize pool. So be sure to start your engines. Get ready as we show the prize pool, $30,000. Now what position am I looking at this time? I'm currently looking at 12th. You finish in 12th, you go with like $800. It's only a $50 difference between 12th and 11th place. So I don't think they'll be really paid. I mean, it's only like $50 drop from there downwards. So maybe not too much pain coming in through. Maybe even 15th. I think 15th would actually be paying, because they're like, damn it, 16th place only got $50 less. So, but I'm still saying it's second place. Second place is $4,000, $5,000 difference. I just cannot keep thinking about that. But hey, MVP $600. Imagine, I know this doesn't happen too often. We would mostly see the MVP players come through from the first place team, but imagine the MVP player comes through from like 6th place team or 5th place team. Man, that is like extra $600 for you and your team. So if you have the MVP from 6th place, you're getting more money than the 4th place team. So yeah, be sure to do that. And just the same way MVP gets you more money, eliminations gets you more points, in the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So be sure to get those eliminations as much as you get the placement points. Placement points 15 for first place, second place is 12. And there's one team, or I've seen two teams right now that have thrown this point system. They're literally handling it as well as possible. And I'm talking about Honored Souls. I'm talking about X Team. These guys have just taken this point system and they're like eating it up. Getting the elimination points, getting those placement points to do it too. That is consistency. We keep saying it. Consistency is the name of the game. You cannot keep getting only placement points. I've not seen any team that has been only getting elimination points and not much placement points. Maybe Honored Souls fits into that category, but still, they're actually still doing well. Not gonna lie. And I believe last time we saw the overall leaderboards, they were number 1. So, Honored Souls, I'm gonna give you your accolades. They're sitting out for this next game though, but if Honored Souls is sitting down, they're doing their research. They're actually going to be here having a whole lot of fun and keeping their eye out on what is happening. So that being said, if you're any other team in the lobby, I would be kind of scared, I'll kind of be scared that, what exactly is about to happen? I mean, we've seen teams now play in 3 different maps. And now Honored Souls, they've played around here before. Right now, they're just currently studying the teams. Because I think in situations like this is where you start to study the teams, know what teams that you might want to take your fights up against. And I think I see that from some of the right. Whenever they get the knocks, they try to get the thirst as much as possible. So whenever they get the thirst, they know exactly who they've just eliminated. They know what team they're up against. And that way, they know that, okay, this is the team. Do we want to take this team now? Do we want to leave them, or do we want to take them for later time? That is one of the decisions that that comes in through when you're doing all your research. So yeah, for teams that are sitting out, now is the time to watch. And I seriously am pointing this out again. Ultimate Rage, you have to put it out. Heading into this Erangel game, we've got the guys from King's Team TR. They would actually be here also showing, and I really want to see what they're going to do. Don't Breathe is also coming back. Nuclear Zone would also be coming back, and Nuclear Zone, so far so good. They've been playing well. I wouldn't call them out really too much. I think with this Sandhog game that they had, they've kind of made up for the Miramar push that they did not go for. So I'm kind of impressed. Able to finish in second place for that Sandhog game is nice to see. Now you have to continue, because the 4 games, you cannot mess up one too many games. Nuclear Zone, you're in the Middle East regions, and I feel like the pressure is more for those Middle Eastern teams, because there is only 3 slots that is going in, but even six points for African teams, or 6 slots for the African teams is also not too much, right? So the pressure is literally existent in every single part. So man, that being said, if you're many of these Middle Eastern teams, you want to make sure that you're playing so well, trying to outplay most of all of these teams. Triple D team is coming back into this next game. This will be their second game of the day. We've seen them in the first game where they actually did show us what they can do. They were absolutely on fire, getting those elimination points. Unfortunately, they went out in 3rd place, but still, they've still showed us that they're actually a force to reckon with, So that being said, Nuclear Zone, keep your toes up, or keep yourself on your toes, as we're looking forward to see this one coming in through. And I really cannot wait to see what Brute Force has got to show us again, as we're about to get into the next match of the day. Team Eagles coming back into the game. Meta Invicta, we've seen them so far. How well can you rotate? They've shown us they can rotate on Miramar. They've also shown that they know where to be in Sanok. And this was what I said about Meta Invicta, right? They know how to rotate. They know where to be. But the execution is always what is wrong, right? In Myanmar, they were able to recognize where to be. But when they went there, it was already too late. There were so many people just right on them. And then they went into Sanok. They knew they had to be in the ruins. But 4 players in one vehicle, no, come on. This is 2022. We don't do that anymore. Them doing that just actually ruined the game for them. And they were not able to get as many elimination points as they would have wanted. I don't even think they got any. So Meta Invicta, you've got to fix up on the timing of your rotation, and the execution of those rotations. So that being said, Erangel is the map for everybody. Erangel is that game that we all want to play, and we are about to get straight into the next match of the day. Game 4 about to kick off. It is none other but Erangel, which is brought to you by Oppo. Oppo Reno 8 5G is optimized for PUBG Mobile and mobile gaming. Enjoy 5 minutes of charging, 2 hours of gaming with Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G, PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA 2022. Welcome to the holy land of Erangel, a very dirty playing part on that southern edge, taking us all the way from the Novo waters, taking us straight up all the way to, I believe, that edge of the Jojopo. Almost similar to the first one, but I believe that every one of these teams will be able to find their way and navigate their way through as they hop off the plane, jump off to their favorite positions, and go on for it. I don't expect to see any hot drops, especially in this Erangel game. Every team just going for it, just landing clear and just relaxing, nothing too seriously. Everyone is just calm, and this is what I was saying about that plane path. That plane path is not the best, all the way from the outskirts of Novo straight up to the waters. Teams that are going to Severny in trouble. A couple of teams like to land in Zaki, it's trouble. Even North Jojopo is almost unreachable at the moment. Please try again later. But anyway, definitely not in this match, and this is going to be the last Erangel game down. So all of these teams have to. Oh my God, what a zone! Oh, this is a nightmare. A nightmare for all of these teams. There's about 80% land and only 20% of water. Not too many land to play for all of these teams. And the zone is so much to the south. King's team not getting started. Zeus with the Tommy gun. Tommy gun Zeus, bro. No way. I spoke about this team, Eagle. They have what it takes. That range with the Thompson. Oh, Zeus, you are blowing my mind. Literally and figuratively. Anyway, Eagles getting themselves up to a good start. 1 elimination point. Probably might be 2 if they get that thirst, as they will continue up on the game. King's team, a very bad start for them. They didn't get the best of starts in that Sandhawk game. And now they are heading into this Miramar with the same thing. And it's kind of sad to see Glitch landing again with Soul Esports. You got wiped in the first game. Why are you here? I mean, and now they've already lost 1 player, right? And so this team Soul, we can tell they're a team that is coming from PMCO. They're not here to kid around. And Glitch team now, they're forced to disengage from this fight. So the decision they actually did not want to make before, now they're forced to make it with only 3 players now. If they had just decided to land elsewhere, they wouldn't actually find themselves in this trouble. And so these sports getting themselves up onto a good start. That is wonderful. Nice to see. Oh, wow. I'm so pained because Glitch, this is their 3rd game. They literally have this game and the next game to make it in. Else they're going to have to be biting their fingers or probably packing their bags. You cannot continue to play sloppy. And Team Soul getting all 4 players in a vehicle. It's a party. And I don't see this party ending well. They've got all 4 players. Naya, Nomas, Mad, and Baby driving all through, trying to get themselves more comfortable loot in the Gatkar area. And this is where the paranoia comes through, right? When you're a team that you've landed with another team, especially in Erangel, when it comes to looting, you kind of start getting a little bit scared. You don't want to drop off 1 player here because there's a possibility there's Glitch team players, on the outskirts of Gatkar, probably lurking around looking for those free elimination points. So it's kind of hard to loot from here on out. Nuclear zone. We've seen Mexico and Esawi show us what they can do. Gaga, an excellent player, especially with the grenades. We've seen that today. Ocean on Fire. I've seen them play today also. And man, seeing Ocean on Fire play today, yeah, the Sandhawk game definitely not the best. They get taken out early. But when we're talking about what they did in that in the first Miramar game, it was absolutely nice. We saw them go through for nice pushes, able to finish in 2nd place. And this is impressive from this team. But it's a question of what they're doing. Is it enough? They are from the African region. They qualified in here from the group stages, trying to see if they can make it into the finals. Currently, like I said, only the top 6 teams from Africa will be making it in. So how well can they play? Getting started with the side of Eagle. That is the PP Bison taking in the shots onto the side of Eagle. And Eagle now, they know the shots. They hear it. And they know exactly what to do. It's going to be different, or it's going to delay that movement a bit. They only have 2 players in that position. They might as well just take it. But at the same time, this is early game, right? We really don't like to take those early engagements. Everyone likes to just be chill, start the fight on slow. Get with zone 1, zone 2. You just want to be relaxed and get yourself looking up. Then later on circles is where you want to start looking for all of the trouble. Scoot does get forced to move, loses a whole lot of HP. It's a nice distraction as they're able to get 2 players out there on the flank angle. Ocean getting a little make that to me. Yeah, actually Ocean, they're actually getting a little bit too spread out. Ocean on fire, because right now they're getting really flanked by the side of Eagle. And if Eagles are able to get 1 knock, because like I said, they're already up to a good start. 2 elimination points onto the side of King's team. They're chilling, they're balling. The King's team, they had to land out there in Yasnaya, which explains why they found themselves in that little bit of a skirmish. It's quite unfortunate for them, if you ask me. Right now, they have to play it as a 2-man squad. Virtual Gaming squad, we've not seen them do too well. They've got Yazan, Savage, Ninja, a promising player that we know. We've seen this man come all the way from Active Gaming and seeing him out here in Virtual Gaming squad. Keeping our eye out for him, trying to see what he can do. Final Round Africa, also another team that have not really shown us what they can do, especially in that first game. It asks for them. This is the second game of the day, so they have to make it count. And it's in situations like this that you have to start getting your numbers up on the board. Virtual Gaming squad still chilling out here. Can they do it? That's the question I've got in mind. We already see full sense coming through car chases. One thing that we've been seeing in both Erangel games are Soli Sports lose 1 player to Hive Mind. And this is what I was saying about Soli Sports and that anxiety that's gonna come through. Because the first game of the day, we didn't see Soli Sports move like this, right? See, they've got 3 players, and the 1 player they decided to drop, now does get picked up by another team. And that is because of that shift in the looting phase that they would like to go for. Teams that land in Gatka would literally like to loot around the Gatka area, but they were forced to leave that Gatka area, try to move closer to the Pochinki area of things. And that's where it kind of goes downhill. Right now they're under looted, they do not have enough vehicles, they're down by 1 player. Everything is not looking so nice for the guys there from Soli Sports, or sorry, from the Soul team right now. Virtual Gaming, watching the way the side there of Night Target played the first game. We can just see them chilling out here in the Buta area. But they do not have the zone, which means they have to rotate. They do look like they're going for a long rotation, going all the way from that eastern edge. Like I said, that zone was way up to the north, which means all of these teams, they have to find a way in. And it's going to be a lot of trouble from the south, given that so many of these teams had to land on that southern edge. Just when you think your rotation on that eastern edge will be fine, because I think that's what Virtual Gaming wants to do, right? They really want to go in from that eastern edge. But when they go in through from that eastern edge, there's a possibility that they're going to run into the teams out here in Yasnaya. We've got 911, we've got King's team. Both teams are out here in Yasnaya, Poliana, which means like if you're going to be rotating through Yasnaya, you're in trouble. 911, seeing how they played in that Sandhawk game, they actually want to bounce back with this Erangel game. No, they do not want to be chilling. They don't want to be careless, actually. At least not anymore. As we see them heading into the circle. We're actually just chilling out there in Yasnaya. Don't breathe. Spending so much time in the blue zone out there in the previous game, Sandhawk. This time they're going to be driving in style to the zone. Now that I look at this car, I want it. Because I remember when the car first came out and I was like, do I really want it? Do I really want to take it? I don't know. But now, I think I'll like it. 911 coming in through. Out here in Yasnaya. I know teams that land in Yasnaya, they're usually always aggressive. 911, they've shown us what they can do in Miramar. Can they do it again in Sanok? Meta Invicta. I've got 3 players in 1 vehicle yet again. I don't know, man. How is this not giving them PTSD? Left to me, man. If I'm in that situation again, my mind is not settled, But we'll see exactly where that rotation takes them through. Not being able to find a vehicle out there in North Jojupol it's not something that we hear too often. As many of the teams already making it to the shoreline, don't break, being the first team there. They're going to be having to drive through by the guys there from Federalians. As Federalians get a force onto that rotation. Everybody wants a little piece of the Severny area, rotating far up to the north. Federalians now have to take a fight with the side there of Glitch. And it's so interesting to see how many teams are trying to rotate directly into the severity area. And this is what happens when the first zone actually has water in it. So everybody would want to be close to that water so they have a little bit of security. Security is not what the players there from Don't Breathe actually have. So, Team Soul, they're actually taking out their aggression on the side there of Glitch. One player does go down for the side of Glitch. Don't Breathe losing one more player, but man, Islam has to hold it up for his team. As we see the push coming in through. Mad, last player left for Saudi Sports, letting the shots fly with the Tommy gun. And that man is doing a little bit of work, a little bit of damage. The shots as third party from Glitch, looking to pay out for the Soul team so well right now. Don't Breathe down by 2 players. They have to force the revive. Fox 1v4 going for the revive instead. A Soul team does get their last player eliminated. They walk home with only 2 points. And Don't Breathe still has to grab a revive. Everybody is running into Severity, and this is just the second zone. What exactly is happening? Federalians up on the top of the roof out here in Severity, and I don't know why is everybody in Severity. I know the zone was far up to the north, but you know, even if it's favors Severity, right? I would expect, you know, to still be people to still be, or players to still be around the shooting range area. You know, these are places that, you know, you could actually find relatively good cover, and there's like good hills. I mean, even the hills on the outskirts of Severity are places that can be held. You know, I would have preferred to see, you know, teams holding that position rather than having 3 teams all out here in Severity, and we even have final round Africa on the outskirts. You know, it's almost like there's a party in Severity. Well, we did get invited to it, so we'll be enjoying whatever party it is. Zone 2, 15 teams alive with 56 players still left to play. So far, so good. We've lost the whole of Soul team. And we've lost a couple of players now from the Kings team now. Heading into one of the middle phases of the circle. As Severity does get favored by the circle once again. Final round, just making their presence known. Looking for the tires on that buggy, not quite able to find. As they continue to protect the edge of the circle. The final round Africa, you cannot continue to keep making noise. You have to find a way into the circle as every other team is driving straight into the circle. And I've just got to beat up the players there from final round. That was poor gatekeeping. You know, that was 3 teams that rotated just directly in front of them into the circle. As no clear zone. Looking to just put in some shots to ward off players who are trying to rotate into the circle. No clear zone, one of those players holding up that top position as we see the trouble in Severity getting started. Don't Breathe. Having one player knocked now is Islam. As more teams continue to crash into the Severity area. Nuclear Zone trying to see if they can take out those players, but unfortunately it's not happening. Everyone's got their eyes on Severity. And Don't Breathe taking on Triple E Sports or Triple D. One player does go down. Fox 1v4 trying to live up to the name. He's got to grab revive onto his teammates as he's gotten 3 players down for the side there, or make that 2 players down for the side there of Triple D. And he continues to let the shots fly. And now Eagles finding themselves in a lot of trouble. 9-1-1. They hear that player. They want the elimination. They're going in for the push. He's in the shack. They know it. The push is coming in through. It's a 1v2. Can that man hold it up in the 2 shack? One player does go down to the third party, but they're able to come in and get the elimination. Be careful of the gas candle. As we see all one piece. They've got free line of sight onto the side of Ocean on fire. And this is Ocean on actually taking fire from the top of the hill. That's a very bad spot for them. They cannot do anything but lie. They are only sitting ducks up there. Nothing more that they can do. Fox 1v4 currently saving and lifting the flag for the players there from Don't Breathe. Holding down the area for them in the Severity area. In the city, it's actually nice to see as he does go in. Nate's getting prepped out. Oh no, he almost nades himself. And Don't Breathe. A team, they've thrown two grenades right now. And both grenades have actually affected them more than affected the enemy. That is sad to see. Fox 1v4 in a 1v1. Tries to take the fight. His teammate does go down. Jump shot comes through. Doesn't get him down, but the third party from Federalis. From Federalians is gonna be taking them out. Oh no! They were onto something. Don't Breathe. 1v4. There's only so much you can hold up for your team. Oh, what a push! What a hold coming through from Triple D. And one thing I'm enjoying to see is that we're almost getting into that placement point mark. And, you know, all the teams that have gone out so far, they're able to gather, you know, elimination points for themselves. You know, no one's going out to the goose egg so far. So that's nice to see. But don't breathe, they were on to something. 5 eliminations. Oh, they had something cooking out there. We're down to the final 13. Heading into the 5th zone of the game. 15 minutes spent. As we're down to 45 players. Everyone's still looking for a way into Severny. Federalians looking for vehicles, looking for a way out of Severny, because once that circle pushes out of Severny now, it becomes a problem. And Nuclear Zone are here for the third party, but Knock does get knocked. And Federalians might just use that as their entry. That might just be the entry that they need onto the side there. But they wouldn't be going for it. We do see a lot of trouble now. And this is what I was saying about the shooting range, right? Because shooting range is actually a place that you could be in. You could still hold. And there will be no problems. Well, you know, not seeing many of those teams go, but everyone just seems to want to go into Severny. And now, Severny might just get chipped out of the circle. I mean, we still have a little bit of shoreline in play. But 911. Into the shack. There they come. Shots coming through. Not quite able to connect. One player is down, but the grenade connects. And Quality is here to grab the thirst. Eagle able to throw that grenade just right before he lands. And 911 definitely on fire now. They're getting started. They're getting warmed up. 3 elimination points to their name. And players up on the split were losing players one after the other. The rotations are so chaotic right now. Eagles looking for a way into the circle. Nuclear Zone. They're holding up quite nicely on that northern edge of the circle, but what are they going to do with it? That's the question we've got in mind as they continue to take shots at almost every other team. I think this is a situation where you could go for a quick push and come back. As Ocean on fire, one way or the other, they're still alive. Able to find a way into the circle as everyone now driving to the southern edge, southern edge of the circle, the northern side of team range. Hiveman currently taking the shot towards the side of Meta Invicta, or Invicta Meta. Meta Invicta, actually. And right now, I'm seeing so many knocks, but not too many pushes coming through. Ocean on fire, though. Getting taken out one after the other, and they would eventually get sent back into the lobby. As we're now down to the final 12 teams. If you die at this point, you get at least 1 point. Ocean on fire, the only team going on with the goose egg. Not quite able to get any elimination points. I said in that position that they were, they couldn't do too much. They were literally 60 dogs. Now, I'm more curious. We do see Nuclear Zone, right? They've been doing a lot of damage, but 0 elimination so far. They need to start putting up the numbers on board. 911 finding a way into the circle. A couple of teams still out there with 4 players. And it's a question of how well will they be able to do this one. 37 players left in the game. 11 teams. Now we do see shots flying in through the smoke. Meta Invicta find himself in a very bad spot. One piece. They know exactly where that team is. The grenade lands. That is the intro. That is the entry they need. But they're not pushing it. They still want to look for another one. More grenade. Oh! They've done it. One grenade. One grenade from one piece to seal the damage, to seal the fate of the players there from Meta Invicta. It was a bad spot, and they indeed got taken out. What a play. What a grenade. And all of these teams will have to continue. X team not quite able to run as many eliminations at the moment, but they're continuing with the prowess. AJ, make that alley, gets uprooted from Virtual Gaming Squad. And this is where it becomes a lot of trouble. That is the zone. Up on that western edge of Severny, out there on the outskirts. And man, no team actually holding on the top of those hills. That's surprising. I'm very surprised to see how Nuclear Zone is playing this one. They do not still, I don't think they still have any points, but they are letting go of a very, very crucial position in the circle. Like where that airdrop is, you want to be there. But they do look to be having interest in a little bit of the action going on in the water. As the side there. Oh no. X team looking for a way into the circle, but Miracle is not able to hold up for his team. He gets taken out. One PC Sports having to take that fight onto the side of Eagles' last player. The revive has to come through, but here comes the full send. as they're looking for that last player. She's gonna come in through. Free fire is coming in from the side. The shots do come in. Tom gets taken. Oh, sorry, Tom does get knocked. Tome does get the knock. Unfortunately, the third party from the top of the hill is eminent. Hive Mind, they're able to find their way to that good spot, and Nuclear Zone might just be regretting this position. This is almost the same thing that they did in the Miramar game. They had a good spot, they had a good chance, but they let it go. And now they're leaving that top of the hill now. 911 finding their way to the top. And they're on the top of the hill. Oh no, this is not what they would have wanted, Nuclear Zone. They still have 0 elims. It's not paid out for them at all. They've got the best position, but they're not putting into work. One Piece taking in shots from 911. I'm not sure to be coming in. You've got to stop peeking. They're trying to deploy as many smokes as possible, but the shots are finding their way through the smokes. One more player goes down. Al-Raf goes down. And aside from 911, they're not going in for the kill because of Hive Mind. They understand that the third party is there. It's a lot of trouble out here in the southwest. As the side of 1 Piece lose all the players now. 911 still putting in the shot towards the side of Hive Mind, but Hive Mind playing that reach to perfection. They do lose one player. Sugar gets thirsted as the zone is now unforgiving. Does push out to the bear open. We're down to the final 7. Nuclear Zone still alive, but with 0 elims. Are these people aware that damages do not equal to elims? Oh, Nuclear Zone, they literally just made it up to me with that Sanor game, but with this Erangel game, I am not impressed. I'm looking for those elimination points, and they're not getting it. 911 on the top of the hill with 7 elims to their name. They're looking on points. They're capitalizing on the positions. That is what you have to do. And they still have to get into the circle, but 911, they have to actually focus on the side of Hive. The Hive Mind is the one that is standing in their way. And they do look to have a 2-2 split, but is it going to work out? Is it going to pay out for them? Hive Mind on the top of the hill, looking for a way into the circle. No team is in the circle, and I think all teams understand it. The first team that gets into that circle, it's all over. That's a GG's. They cannot send it into it. 911 gets in on another knock onto the side of Hive Mind. They understand. They know what they have to do, and they're living up to it. Papa Blue is coming in to push. And Quality knows. He knows there's at least one player left there. Throws in the smoke grenades. Nuclear Zone gets in the knocks once again, but not quite able to put in the elimination points. Trying to get one knock, but he's not quite able to still steal it away. Oh my goodness. Nuclear Zone, they're absolutely unlucky right now. The eliminations are getting stolen, but they're finally able to get one. 911, they know they have to start. Narcos finds himself in a lot of trouble. Grenades in the hand of last one. He's prepping it. It's being cooked. That man has cooked that one right. It lands. It's excellent. It's wonderful. That man is out. And they would continue on with the game. Virtual Gaming Squad, one way or the other, is still alive. They've got 2 eliminations and 2 players left. And they have to push up onto the side of 911. But entering the zone should be their priority. And it doesn't stop. Nuclear Zone putting in the work. Finally able to get 2 elimination points through their name, but not without losing one player to the side of 911. And here's what I was saying. Them leaving the top of that hill is going to come back to bite them in the behind. And 911, they are absolutely using this position to their advantage. 9 eliminations, and they're looking to continue. Mexico just out there in the ground. Is he going to be able to hold it up? We're down to the final 4 as we lose one more player. Federalians still alive, and I'm enjoying this from them. They were not able to get the most of points in the Sanhok game, but they're out here in Erangel. All 4 players still alive, 8 elimination points, and they're looking strong. But you cannot count the position of 911 out. They're looking steady on the top of that hill. They've got eyes on everyone in the game. The flash grenade does go through. Mexico is flashed. But the shot's not going to quite follow through. Federalians looking for a way into the circle. Or maybe scratch that. It's going to be 911 having to find the circle. Mexico sees the nade. Said it's too far. He's got a nice position, but he's in danger. The Federalians might just be able to spot him out. And Escobar. Oh, sorry, make that Escanor. He's got the weapon of the devil. The MG3 LMG on its own. That weapon, I spoke about it earlier. It's an airdrop weapon. It's very wonderful. Escanor looking to draw the bait out. Not quite able to find that player in the grass. Mexico holding it up, but it indeed does get spotted by Escanor. 11 eliminations to the players there from 911. They're on fire. They're trying to make up for their Sanhok game. The PMCO team from the Middle East region. From the African region. looking to continue, find their way into the finals as they let the shots fly. Federalians in a whole lot of trouble. How the ultimate 4v3. If I tell you that the side there of 911 are the ones with 3 players, you would not believe me. They're so aggressive right now. There's no breathing space. They're going into the fight. Escano has got a grenade and he's getting closer and closer, moving close to the airdrop. Federalians, what are they going to do? Trying to look for that spread in the circle. But 911, they've got smokes deployed, the offensive ones, trying to draw closer to the side of Federalians. But Federalians right now, they're not actually getting the spread. Federalians, they need to get the spread, but they get one player in the vehicle to kind of draw the bait out. Snakes in the grass, 911. They're looking to gather as much information, and here comes the part where men start to strip. Oh, the push is coming in through. A 2-2 split is what the players there from Federalians have gone through. But if you have watched my streams before, you would know in final circles you want to get the spread. The 2-2 plays out. Quality doesn't quite find the shots, but last one has been spotted in the ground. Quality finds one. His position has been exposed. Federalians playing it slow, putting it on the side, and I'm enjoying this. Looking for the terrace, finds the damage, finds the shots, and Federalians, they get it. They get it. I am passionate about that one because Federalians did not pull up in that Sandhog game. They had to do well in Sandhog, their first game. They did not do well. They came into Erangel and they're like, you know what, Erangel, give me 11 points. Just from eliminations only, I am impressed. You love to see it. They were quiet when they needed to be quiet, and they were strong when they needed to be strong. And they applied the theory. Down to a 4v3, they had the zone, went for a 2-2 split, tried to gather as much and get as many angles as possible, and it pays out all the time. You have the numbers advantage, you have to use it, but I cannot count out the struggles and the performance of the players there from 911. This was the emergency game that they needed. Following that bad game that they had in Sandhawk, they needed this good game. They really needed it, and they got it. Second place. Exactly what they needed. Federalians, I'm so happy. These are 2 of the PMCO teams that are actually out here showing us that they mean to be here. They have a reason to be here. And that is what they have done. Oh, I'm impressed. And the PMCO teams keep pulling through with the elimination point. And now this is African teams standing up for the eliminations. I called them out. I said, African teams, you're not going to watch the Middle Eastern teams run away with this. And 911 picked up the call. Federalians picked up the call. And they are here to deliver. Don't breathe. This man. They tried to hold it up, but that third party was imminent, and I almost beat up the players there from Federalians for making it into Severny so quickly. But they were the last team to leave Severny. They were the first team to leave Severny. They played the patience game perfectly, and this is what I was saying about them, playing that patience game. And when it got to the time to capitalize on nuclear zone, they were literally on the top of the hill. Look at them. And they left it. I said it's going to be a quick one. It's going to come back to bite them. You just have to go for a quick push and go back. But no, they kept on getting all the damage. I feel like half of the damage done in this game was done by this team, Nuclear Zone. Eliminations were not just coming through from them. It was so bad. I'm so happy to see that so many of the African teams actually came into this game to actually show their worth. It's impressive to see. One piece, 8 elimination points. They were wonderful. I've just got to say, Nuclear Force, you cannot, or Nuclear Zone, you can't keep doing this. They keep getting this. But you know, they finally were able to get 1 or 2 elimination points. But Nuclear Zone, you need to get as many elimination points as possible. And when it came down to it, Federalians were able to stand up to the challenge. They were able to stand up, get the shots, get it to connect, and Nar was able to do that one for his team. Africa is making a statement. Middle East is also making a statement, as these teams, they are looking for a way into the finals. I told you, it's only getting tougher. Game 1 was not this intense, and now game 4, it is now very, very intense. Let us see how these teams actually did on this map and see how we did it, because I know teams like One Piece, they're actually going to do too well, because you know they got the elimination points on board, maybe only 1 placement points to follow, but still 6th place overall. You love to see it. Federalians 27 points, I love that. 12 eliminations to go alongside it. And look at 911 in second place. These guys have been consistent. I'll count it as consistent because obviously their second game was bad, the Sandhawk game, but they were able to make up for it with this amazing gameplay that they've just shown out here in this Erangel game. Love it. Hive Mind able to make it to fourth place, and the PMCO teams are turning up, I promise you. And now I'm going to shift the questions. I'm going to shift the questions now. The PMCO teams have pulled up. Now, the teams that came in from the from the PMNC group stages. Now is the time to make some noise. Now is the time to make it into those hard positions, because you have to. You can't skip in. You have to wake up. The PMCO teams are not going to come here and ride you. And that's the thing. They put in, I think this is where the excellence does come in through. Putting the teams that were from PMCO up against the PMNC team, so these PMNC teams can get a taste of what the professional gameplay feels like. Play against some of the players there from the PMCO, and after you play against them, if you're worthy enough, you show your worth against the past PMPL teams and make it into the PMPL. Talk about a wonderful structure. We've had so much fun today, and I'm enjoying it. We've got 2 more games to go. But before we get into the last 2 games, the deciding last 2 games, I'm going to have to send you to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more action in the PUBG Mobile National Championship. My name is Crowns, and we'll be right back.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. design. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championships. My name is Crowns and I am your host and caster, taking you through all of the action as it unfolds. We have currently seen make that 4 games now, and it's almost a sealed fate for many of these teams. But before we get through into it, do not miss out on any of the other action and be sure to follow the official PUBG Mobile esports on all platforms on social media. Stay updated on this tournament and other official PUBG Mobile events. This tournament is sponsored by Oppo. The Oppo Reno 8 5G is optimized for mobile gamers with 5 minutes of charging and 2 hours of seamless gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 5G. Enjoy playing PUBG Mobile at its finest. The Oppo Reno 8 5G is PUBG Mobile official designated smartphone in MEA 2022. The tournament has been wonderful. We've been having so much fun and we are enjoying it. We're going to continue doing this as we've got 2 more games to go before the end of the day. For many of these teams, this is their last game that we're about to enter. And I promise you, I don't think some teams are feeling good. Some teams are not feeling good about that. You know, I was on the high for this trade, and I'm pretty sure they're one of those teams that are on their toes right now because they actually have to make it into the next stage. Many of the Middle Eastern teams been trying to pull up, and I promise you, it is a whole lot of intensity coming in through, because right now we're going to be having a couple of more teams coming in to play. And I tell you something, we saw Triple D team in that last game. They did not actually really show us what they could do, but man, they're gonna have to play this game again, and now they'll show us what they can do as we're going into the tournament schedule to see what teams we will be having again in this tournament or in this game for today. This is currently the semifinals. I keep saying this. The finals is 15th to 17th, and I just want to tell you guys something. This is the group stage, this is the semifinals, and it's been like this. You can only imagine how crazy the finals will be. You can only imagine how intense that finals will be. So if you're not here on the 15th, you know that you're in the wrong place, because that time they will not just be battling only for the spots in the PMPL Spain. They'll be battling now for the $30,000 prize pool. $600 goes over to the MVP. That is what I'm looking at this time, because that MVP prize money, $600. I think that's where you start getting paid if you finish in 16th. Because you finish with $600 and then you know that one player literally got the same money as you. Damn, that's right. So that being said, if you don't want to be 16, but at the end of the day, being 16 doesn't mean you're bad. Someone will eventually have to be 16, so you just have to play and show exactly what you can do, and the only way to do that is by gathering up points as you continue up above on the leaderboard. We've got the point system: 15 points for first place, second place 12 points, the same thing that we've seen all day, and it's going to continue like that. 1 point per elimination is what the standard is, and that's what we continue to see. And I keep saying it, some teams are actually having so much fun with it. 911 showing us what they can do. The players there from Night Target Africa have shown us what they can do with that placement points, and then I'm curious to see what teams would be pulling up in this final 2 games of the day, because man, we're about to see the leaderboards in a couple of minutes from now, and I tell you, this is where the teams start to see where they currently stand, how they will play the next game, what they need to do, where exactly they have to play or how they have to play, because man, it's really gonna get tough. I said it earlier, only 9 teams from today would be making it to the grand finals, and out of those 9 teams, 6 would be teams from Africa and the remaining 3 of Middle East. So we're about to see where those teams are currently seated on the leaderboard to kind of know where those teams would be going into the finals. And I'm nervous. For Africa, we've got the top six. Not too surprised about this. We see 911 team in first with 50 points, 3 games already played. Hive Mind has played all their games. And this is where I'm going to commend Hive Mind for that Sandhawk winner chicken dinner they were able to get, because that has put them in second place. The possibilities of them getting taken out of second place is very low. So right now, or sorry, actually taken out of the top six is very low. So now they're gonna have to sit down and relax. Glitch has played all 4 games. Eagles have played all 4 games. They've not been able to make it into the final. So we know that is a huge for them. High for these, and this is the time they actually have to pull up, because there's a couple of teams that have only played 2 games, like final round Africa, they've only played 2 games, so which means you don't really have too much time to play around. High for these, but man, Africa, we've seen you. High for these, Ocean on Fire, Night Targets, Hive Mind, 911. These are the teams that have come through for Africa, at least at the moment. We have 2 games to decide who these final 6 teams will be. Let's head over to Middle East and see exactly what we've got going on. And the top 3, Brute Force, with that excellent winner chicken dinner they got in the first game, are still able to retain themselves in that top 3 position. Honored Souls, ever so consistent with those elimination points, out there in second place. And look at that, they have only 14 elimination points. 14 placement points, and they are in second place. Nuclear Zone have beaten you guys up so much, but seeing you guys in first place gives me a little bit of a relief. But I know that me doing this kind of just tells you guys what you need to do and what you need to work on. That being said, Nuclear Zone has played all 4 games, so they're currently sitting on the edge of the wire right now, as some of these teams actually still have 2 more games to go. So now let's see how all of these teams sit when they go up against each other on that final leaderboard. 911 team, the PMCO Wonder team, showing up out here in first place with 1 match to go. They have 50 points to their name. Nuclear Zone following suit, repping and carrying that Middle East flag up on their head, with Hive Mind from Africa following up closely. Federalians, also Brute Force, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing actually from this overall leaderboard. High for these in 7th place. I'm still on their train, so let's see what they can do in their final match of the day. Federalians, Honored Souls, and Brute Force, they still have the chance to actually jump up on the top of the leaderboards. And man, Ultima Rage, they've got 2 more games to go. Oh man, on the overall leaderboard, it's not looking too good. But in one way or the other, they might be able to make it in the Africa region. I know they have a couple of fans in the chat. I can see them on their chats. Fans have been going crazy. So Ultima Rage, let's see what you can do. They're about to get into the last 2 games. Ultima Rage would be in it, and they will be here to prove their worth and show us that, they're not going to be dying early, So that being said, we've seen 4 groups actually play. We've seen 4 matches so far. And now we're heading into the 5th match, where we'll be dropping out teams from Group C and Group D. And if you don't know what that means, it means the guys from Brute Force are coming back into this game. We've seen Brute Force on Erangel as we're able to grab a winner chicken dinner. Would they be able to do it again in this next match of the day? As we can see, Group C and D will be sitting out of this one in match 5, as we're getting closer and closer to the last game of the day. What teams will be participating in this game? Let's roll that on the screen, as we'll be seeing groups from Group A, Group B, Group E, and Group F, which means the players there from Triple D team are coming in for their last game. One PC Sports, Virtual Gaming Squad, Team Soul, Brute Force, Honored Souls coming back into the game. Ultima Rage also is going to be back with their engines all revved, their body systems all cooled right now. Our Group E, we're going to be having Ocean on Fire. They've been on fire, not going to lie, currently seated in the top 6, and it's interesting to see King's team. They're also doing too well, they're not doing so well, but I believe in them. I'm keeping my eye out for them to see what they can do. Federalians, with that wonderful winner chicken dinner in the last game, looking to continue on that trend as they head into the final 2 games for them. So let's just see. The final 2 games left, we've seen all the Erangels being played. We're about to head in straight into the last Miramar of the day before we close things off in Sandhawk. We saw how the first Miramar was. We saw that craziness coming through later in those later phases of the circle. It's a question of what is Miramar going to propose? What is Miramar going to hold for these teams right now? Because man, Miramar, we call it Miramar Madness for a reason. It's the sandy dunes, and it gets really, really crazy. So that being said, get yourself ready. If you need to get yourself lip balms because it get really dry out there, so you don't get ashy lips and ashy legs. So get ready for it because it's gonna get really, really crazy. So we're about to head into Miramar, one of my favorite maps. If you ask me, I wouldn't say Erangel because Erangel is everybody's map, but when it comes to competitive gameplay, I kind of like Miramar as a map. It's kind of big, gives you the chance to think, you have the chance to strategize, and we get to see splits. And we saw Brute Force hold a very dirty split in the first Miramar game of the day. Now they are coming into another Miramar game. Was it Brute? Yeah, it was Brute Force. And now we're going into like another Miramar game, and we're gonna be seeing them. Would they be holding that very long split that we see on that northern edge of the circle, or would they not be doing it? That is what we want to see. Ultima Rage, what have you got in store for us? What would you be showing us today? Honored Souls, we know that team to be very, very consistent, especially when it comes to aggressiveness. Would they be kept shots in this game? Would they continue to show that prowess? Because right now we're finally going to see 911 and Honored Souls in the same lobby. These are two teams that are very, very, very consistent with aggressiveness. So if they're coming into this game, every other team has actually got things to worry about. And I've not even spoken about Brute Force, who's also in the lobby. Triple D, they're also still in the lobby. Man, this is going to be a choked up Miramar match where we're going to see so much gun skill and so much strategy being played. And now is the time where nobody can sleep. Now is the time where nobody can rest. Everybody actually has to play well. So I'm keeping my eye out for all of them, for all of these teams to kind of see exactly what they've got going in for this next map of the day. And that being said, this is the PUBG Mobile National Championships. We've started all the way from in-game qualifications. We've gone to the group stages. Now we're heading into the semi-finals where we have all of these teams. We're almost done with the semi-finals to determine what 9 teams will be going straight into the grand finals of the PMNC. They will be joined by the teams from the PMPL Africa Fall and to keep PMPL Fall and Spring from both regions. But to keep up and to know about all of this, be sure to give PUBG Mobile official esports channel. Be sure to give them a follow on all social media, and that way you'll be able to keep up with them. We're about to get into the next game of the day. Miramar loading up for us. I'm being told that some players were saying their final goodbyes to everybody, trying to see if they can just get on the plane real quick. Somebody did lose their belts when they were getting checked, but they will be fine, and I believe they'll be getting their way into the plane real soon. But man, Miramar, I really feel like dropping a name now for Miramar, but I'm not going to drop it, so I'm just going to ask you all in the chat. Just put it out there just for putting sake. Who do you got for Miramar? I started off the day saying there's a couple of people that I know are in the chat. They do not have a team as of the beginning. They're like, oh, I'm just gonna watch to see, what teams would impress. I think we've seen 4 games. We've seen more than enough. Let me know. What is that team or who is that team that has stood out to you in this tournament? And then that team that you feel like, given the way this team has been playing today, I think this Miramar game, they might be able to get that winner chicken dinner. I would like to see some of the predictions, try to see if everybody is seeing the same thing I'm seeing, or if people are actually seeing things that I'm not quite able to catch on the screen, because I know you spectators are the ones that do the most of the work. But that being said, we're getting ready for Miramar, and man, the Sandy Dunes, the Miramar madness, I'm here for it. We did not see too many use of both actions, so I really want to see both actions in this Miramar game. I noticed a couple of players were on the DMR train, but not using those DMRs too much. And I feel like one of the beauty of Miramar is the bolt action and the long range weapon. There's no point holding a DBS or an SMG in Miramar. There's nothing you want to do with those guns. So that being said, be sure to bring in those very short, because that first Miramar, I could understand it, because it was a Miramar game that actually ended in the city. Man, San Martin finishes are not the best, and I hope we don't get the city finish. And if I thought we get a city finish, not El Pozo and not Los Leones. It's a pain for all of these teams, and I know. So what I would rather like to see is one of those I don't know. I think I'm just gonna let PUBG Mobile give us. Maybe we'll get a zone that actually ends in the Oasis right now. But man, I'm still looking forward to seeing exactly how all of these teams are gonna play in this Miramar game. And I'm so pumped. I'm so excited. We're currently waiting, checking out the guns, checking out the loot as we're getting into the next game of the day. Miramar is gonna be crazy, and that's what I can tell you. My favorite landing spot in Miramar, it is not Hacienda. And I know I said that when I used to play, I used to land in Hacienda, but it's not going to be Hacienda. I think if I were to pick a landing spot, maybe Chumacera is probably somewhere that I'll be sitting now. But anyway, Africa and Middle East. Get ready, rev your engines, get your seats watching the screen. If it's popcorn, if it's drinks, grab any one of those, even though we're gonna have those provided on the plane. But get it ready as we are getting into this game. This Miramar game is brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5 minutes charging, 2 hours of gaming with Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G, PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA 2022. Welcome to the sandy dunes of Miramar. We're about to experience madness, and to an extent, I think we would actually see a little bit of passiveness coming through from the teams. And I'm saying this because I know when it comes to like the last 2 games, you kind of want to play it safe. And playing it safe sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't work. And we've seen a couple of teams try to play it safe, gathering those placement points and not the elimination points, and it's not really paid out for them. So if you try to play passive here, maybe that is not the way to go about things. You actually want to go aggressive. But I think we'll be getting more aggressiveness given the type of teams that we have in the lobby. Having brute force in the lobby, Federalians in the lobby, 911 in the lobby. I think these are all aggressive teams that will be here to bring in all of the action. Playing path is not the best, especially for teams that like to go to El Pozo. Brute Force, I know that is one team that landed in El Pozo, and they would want to go back to El Pozo this time. Able to land, find themselves vehicle spawns, and I love that. I really love that. Knowing where to land and get the vehicles to get to your drop location is absolutely wonderful to see from teams in this stage. So yeah, Brute Force, you guys are impressing me so far, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. The Southern Zone is what we're going to have this time. It's a little bit central, but it is southern. A couple of water involved. It does look like there might be a potential for a Los Leones finish. We've got 3 teams out there in Los Leones, 2 teams in Picado, and there's another team out there around the graveyard area. And it's a question of, are they going to go into Picado? Are they not going to go into Picado? That is what we want to see, as we can already see players in Picado. It's going to be One Piece Esports. And what team is that? Anyway, One Piece Esports looking to just grab their loot. They did have a swell game in this last game. They were able to get 8 elimination points to their name. It's interesting to just see One Piece finally pull up in their games. I believe this is their last game for today, so they have to pull up and show us what exactly they are made of. They're currently out here with the players there from Don't Breathe, out here in Picado. I know One Piece, last time they were not having friends or families out here in Picado, but now they do have the players there from Don't Breathe. And man, looking at what Don't Breathe actually played, what they actually played in that last Erangel game, we know they're a team that actually knows how to take their 4v4s, at least to an extent. Seeing Fox 1v4 actually show what he is capable of doing. And I hope the whole team is gonna step up to the challenge, because it's kind of giving Mites and Coops vibes, type of thing. So I kind of hope he's able to do, or the team is able to actually stand up to the challenge. And one thing I like to say, even though Picado currently is in the zone, don't want to spend too much time in Picado, right? Because it gets crazy. There isn't too many car spawns. So if I am any one of those teams out there in Picado, I'm looking for a vehicle. I'm looking for a way to get out of there, right? First team to actually get the vehicles is going to be golden, because the other team, they're going to have to start looking for vehicles that they would use to rotate into the whole circle. So man, I really hope they're able to stand up, get themselves vehicles, and get out of there, just like what we saw in that Sandhawk game, where we saw the teams that landed in boot camp just kind of fell back, retreated from there, and decided not to just take any of the fights. That is the same thing I'd like to see. Impala is a small place, so I would actually root for these fights between X Team and Federalians, but it does look like X Team know what they're doing. They'll be pulling away from that fight, not going to be getting into any trouble. And I can tell you something: if X Team were to be a PMCO team, they will take this fight. And I don't know why, but that's just something that we've seen from the PMCO teams, right? They just have this different type of confidence. Whenever they have a team close to them, they want to get that 4 point, especially early on in the game. So seeing these players pull away, if somebody tells me, how do you know that team is not a PMCO team, I'll be like, because they're not taking the fight. The early fights. And I'm not trolling them or beating them up for this, because it's something that I like to see. You can take the early fights, but sometimes it's zone 1, right? 59 people still alive. you can as well say everyone is still alive, right? Every team is still alive. So you don't want to gamble, you know. I know there's a couple of players that go for the high risk, high reward type of thing, but you know, with this much on the line, I don't know, man. You might as well just postpone the fight to sometime later, you know, in the game. One Piece looking to drawing closer. Actually make that dome breed drawing in closer on the side of One Piece, gaining ground. They find himself now in the casino with last hope. He might just be able to hear those footsteps faintly. He knows. Tome trying to see if he can hold on to prevent a flank from the side there of Don't Breathe. Might work out for them, might not work out for them. And I can tell that the guys there from Ultima Rage are currently still looting. So I'm still watching out for them. You know, they always kind of miss it up when they go for their first rotation. So seeing them currently right now, they're chilling, they're still looting. I want to see what they do when they actually go for that first rotation, when you know, that circle does move. Virtual Gaming Squad, the squad that I've been looking at, not quite able to pull up the performance that we would have expected coming in from the Africa PMNC. They were a very promising team in the PMNC, finishing top of their group. Told you they were able to gather 67 points in 4 games. But right now, it's not looking like that team is doing the same thing as Bonbreed is able to get that intro onto the side of One Piece. Thirst is not going to be able to come through, at least not just yet. As now Don't Breathe, they've got that little bit of an advantage, and they do not want to let it go, and I like to see it. They've got to admire the effort coming through from the side of One Piece to grab that revive onto their teammates. The cover fires and angles are covered. Don't Breathe. This is the ultimate test of patience. I feel like Don't Breathe, they know that that revive is going to come through. So they find themselves in a very tough situation. Because now the players there from One Piece, they know where they are. But they, on the other hand, they only know where a couple of players are. You know? Right now, Don't Breathe. They're looking to activate that aggressive prowess. You know, they're not the type to share. It doesn't work out. The off angle from Araf is excellent. Aleraf actually is excellent. Gets that knock. Tome is going to be there to grab the thirst. And things now turning the tides, going the way of One Piece. As Don't Breathe now find himself in danger. We've got to admire it though. The patience coming through from this team is not something that we see every day. Don't Breathe now. They have to calm down on that aggressive prowess. They cannot continue to push. And this is where it starts, and this is where it gets crazy, right? Because like I said, it's best if you leave Picado rather than take these teams, you know, rather than take this fight. Just leave Picado, postpone the fight for later. Because right now, if they leave, now it becomes pointless. Because, oh, you could have just left and, you know, saved Fox's life. Because at the end of the day, Fox is probably like the strongest player on the squad. It's probably that main fragger for the squad, right? As we saw him do that in Miramar. And now in Miramar, you can just see they've been destabilized. You know? Just by that one player that has been taken out. And you know that's where influence comes through, right? And you don't want to succumb to that pressure coming from the fact that you've lost one player. You know, we know that when players lose or when teams lose one player, they start to panic, right? That panic does come through. Everyone's like confused, or what do we do now? How do we get out of here? Because right now, the players there from Don't Breathe, they found themselves in the situation of how do we get out? You know? An adage, an African adage says, you know, not go forward. You might as well just, you should know your way back. But right now, I don't know. Don't Breathe. They don't seem to know their way back. The way back is being covered from all angles. At One Piece, they do have that patience factor. And this was that knock, the intro knock coming through. But they were not quite able to get it. Aleraf on that excellent off angle to get the knock up onto Fox 1v4. And it's sad. Miramar already starting off to the slow start that we normally would know it to. And now these teams continue to burn time in Picado, you know? Cannot continue to do that. So get out of Picado. I mean, players that landed in Los Leones, we had 3 teams in Los Leones and they did not fight. Be like them, you know? 911 being one of those teams, able to loot up, and they're finding their way out of Los Leones. Los Leones does find itself somewhere in the east central part of the circle, or the central eastern part of the circle, whichever one it is. They're somewhere on the east, and they're in the circle, and they're close to the middle, to the English. But that's where they are, and they're looking to stay or just probably get out a little bit. I would suggest for them to get out a bit. I think it's kind of easy to infiltrate Los Leones. So if they get out right now, they might just be able to get back in. Next team, a team that has shown us what they can do. Mahmoud, very excellent player with the grenade. Same thing can be said about Sword. Oh, sorry, Miracle. As we see them, they did get into like a crash out there in the early phases of the game. I don't know if they're gonna fully commit to that fight. King's team, not seen them really do too much today. I'm really hoping so well in the last two games. They're coming in from the African region. I know this is something that they might be able to do. Right? Actually, yeah, they are coming in from the African region. Long rotations is what we've got going on out here in Miramar. Meta Invicta. I don't know, man. I'm not too impressed with. I'm actually not impressed with how they've played today. You know, they seem kind of confused most of the time. And this last Erangel game was just there to just crown it. Right? I didn't enjoy how they played this last game. But let's see, will they be able to make it up? I mean, they made it up and I think this is the last game actually. So Meta Invicta, they need a pop-off game, or it's all over. VGS did find himself in a skirmish with the side of Team Soul. One not to come through. The revive is there. Shots will be coming in through from Soul as they're trying to prevent that push to come through. Is that Halan? I think it is Halan. But anyway, one knock does come through. Team Soul might find himself at a disadvantage. VGS looking to get more aggressive. The zone, not the best right now. And this is the point where if I am VGS, I'm pulling away from this fight. They do not have the zone. Sony Sports, they've got a couple of players in the circle. Grenades being bounced off the floor from Savage. Not quite able to get it to connect. As Meta Invicta now find themselves losing one player, or losing players on that rotation. Now they've lost two. And this is what I keep saying. Meta Invicta losing players on rotation. Not very ideal for the team. Sony Sports quietly pulling away from this fight. They do not want any of that trouble. Deciding to go in from that northeastern edge. Wonderful to see actually from that team as we get yet another zone shift, and it's a huge heavy shift to the south as all of these teams now have to move. Virtual Gaming Squad finding their way to the top of a hill, but it's not going to matter. They have to get into the circle. They're out here in the power grid. Ninja, a man that I said I'm looking forward to seeing. Like I said, this is one of the players that I know personally on the team. So let's see, would he be able to actually do it, you know? This is where we start to separate the talents. We start to see where those players are able to play. Like I said, all of these teams, they have to move now. That zone shift is not nice. It was far off on the south. Was it on the north? Yeah, it was actually far off on the south, so they have to move. Then you can see them scanning to vehicles, prepping the rotations, because of course that's what you have to do. I remember what I said about the players out here in Picado. You cannot waste any more time, because now it's a battle of how they're going to leave this. Both teams will most likely walk home with so much injury. I mean, Don't Breathe already lost one player, and it does look like they might lose another as Ghost down to a slither of HP. And One Piece, they get the memo. The shots are coming in through. This is a strong grenade. They don't know if it worked or not. Pre-fire is coming in through the shots as they have to push up, trying to isolate the players. But it's currently a 2v2. One Piece Esports, they are aware, they know. And they're trying to think of how they can push it. Look at them. They're poorly looted. Both sides. And this is why you do not take the fight. If any one of them had actually retreated, they would have actually gotten, you know, better loot. Molly's coming in through, trying to play defensively. But One Piece, they're holding beautiful angle. Tone's angle comes through. And Alra pushes up the stairs. He does get taken out by Eslam. A man that showed us worth in the first game. He gets his thirst. It's a 2-piece. Wonderful from that man, Eslam. Able to hold it up for his team at the time that it looked like it was all over. Two men now in panic mode. He's pushing straight into the field. Eslam knows he can hold it up and he gets the third man down. He's on a squad wipe. One player left for the side of One Piece. And Don't Breathe. Islam comes in clutch once again for his team. Oh, it almost paid off. The sacrifice of Fox 1v4 has paid off, and Islam with that beautiful 1v3 onto the side there of One PC Sports. Oh, it's beautiful to watch. Turning the tides in literal seconds. One Piece going out in this manner is sad. They cannot afford to have this type of game. So many of these teams looking at that One Piece going down, they're happy. One Piece, they had a good game in that last one. They have a good position on the leaderboard too. So them going out right now, they do not need it. Oh, I feel so. I actually almost feel bad. But at the same time, I don't feel bad because I told them to get out of there, you know. They needed these points. This is their last game. Oh. One Piece. And they finally lose the last player, Iraqi. And it is sealed. One Piece will not be making it through. This is their last game. And they're not able to get enough points. And that is a relief on the side of some of the African teams. Now is the time to step onto the game. Federalians. They're in the top 6. 2 points or 2 more games to spare, so they're good. They still have 1 more game after this one, so they're fine. And this is where we start to look at those teams who are currently playing their last game, you know? Teams that cannot afford to play this last game in a bad manner. So team looking to rough or squeeze that rotation through, but Mad wouldn't be able to make it through as he does get eliminated. Team Soul losing more players as they're down to 2 now. Ultima Rage, they're the ones doing the early damage this time. They're not losing players as they get 1 elimination point to their team, and they do need to be continuing on that side as they find themselves on the outskirts of Los Angeles, taking the shots towards the side of Team Soul. The Golden Mirado does seem to interest Slay so much. The next team coming in for the third party, and this is where the Rema Madness starts as the Mini 14 from Naya is wonderful up onto Slay, gets him down. Naya trying to salvage as much points as he can, but 911 says no. The Federalians now finding their way into the circle from that northwestern edge. They're gathering the information. They are aware of the position from Virtual Gaming Squad. It's a question of what do they want to do about it. Virtual Gaming Squad, they've got Ali in the church, and I think Federalians have got their mind on that. You can see Hamodi he's just putting that location on the map, like that's where we're going. And I would be glad if I see like an isolation push coming from the side of Federalians. Ultima Rage now playing a little bit more carefully. Max is able to spot Ali on the exit from the church. And now they get the info, they get the memo. They're drawing in closer and closer onto the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. It does look like the ambush is not going to come through as they're in a whole lot of danger. This madness is becoming too much. X team now finding themselves in a swamp of teams right now. Ultima Rage in their vicinity, but Virtual Gaming Squad in with Federalians. And all of these is happening. Honored Souls, they have lost 3 players, and I do not know how. That is reducing their aggressive prowess very well. And look at that zone, nobody in the center, everybody on the edge. And the northwestern edge, so occupied. We've got VGS, Brute Force, you know, the players there from first final round Africa, all of them up there on the north, and they're looking to continue. If that nade hits, if that nade lands. But it did not land. Federalians now looking to find out pushing. They need smokes, they need throwables. Nar is going to be getting straight up onto the fight. Might be a little bit of overextending on his side, but he's looking to bait out the movements from the side of VGS. National Gaming Squad just playing this a little bit too passively, but that is because they're taking third party from the other side. Yazan has to take on this 1v1 as Ali does get down by the grenade from the side of Federalians. That is the intro knock that they need. Shots coming in through. The third part is imminent. Max is able to capitalize on that one. Gets another elimination point. He gets third party, but he's fine. As Ocean on fire finally wake up. Coming in through for the third party. The zone pushes away from the northwest. Oh no, it's a nightmare. Down to the south. Every one of the team on the north, they have to clean up this fight as quickly as possible. Oh my god, this is not the game that they wanted. Brute force instantly pulling away from that fight. They understand. Leaving only one player to handle that one. Wonderful. But the rotations coming in through from 911 is excellent. They're sending it straight into the middle of the circle. It's a good position. But the third party coming through from Prepod is wonderful. Gets the knock. The Thefts might just follow suit and they want to go for the loose end. Brute force doing the work. Oh no, Federalians now in danger. As the third party from Ocean on Fire is definitely coming in through. They are taking a lot of fire. Oh, Federalians now down to 1. Not what they would have wanted in this game. As Ocean on Fire able to get 5 eliminations. What a game they're having. But it becomes trouble when they have to find a way into the circle. These forces actually for the third party or body team. You don't want that team third party. UX team get it wrong with the drive-in. And they almost pay for that one. But Brute Force, with this excellent high ground position they have, they are going to capitalize on it. They're not sleeping on it. Grenades coming in through, they're looking for the flanks. And they're holding up so nicely on that northern edge of the circle. Oh, I'm enjoying the play coming through from Brute Force right now. 11 eliminations to their name. These guys are, they are monsters. Absolutely on fire. And Prepod, up to 2 eliminations, he's been doing the work. And there is more to come. There's papers coming in through, but they look to be gathering more. Ocean on Fire are here. And X teams are the ones on the receiving end of the fire. But the northern edge is not going to be useful. So many teams out there as Ultima Rage continue to take the shots. 911 able to make it into the center of the circle. They lost one, but they're getting more eliminations through their name. Federalians, they've got just one more player, but that man does not look too gentle. He wants to keep taking the shots. Ocean on Fire taking that third party, and this man is going to take that chance to start to run into the circle. Brute Force, they fell down to the bottom of the hill, and they might just pay for this one. As Ocean on Fire now have the advantage over them. They have to hold it up. 15 elimination points. Brute Force, they're not giving up. They're not letting go. 3 players alive, and they will continue. Oh no, Ayo. Absolutely on fire. One shot's coming in through. Federalians coming into play. Spoiler as Nar, that solo player, he's being such a pest right now. 911 capitalizing. Third party is imminent. The madness in Miramar sets in. 3 eliminations on the side of 911. And how is it going to turn out? They've still not spotted out Thanos, the last player from Honored Souls. That man is holding up for his team. He's able to get 9th place, but he understands he cannot go out now. Brute Force has to find something to do, but Ayo or Foyo continues to get the eliminations. Ocean on Fire lose one more player. You next. Those bullets are scraping his head. You can hear them. They don't quite see the ground advantage. Nice, wonderful movements from Ayo, but it's not going to be enough. Not especially when that player is going on the ground. Hear us coming, trying to defend the cruise or defend the thirst. But him trying to go for that revive is going to cost him a whole lot. The shots from the side from 911. The third party saves the players there from Brute Force. 15 elimination points, but they're down to 1. Now also down to 1. So many solos strangling in the lobby. X team down to 1. Honored Souls with 1. Virtual Gaming Squad with 1. The Brute Force with 1. But Ultima Rage stand tall with all 4 players still alive. 8 teams left. 14 players. Brute Force have to calm down. They have to be calm, but Federalians do not want that. Nar is on fire. He doesn't want to stop. 3 eliminations out of 4 for his team, and he's still holding it up. Call him a survivor. Team on that western edge, hoping that he doesn't get spotted by any of those players out there from the side there of Invictus Meta Invictus. Or Invicta, actually. Pardon me. 911 still not able to spot that last player from Honored Souls. That man has been as quiet as ever. Talk about the patience game. That man has got it. Ultima Rage now. All eyes have to be on them. They're in the bad spots. Out there on that western edge. They have to fight that one. Eagle goes down. He would not be able to get revived. Now 911 lose one more player. Nah, you got to wonder how much bullet does that man have. He's not letting go. He's not letting go. Meta Invicta now losing players one after the other. Rage. Ultima Rage a little bit too hungry for that one. Get taken out. And Brute Force now looking to take out that one solo player. But Nar, he's a pest. He's a pest right now. All of these teams, He's putting the spanner literally in the works. The needle in the haystack. He now has to find a way into the zone. Here comes the run and gun. This man is trying to grab as much eliminations as possible. Ultimate Rage down to 2. And we're down to duos and solos. Still 7 teams alive. Zone 6, 25 minutes. It's not getting any calmer from here on out. Papa Blue, 16 seconds. That player from Honor Souls eventually gets spotted. Thanos, he's going to crawl back to safe haven. But Tacos, out in the open, you get to wonder, they have no more smokes. Everyone is out in the open. This has been so chaotic. With third parties all the way. Brute force with 50 eliminations. And now Nard looking to put in the work onto the side of Ultimate Rage. He's almost getting that one player down. He might just go out to the blue zone. But we've got to admire the awareness coming out from him. Pulls that med a little too late, but the work is done. 5 elimination points. He's done it for his team. Timon, he sees these players on the ground. It's free kills for him. But it's going to be Meta Invictus that gets it. What is happening? Good force now going for that huge strat. As he has to get into the circle. 9-1-1. Quality, the last player left. Gets taken out from the left. Down to 2 more solos. As Invictus, choose 1 more player. To that man player in this blue zone. It's going to be Neo. 16 eliminations as he's able to grab that final one for his team. And we're down to the final 2. It's a 1v1. Meta Invictus up against the side of X team. It's Timon. He's been careful. He has been that man that I told you, call him a survivor. But this time, we might just call him a winner. Mori does not have as much HP. The pre-fire is coming in. Going in from the left. Timon going for the quick pick is excellent. He gets the winner chicken dinner for his team. Well deserved. X team have been on fire. We saw them pull up so many eliminations in Sandhawk, and now they've come into this Miramar game to seal it away. Timon made a solo early on in the game, and he was able to clutch it out for his team. He is a survivor and more. What a game that we have just seen. Miramar Madness has lived up to his name. If anybody asks you, this is why you love PUBG Mobile, you tell them this is exactly why we love PUBG Mobile. Oh wait, there we go. This is exactly why we love PUBG Mobile. This is what Miramar does to you. This is what, and you know, this is me. I'm not even playing. You can only imagine the nerves on the players right now. Oh, what a game. And X team solos were all over the place. And this is what I keep saying. When it starts getting closer to the end of the day, teams are going to start playing passively. Every team unlocked their inner cockroaches. Nobody wanted to die. They had one player that was surviving. And the solos were the absolute nightmares for the lobby. Taking out players from every single squad. Brute force. They've sat out 2 games and they're coming in with so much brute force, living up to the name for the second time today. 16 eliminations and they didn't even get a winner chicken dinner. Federalians coming in clutch. And look at brute force. At this point, they were already on 11 elims. They were on fire. And this is where it gets crazy because all of these teams in their different regions, they had to step up and they're putting in the work. Putting those points up on the board. But brute force, you shouldn't have left that hill. They should have left one player on the top. Ocean on Fire came in from behind them and then took them out. But man, VGS, they did try their best, not quite able to do it. Meta Invicta having that 1v1, but not enough HP. Timon using that rock to his advantage. You've just got to admire those quick picks, man. You know? And that's one thing that, many of us, always, admire and envy in this game. Those quick picks coming through from all of these players. I loved it. This is Miramar. And I tell you something. If Miramar was like this, we can only imagine what Sandhawk is going to look like. What a game. This has set the pace. It has set the tone. For so many of these teams, this is their final game of the day. They do not know where they stand. They have to keep their fingers crossed as we have one more game to go. But before we get into that game, we have to see what these teams, how much points they've accumulated. I really want to see where the team there from Brute Force ended on the overall leaderboard. First place. Literally, they did not win the chicken dinner, but bro, oh no, look at this. Oh my god. The only elimination that came through from X Team was the elimination that sealed the winner chicken dinner. Talk about a worthy elimination. If this is what takes X Team into the finals, they will celebrate that man Timon. They will celebrate him and keep celebrating. I said it. X Team made it by the hair on their teeth, and now they're here to prove their worth. But look at this. Honored Souls made reduced to one player early on in the game. Brute Force, 16 elimination points, 26 points, and they finished third. Wow, amazing. Meta Invicta, 4 elims, in second place. Wonderful to see. Meta Invicta, I call them out. Rotations, you're getting it right. You just have to put the eliminations to balance it. This is not quite the balance I wanted, but it's good to see that they were able to push themselves to second place, which is nice to see. Federalians, 5 elimination points, but not quite able to do it. It was too much. The instant start zone shifted away from that northwestern side. That was where it went south for Brute Force, Ocean on Fire, Federalians. That was where all of those teams got it wrong. And Triple D team not able to put 30 points on the board. What exactly is going on? You know, final round Africa, they were not able to put in the points. Team Soul, they are a PMCO team. Well, 911 is doing well. Team Soul, what are you doing? You know, there's one more game left, and you have one more game to make it. One PC Sport, unfortunately, will definitely not making it in. And King's team, I said it. This is a team that, you know, they've not really played so well today. And then today, maybe they're not just having a good day. But man, with what has happened today, would you believe that we've actually played 5 games and we're down to the final game, the deciding game, the game that would actually take or decide what 9 teams would be getting straight into the finals. What a day we've seen today. All of these players have been amazing. You know, we questioned it. Would they be able to come in with the consistency? That is what we want to see. A couple of teams will be sitting out for this last game, and we've got to find out who those teams are, as we'll be bringing out some of those teams. And I believe it is Group B that will be coming back into the mix out here. And yep, we're going to be having Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group F to make it into the final game of the day. It's going to be Sandhawk. And bro, I want to see what teams are actually going to play in this Sandhawk. You know, A, B, C, and F is what we're going to be having, you know. And we're going to be seeing Team Soul, Triple D, One Piece actually gets to play one more. I thought they were done. Oh, talk about lucky. Well, One Piece, you've got one more game to make it into the top 6. Okay. Brute Force, Honored Souls, Ultima Rage. We see Ultima Rage beginning to pick up the pace, especially in that last game. So let's see, will they continue? And Group E and F, Ocean on Fire, Don't Breathe, 911, Meta Invicta gets one more go at it. X Team, they just come off a chicken dinner. They might just be rolling on that. King's Team, one more final round. This is the final game. Federalians, you guys have to step up. This is the final game. And I know if Myanmar is going to be giving us so many solos, Sandhawk will definitely show us more solos. More people will be gearing towards that, you know, to that huge strat more. You know, we didn't see so many huge strat come off in Sandhawk, but one thing I noticed in the first Sandhawk was that everybody who tried to do the huge strat did not execute it good, did not execute it correctly. At this point, do not go for it. Pull off like the Hive team. Hive Mind, they were able to step up to the game, got a winner chicken dinner, which saw them straight into that top 6. So in this last Sandhawk game, as much as a huge strat is advised, go all out. Go all out for it. This is that final game, right? And I like the fact that, you know, given the way the structure is, we wouldn't have any teams playing spoiler, because no team right now knows where, you know, like Honored Souls is not gonna have to go and hot drop on someone else. You know, One Piece cannot hot drop on someone else, because even One Piece still has a chance to make it straight into the finals. You know, so all of these teams, they actually have to, you know, they still have to play as well. They have to play like this is the second game. They have to play like this is the fourth game, because this is actually the last final game of the day. And we're about to get into it. We've seen Sandhawk, and I hope I don't see. Actually, I think around the boot camp area is going to be free now, given that given that Nuclear Zone is no longer in the game. Currently, Nuclear Zone is holding the number one spot in Middle East. Would they be able to retain that spot after this game? Sure to stay tuned, because it's going to get really, really crazy, especially in this Sandhawk game, and I really cannot wait. I'm hearing information that these teams are ready to go, and it's about to get into it. And bro, we've had a long day. It is a marathon, not a sprint. But I tell you, when we talk about the marathon, we talk about laps. This is the last lap, the final game that seals into the finals of the game. These are the teams that are playing currently, and we've seen a couple of teams that will not be making it. We've seen a couple of teams that are almost in there, almost in there. Nuclear Zone is a team that is probably just chilling a bit, but they cannot chill all the way. Eagles have to have a good game. Meta and Victor need a good game. Matter of fact, Eagles is not even in this next game, so which means that's a GG's. So that being said, once all these teams are playing today, they are making it straight into the finals. Who are these teams? We do not know. So be sure to keep an eye out for this graphic by the time we're done with the Sandhawk game, as we would know what 9 teams would be making it straight into the finals. Like I said, the finals 11 slots would be given to teams, PMPLs from Africa and Arabia. 3 from Arabia, 8 from Africa. They will be here to battle it out. Sorry, 3 from Arabia and 8 from Africa, as they will be going head to head and toe to toe, 20 teams to battle it out to see what teams would be making it into the final. Making it into the PMPL. We're getting crazy. We're getting in there. We're getting there, and that's one thing that I know. Sandhawk is promising, and this is why I said on a normal ground, we'll be expecting that, okay, let's close things off in Erangel, to just cool everybody's spirits. But no, we're going out with a bang. We're going out with chaos, and that Miramar game definitely sets the tone for this Erangel game. Right now, we know what we're looking. It's for this Sandhawk game. We know what we're heading into. We know what we're expecting in Sandhawk, and at the same time, I called this in the beginning of the Miramar. I'm like, okay, Miramar might actually be that game where everybody might be chill, but I like the approach. Rather than going for that chill, we saw teams actually going for survival. Regardless of what happens, we're gonna keep one man up, and that is one thing I enjoy to see. X team did it. They won a winner chicken dinner with one elimination point. But a win is a win. A win is a win. You've got to give it, and nobody knows. We all don't know what that may have done to the standings on the overall leaderboard. I would like to see X team. Imagine a situation where, it is just that one elimination point that gets X team into the finals. It is going to be mind-blowing, and it's going to be crazy. So that being said, the tournament schedule is going to be up on your screen again. Like I said, we're currently in the semi-finals right now. And after this last game, we will be back on Thursday with the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championship MEA Wildcard region. And I got to give it up for the PMNC teams, right? They've started all the way from in-game qualification. Now they're in the group stage. They've gone all the way from the group stage. Now they come to the semi-finals. And now from the semi-finals, they do have to make it into the grand finals. And grand finals, we're going into that grand finals to battle it out for $30,000. What am I looking at this time? I'm back to looking at that first place position, because $9,000 is just beautiful to look at. And man, $9,000, that's almost like 1/3 of the whole prize pool. Imagine only one team getting all of that. So as a team, you know that you're fighting for that point. You really, really want to be in that situation. And now you can see why many of these teams are actually battling for it, because at the end of the day, if you make it well in the finals, you go into PMPL next year and you continue to make more. So that being said, as a team, now it's time to step up to the game. You need to get into that finals. Unfortunately, only 9 teams will be able to make it through, so be sure to play that one. I'm going to keep my eye out on the final to see who finally gets that MVP title, because obviously, we've got to look for those players that stood out. Players that stood out in that last game. We saw 4YO from Brute Force. That is one player I'm keeping my eye out for. Another player that stood out to me today was Timon, and not just because he survived for his team. We also did see him in that Sandhawk game with his team. So yeah, that player there from X-Force, X-Team, also doing well to me. So many other players have been absolutely wonderful. These were the ones that I've still seen so far, and maybe it's just because of this last game that I just watched, because this Miramar was actually a huge game, and it's definitely going to go in the books for all of these teams. And I say it's only going to get tougher from here on out. But that being said, we're yet to enter another Sandhawk. A couple of these teams we've not seen where they land in Sandhawk, and given the aggressiveness of Brute Force, right, I would assume that they're a team that would land in Bootcamp, right? So that being said, I'm looking forward to seeing Brute Force wherever they're going to land. I know it's most likely going to be Bootcamp. If it's not Bootcamp, it's going to be one of those tougher positions. But one other thing that I really want to see is the team there from 911, right? And I'm saying this because we saw in the first Sandhawk game, we saw where they landed in between Bootcamp and Paradise. I want to actually watch this last Sandhawk to see where 911 are going to land. I hope they do not land in that same spot. I hope they decide to go for a longer split. I hope they decide to go to Ruins, because these are places that were not occupied by any of those teams, because that is what is going to get you into the PMNC. If you miss it today, you will not miss it on social media. So be sure to follow PUBG Mobile Esports on every social media. That is the social media showing up on your screen. Be sure to keep up with the latest events that is happening in the PUBG Mobile scene, the African region, the MENA region, the Middle East region, and even globally, to make sure you're up to date on all of the PUBG Mobile Esports scene and action. Not gonna lie, it only gets fun from here on out. After this, we still got the PMGC, which is gonna continue. Then we have more going on by next year. So trust me, the action never stops, the funds never stop as we would continue to do all of these events. So be sure to keep your eye out and follow all of the social media. That being said, we've had fun, and I know I've had fun. Once again, I'm going to throw out preddiction questions in the chat. Who do you guys think is going to get this next game? This is the Sandhawk game. You know what? This is the point where I want to start asking you for your predictions, right? Who are those teams that you feel are going to qualify? You can name 3 teams from the Middle Eastern region. I could help you out. Nuclear Zone is one. So there's Nuclear Zone, and I think Honored Souls is another one. 4 Outs is another one, and we've not seen 4 Outs today. I don't think we're going to be seeing them in this next game, but regardless, 4 Outs is also another team that I kept my eye out for early on in the game. And I'm at this point, I'm really curious to see how many teams I actually kept my eye out for that would make it into the finals. We've seen Honored Souls do their good things. We've seen Brute Force, who I didn't know before. They've actually come here to show me what they can do. So Brute Force, yep. You guys are currently on my radar. High for these. What am I going to say about you guys? You guys started well, but right now, I'm not really enjoying what I'm seeing, especially from the second game. So I'm really hoping that you guys have this last game where you can actually make it up to me. And not just to me, to make it to the finals. Because like I said, it's not easy. It only gets harder from here on out. So whatever experience you're getting from here, you have to make it through. One thing I actually want to see is how well or how far the PMCO teams that came in from the Africa region and the Middle East region are actually going to go in this tournament. Would they be making it into the next stage? Because I promise you, I can tell you that the teams that would actually make it into the finals are one of those teams actually proved themselves to be worthy. The way all of these teams have played today, we know that they have actually been playing this so well, and they're worthy of making it into that finals. But ladies and gentlemen, it is the match you've all been waiting for. We are heading into the final map, the final Sandhawk game of the semi-finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championships. This exciting match is brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5 minutes charging, 2 hours gaming with Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G, PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA 2022. Let's get into Sandhawk. Oppo says, who's going to be in that Oppo moment? Who's going to be the champions? Who are those 6 teams that will be making it straight into the finals from the African region? And as well, who are those 3 teams that will be making it into the finals from the Middle Eastern region, as all of these teams now hop off of the plane, jump off the plane? One thing that is surprising is boot camp is empty. No way. Wow. And now Ruins has everybody. No way. Okay. Where's 911? I don't see them. But wait. No way this is actually happening. You know, the first game we actually got a lot of players out there in boot camp. Or we got 2 teams in boot camp. And now one of those teams is not in boot camp. So I'd expect that everyone probably, you know, a team will go to boot camp. But right now there's no team in boot camp. So we're gonna live with it. Boot camp is probably going to be enjoying right now, and I'm kind of surprised. You know, I would expecting a team like Night Target or even the players there from Brute Force to actually be in boot camp. But seeing that they're not there probably means they've got something else in mind, and all of these teams probably looking for a different means to actually get into the finals of the tournament. So let's just see how this Sanok is going to play out for all of these participating teams in the lobby. We've got Honored Souls, Ultima Rage, High for D's, One Piece, Federalian, Triple D, Brute Force, X Team, Virtual Gaming Squad, Team Soul. The players there from Night something. Night Target. There we go. Night Target. We've got the players there from First Round Africa. The players out there from King's Team, and 4 out would be the 14 teams that are playing in this Sandhawk game. Things a little bit easier for them as there's only 14 teams, but let's just see how well they're going to play. The Ruins area was a little bit choked, and I can tell why there were so many players out there on this Ruins area, because from the Ruins area to Sahmi, that southwestern part of the PUBG Mobile Sandhawk map is where you get to see the most first aid kits. So when the teams actually landing around this area, you know that they are out here, and it's already another bad start for the side there of King's Team as they lose Grant Park to one of the players there from Brute Force. This is not nice. They're out here in the outskirts of Painan. Brute Force having 1 player form up, as we see Stoner letting that molly fly. It's a blind molly. Does look to be going up outside. Here's the people forming up. The drop shot comes through. Beautiful, seamless, gets him down. Ned's OP. And this Brute Force team, they are on something else. These men are OP, and they have continued to prove themselves going into this tournament, as King's Team have now found themselves losing 2 players actually early on in the game. This is actually sad for that team, because I've been waiting for them to actually turn up. And I felt like this last game might just be where they would show up, but it looks like Brute Force has another plan. And this was what I was saying about Brute Force. This is one of those aggressive teams, you know. Having them in Sandhawk, a map like this, these are the maps that we tend to see them do so well. And man, X Team is that team that is heading for the huge strat. You can tell that we're probably heading for the huge strat. You can tell that they're probably going for that late game, as we see them probably out here looking for the loot. Timon down with 2. So who's with the first 8? It's surprising, because early on in the game we kind of see all these players with no first aid, like, you know, they're not holding any first aid kits, and then you wonder, where did they get all of that first aid kits from? What a drop shot here. What a drop shot. It was too clean from Neo. Too clean from Neo. Or Neds. Actually, I think it's Neds, but it was just so clean. Clean wipe, clean execution. You know, the impulse, you just have to imagine what headphones that he's using to actually be so quick to go for that drop shot, get that instant knock. Wonderful play coming through from him. Honored Souls, a team from Middle East that are looking to find a way into the finals. They were sitting on the edge of 3rd place as of 2 games ago, and they have this final game to prove their worth, to try to make it into the finals. Would they be able to do it? They do have a lot of vehicles ideal in Sandhawk, but you know, it gets risky sometimes. No, Jawad, no. Yeah, it's gonna be 4 out squad running into that breach skirmish with the side there of Team Soul. And that Soul team, they're looking very strong and persistent on that breach camp 4-out squad. They only started with 3 players. And that is not a good phase for them. That is not what they need if they want to make it into the next stage. Best option, pull away from this fight. You do not need it. So looking for those beautiful grenades from the side. Not quite able to get them to connect. Molly's going to be flying. And I like the use of throwables. The angle is also nice coming through from Nomas. Not quite able to get it to connect. The players there from Team Soul looking to draw closer. I love the offensive smoke coming out from them. Nomas trying to see if he can gather a little bit more ground. 4 outs, not backing out on this fight. They want to continue. They lost 1 player so far, but they do not want to give up. And I think that's what separates competitive players from us. But at the same time, you have to know when you're at a disadvantage. Them taking this 4v or 2v4 is actually not so ideal for them. With Naya on that off angle, we might just be able to spot the back of Buck. If he gets that knock, it's going to be a GG's. It's only a matter of time. I think Hello hears him. Nomas looking for that play. Hello definitely knows there's someone moving on the side. Nomas trying not to fall. He does fail, but I know he will try again. Hello does lose a lot of HP. I like the carefulness coming through from the Soul team here. They're not being too hungry. They're not being too aggressive. They know they're doing in the damage, and they can push based off of that. But because they're not too sure of how many players are in the game or are in the lobby or they're up against, they're not being too aggressive, which I like. One could almost call it being too passive, but I think it only becomes passive when you get third party. Hello picking out a little too much. He does get taken out a little bit. Surviving on a slither of HP, able to just unpeak. And Nomas being so resilient on this move. Would he be able to get it right this time? Hello definitely spots him. Nomas does jump down into the water again. And this is almost looking like a stalemate. And if I were to beat the Soul team, if I get 1 more damage up onto Hello, I'm pushing that. With the amount of damage that Hello has taken, I wouldn't even expect his helmet to be looking so healthy. High for these. Actually looking to upward. Oh no, Nomas is going to get taken out. He was looking a little too ambitious out there on the flank. And 4-out squad might just be able to reduce the numbers. Hello knows the position of the second flank and is looking for that man. If Naya gets spotted, it might... Wait, what? Come on. Federales. Or Federalians. That man are just having fun, you know? Players here from 4 outs looking so much for Naya. They know if they do enough damage onto Naya, they can proceed forward with the push. So, one way or the other, they're taking away from this fight, and I don't get the play. Mad goes back. And they've got Khan. The last player left. Kala. Hello, still being very persistent. And I love the skill show that is coming through from the side there of 4 outs. But Soul Esports, Team Soul, looking for that flank angle. It might not work. They're trying to get the flanks. The fact that the 4-out team can spot it. And there's the isolation that they need. They know where one more player is. And they know where Naya is. That puts Naya in a spot. They're not worried about Kalan for now. Because they know there's no way he can actually grab the revive. And Soul Esports, the Team Soul, they're probably wondering, where did they get it all wrong? So much damage being done. But not capitalizing on that one is where they've seen trouble. The flanks were too obvious. And 4 outs were able to spot every single one of those flanks. Taking out Nomas on the flank. Same thing can be said. And now Naya about to get taken out. The damage is done. Now is the time to push. But they're not going to push it. And you can see that they know that for every damage they do up onto Naya, they can actually push up onto that last player. But there's no way on earth he's getting that revive. Hononso is already looking to get started with their aggressive powers out here. One elimination onto their name. Ultima Rage getting spotted on the rotation out there. Hononso is waiting for them to get settled so they can gather as much information as possible. I love it. Information gathering is very, very crucial when it comes to sandbox, and this is what this team are currently doing. Brute force. Oh! That man was uprooted from that vehicle and he got exploded on top. How about that? And brute force already up to 3 elimination points. Them man are having fun, and Soul finally going for the play that I would have expected them to do since going for the top of the bridge. And we can see Khalan being the one going for the top of that bridge, looking for that play. If he falls down here, it's all over. Because the players there from 4 out would know exactly what he's trying to do. Khalan drawing closer and closer. The side there from 4 out. They're not aware of this move that is coming in through. Smoke's coming. Hello. I think this is going to be a GG's for them. They don't know where that player is. Khalan a little bit passive on that one. Looking for that off angle to get down Nomas. Because they know that if they get down Nomas, that's going to be the end. Nomas, now is the time to just keep it low. Oh, sorry, make that Naya, actually. This is the time to keep it low. Very low on HP. No more meds. And the blue zone is already coming in to intervene. Team Soul, down with no med kits. No first aid. No bandages. Nothing. And this is what happens when you overcommit to a fight. Hello's head has been spotted. And I think Hello now knows where that player is. He definitely saw that peak. But Hello not quite looking up yet. He's waiting for Naya. They know the team number. And that's the thing. If they know the team number, if Naya gets knocked to the zone, they know that that one player has been knocked to the zone. And I love the attention that they're giving to Naya right now. Hello does come out. He overexposes. Down he goes. So on top. Trying to see if he can grab that thirst. But Hello is going to be relaying that information. Naya does get spotted. And Soul, down to a slither of HP, will go down. 4 outs. Handled in 4v2. In an excellent manner. They got the memo. And what a fight that was. That was so intense. 4 outs would be able to get 3 elimination points. With the players on claiming that last one. They played the patience game and they won it. Fortunately, they would not be able to get any of the utils any of their utils back, as the players there from Team Soul were out of every single bandage, every single med kit. So it's gonna be a bear game for them here on out. Zone is actually out there in that center, western edge of the circle. See the quarry area currently being in play. And one thing we know about the quarry, that is a very dangerous place to be. It's the home for third party. As a team, you do not want to find yourself within the quarry. You probably want to be in the outskirts. And we can already see night target getting shot at one after the other. But I think here comes the part where it's just going to be long range engagements, because everyone is probably lurking around the edges. And then, you know, there's a lot of compounds that is currently still in play. So everyone can actually find a place to stay. Nice to see the Federalians actually in the zone. Or like in the playable zone, actually, not in the blue zone. It's impressive to see that, you know, this time they've got the zone as one of their priorities. Thanos not quite able to get the shots to connect. That might not just be so good. Ultima Rage. Use that bridge. Shroud looking to find a way onto the other side of the bridge. And if he does it as the bridge camp fails, the instant thirst is going to follow suit. As 100 souls now find their way onto the other side of the bridge. They've made that successful cross. Commander trying to use the water to make it into the circle. It's a nice play. Ultima Rage. They're in for third party though. Third party central. Sanok is also known for that. As high for these. Out here. Trying to see if they can just hold it up. But we leave for this, not gonna lie. This is the final game. There's nerves everywhere. And every single team is just quiet. You can just tell. Because nobody wants to make that much noise. Everyone is just being as careful as possible. Because they know. If you're overextending, if you do too much, if you make too much noise, you have a high chance of going out. But at the same time, you cannot remain too passive. There's a couple of outlier teams, like Brute Force. They know they're good. They know they do not have to worry. They're one of the teams from the PMCO4 from Middle East, so they're fine. But they know that they probably have that top 3 position, but they still cannot sleep on it. I think this replay is just going to be that fight against Team Seoul. 4 out, you just got to give it to them. They've been able to just clear, find out those flanks. And like I said, for Team Seoul, those flanks were a little too obvious. Not quite able to close the game out the way they would have wanted. And I think Seoul Esports, as I said, Team Seoul, I don't think they've done enough to actually get them into that top 6. Well, actually make that top 3 because they're from the Middle East. I think it's actually over. Brute Force, they know they're in the top 3, but they cannot sleep. They cannot relent. It may be down to 1 point. Oh, there's so much on the line. So much on the line for Middle East teams. I can feel the pressure. And they all know. They know that the bubble is not so big. They have to make it into the top 3. I don't think it's going to be decided. We do get a zone shift up to this western side. Outskirts of Painan. Quarry has been chopped off. A relief for many other teams. But King's team getting eliminated and 4 out. They're looking to do it. They're Middle Eastern teams. And I'm just going to try to make this out. 4 out is a Middle Eastern team. They need to do well. Brute Force, a Middle Eastern team. They have to do well. 4 out, a Middle Eastern team. They have to do well. X team, a Middle Eastern team. They have to do well. All of these teams, they need a swell game in this last Sandhawk to make it into the final. And then we have Ultima Rage. They're from Africa. They also cannot sleep on it. The top 6 is on the line. And One Piece now. I said they needed this good game too. And they're already losing players. What a final game this is turning out to be. Everybody's being as quiet as possible. Brute Force is the only team that is out here feeling so confident. They know they've had good games. They need just one more, and they've started this one on a good note. They have the momentum. 3 eliminations. They're good. And with so much information gathered. But it's only a matter of time. The zone is only getting smaller. If you choose not to shoot, you're going to have to be forced to shoot. And now this is what I was saying about the Quarry. Finding themselves in trouble, and I think Triple Esports might just be going down here. One Piece also going down as this Quarry position is not the best. Third party imminent. Shot scam coming through from every single angle. And that is One Piece getting the full 4 elimination onto the side there of Triple Esports and Triple D team. They started off on a good note. Was that one good game good enough for them? Is that game enough to actually boost them into that top 6? Well, actually, no. Triple D is a Middle Eastern team. It's not enough. I think that is it. Oh no. And here we continue. They had a beautiful game to start the day. But right now, it's not going to matter. It's not going to be enough. The remaining Middle Eastern teams, they're rejoicing right now. They know that is one team that was in the bubble. And now they're going to get out. X team, they cannot sleep on this. They've done this before in the group stages. Would they be able to do it? They're passing off the meds. Here is the point. This is the point of separation. This is the point where they have to decide. How are we getting into the circle? What is the strategy? 33 players alive, 9 teams. The Virtual Gaming Squad still looking to find their way. For Africa, rotations getting spotted. That man off the bridge, not quite able to get uprooted. It's only a matter of time. The vehicle explosion. It's unfortunate. Takes out 2 players from the X team. Oh no! Actually, make that a beautiful grenade from one. What? A grenade from Night Target was it? Wow. How about that Ultima Rage coming in for the push on the side there of High for Days down. High for D's down, and that's all. That's a GG's. High for D is not enough. I don't think they're making it. At this point, it's getting only crazier and crazier. VGS. Ninja has to snake for his life. And he's getting clipped by the side here of Federalians. They know where he is. They've got their eyes fixated on that tree. Savage on the top of the hill. All positions have been known. As all team players are dropping up like this. Action everywhere. Night target. They have to hold up against Brute Force, who's got 7 elimination points. And I can tell you, Brute Force right now, they have a KD of 7, of above 7 actually, because every single game, they've gotten more than 7 elimination points. They're on fire, and they're not looking to stop. Federalians now, they've shown us their true colors. Right now, sitting in 4 elimination, but they have to climb up the hill. And you can only guess who's on top of the hill. It's Brute Force. One way or the other, they find themselves in these good positions. And they will capitalize on it. 4 players still up. They did lose one just right now, but the blue zone is beginning to deal its damage onto the teams. Ton of Souls still alive actually, with 4 players up and 10 eliminations. They're doing it. Brute Force with 7. Federalians with 5. Federalians is from Africa. They're good. Brute Force and Honored Souls, they have to battle it to the end. They are the 2 teams from the Middle East. And they know they cannot die. Honored Souls, 10 elimination points. It might be enough. But they're not looking to give up quite yet. Brute Force now have to move. They're forced to move by the zone. And everybody can see them. They're going down like flies. And indeed, they get eliminated. Might that have been enough? Honored Souls down on 11 or make that 13 elimination points. And they've spotted Savage. He has sold up in the 1v2. The pre-fire is coming in through, not enough. He gets spotted. He gets taken out. And we're down to the final 3. Make that final 3. Honored Souls with 4 players alive. The Molotov is coming in. And they're pushing in. 14 elimination. They're feeling good. They're feeling good. They're going in for it. But the Federalists, they've slept on this before. They do not want to. They've won the winner chicken dinner. And they won a second one today. And they're pushing in, but they lose 1 player on the edge. But they're coming for the push. Bra has to hold it up. M8 Bra trying to see if he can hold it up. He's going for the first one. He gets one down. Making it down to a 2v2. The Revive's trying to see if he can come through. Federali is going to be going for that little bit of a reset as Commander tries to hold it up for his team. Both teams might just be able to get up to a 3v3. The Revive has to come through as quick as possible. The nade not quite clipping in, and the zone pushes in. Both teams are not in the zone. Commander lets the molly fly, forces that player to push in only one direction. And now he's going to be anticipating the push. The pre-fire is not coming through from Commander as he goes down. Honored Soul trying to see if they can clip it, and they find it. They get it. They needed this. Oh, Middle East. You have done it. You have done it, Middle East. A winner chicken dinner from Honored Souls. They've done it at the time that it's been needed the most. Is that enough to push them into the top 3? Brute Force were good, but was it enough? All eyes are on Middle East right now. But at the same time, you can't take your eyes off of Africa. Who makes it? What are the 9 teams that are making it through? This was a big Sandhawk game. Everybody tried to play it as quietly as possible. But that time will come. Everybody has to move. The time will come where everybody actually has to shoot. Before we start to decide, before we start to make our minds, let us see the highlights of the game and see exactly what we've got going on. What a game that we've seen today. The 5th and the 6th game have been absolutely on fire. We said it. This is going to get crazy. Brute Force started off so nicely. But Honored Souls, and this is what I said, this is aggressive prowess coming through from all of these teams. 4-out squad tried to hold it up, but it wasn't. I don't think it was enough. Only 3 teams will be making it through from the Middle Eastern region, and how are they going to do it? Brute Force doing a lot of work, and what a game we did see. Not so many huge strats coming in through. Not so many huge strats went through, but Honored Souls were able to come out on top. A wonderful split. I'm talking about that Molotov that did come through from Commander at the end, which we'll see in a while. I've mentioned this. You do not want to be in the quarry, and Triple D team found that out in the hard way. As the X team now, we do not know. X team has had a series of good games. Were they able to do this again in this game? They got 9 points. Can they do it? But Honored Souls, M8 Bra holding it up for his team. Nice molly from Commando, forcing those guys to the line of sight of his teammates out there on the off angle, and Hamodi not quite able to hold it up for his team. And Honored Souls, they win that winner chicken dinner. Was it worth it? Was that what they needed? Was it enough? That is the question we keep asking. All of these teams have been on fire. They've come into today 6 games, 4 games per team. But at this point, fingers are crossed. All fingers are crossed. And we are about to see, like, oh, wow. I knew it was going to come down to the last game. And this was what I was saying. If we're going to be ending things with Sandhawk, it's going to be chaotic. What a finish that we've just seen in that final game of the day. Miramar, we saw players on their edge. But Sandhawk, you could feel the nerves. Every single player, every single team from the Middle Eastern region, they knew they had all to fight for. And this is what I said before the end of the game. I said it even in the beginning of the broadcast. We're going to get to the last game, and it's not going to be a situation of, oh, we know one team that is already making it. It's not going to, I know it was going to be down to the last game, and indeed it was down to the last game. All of these teams are going to be finding out if they made it through in a couple of moments. But was it enough? We saw the battle of solos come through in Miramar. But when we came to Sandhawk, it was a battle of squads. How well could you hold it up with your squad? How good is your team fight? And it came down to the beautiful split from Honored Souls. And if just got to it, from the instance they took out Brute Force, that was all they needed. They had all eyes on the top of that hill. And they capitalized, they used that to the maximum. But Brute Force, they got a ton of elimination points in that game. Would that pay out for them? Was that enough? Oh my god, this is a lot. I actually cannot handle the pressure right now, and I can only imagine how the players are feeling. As we see, as these teams are going to do this, we've had so much fun. It's the PUBG Mobile National Championships. 9 teams would be making it into the finals. And I just go to like, and just a couple of things that I would say, for some of those teams, of which I'll still talk about. But Team Seoul, I feel like that fight shouldn't have been that long. Losing to 4 out, and 4 out, a team that I actually was rooting for. I looked out for them actually in the beginning, and this is where I start to talk about the consistency. 4 out with that team that showed us in the group stages that they had that consistency factor. But sometimes you have to make more consistent plays, especially when you're playing against bigger teams, or more tough teams. It's only gonna get hard from there. But let's see the match rankings as we see what just happened in that last game. Honored Souls with 18 elimination points, and I think that's the most that we have seen today, as they were able to get 18 elimination points to go alongside the 15 points that comes through from placement, totaling 33 points on the board. And I'm pretty sure that was enough. Federalians out here, cherry on top of their beautiful ice cream cake with 19 points on the board. Definitely going to be making it from the African region. Brute Force with 15 points in total. Was it enough? Virtual Gaming Squad coming clutch on the final game of the day. Every other game they did not do too well, but the final Sandhawk game, they were able to finish in 3rd place with 2 elimination points, able to get 12. And bro, I just want to see it. Like, how does this happen? This is how. And Triple D, Ultimate Rage looked like they were starting something. High for this. Started off on a good note today, but not quite ending up quite nicely. Triple D team, they were up there before, but now I don't think so. Night Target Africa getting the first winner chicken dinner, but only 4 points in this final game. Was it enough to keep them into that bubble? Let's see the leaderboards for Africa. Who are the 6 teams making it into Africa? And 1 point. 1 point. The one good game, that Virtual Gaming Squad had, took them into the top 5. Night Target not quite able to get 1 more point. High for this, it was enough. The Sandhawk game was enough, and they will be so glad that they took the fight. Oh my god. One Piece not making it. Ultimate Rage not quite able to come in clutch for that final game. Wow. Ocean on Fire. They are Miramar. put them in this position, and they stayed there. Federalians able to make 64 points up on the board, and they've done it. The PMCO teams, the 3 PMCO teams from Africa makes it into the finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championship. Let's head over to Middle East and see who made it in. This is where we keep our fingers crossed. Who are they? Oh! I'm sorry I'm making so much noise, but X team, Nuclear Zone, they go, no! This is not happening right now. Nuclear Zone, I said it, they had to be on their toes for this last game. What are the odds? What are the odds? Oh, Nuclear Zone was so consistent today. But unfortunately, it was not enough. Out by 3 points. And X team, one chicken, and I said it. That one kill winner chicken dinner, one elimination chicken dinner came in clutch for them. 30. It means if they did not get that chicken dinner, they do not have up to 30 points. Oh my God. I cannot believe this. 4 outs did not make it. Team Soul not making it. Triple D team, like I said, they only had that one good game. Oh, but Honored Souls, that chicken dinner was needed. And they did it. Brute Force, absolutely on fire today. But not still topping Honored Souls in terms of elimination points. What a day of games that we have seen today. Oh, let's go to the overall. But Middle East, Honored Souls on top. I'm going to say Middle East finishing on top. And I asked that question, who was going to show us the most aggressiveness? It was Middle East. They did it with not just one team, but they did it with 2 teams, having Brute Force and Honored Souls coming through to show us consistency at its finest. 43 points from eliminations only. I love to see that one. But what a play. Federalians, PMCO Africa team making it in. 9-1-1 making it in. 1-1 had 2 good games, and that was enough. They just needed to keep up the consistency. But X team, I keep saying it, they make it by the hair on their teeth. They did this in the group stage, and now they've done it again in the semifinals. Wow. Virtual Gaming Squads, Ocean on Fire, Hive Mind, Nuclear Zone, I am so pained. If only they did not make those mistakes. But ladies and gentlemen, I cannot keep ranting about this. Let us show you the 9 teams going straight into the PUBG Mobile National Championship Finals to join the PMPL teams. Honored Souls from Middle East, Brute Force from Middle East, X Team from Middle East, Federalians from from Africa, 9-1-1 from Hive Mind from Africa, Ocean on Fire from Africa, Virtual Gaming Squad from Africa, and High for this with 1 point, making it straight into the finals. What a day for them. I said this. I'm on the high for this trade. I saw them play in the qualifiers. They're a team, in the group stage, they were a team that called my name. And like seeing them, they almost did not make it. And just that 1 point, they will celebrate. Just that 1 point, they will be jubilant. 24 teams came in through today. 9 of them have proven their worth. They've shown us that they had what it takes, and they really wanted it more. Brute Force, Honored Soul, X teams, Federalians 9-1-1, Hive Mind, and I tell you, I am happy about the teams that have made it. Seeing the way these teams played today, they deserved it. A couple of, nips and butts over here, maybe fix up some things here and there, but they have done it regardless. What a day for them. Congratulations. A huge congratulations to all of you. You have deserved this. You've earned this. You've done this, and you will be repping. You will be representing your regions in the PUBG Mobile National Championships. You've done this against each other, and now you have to go and do this against the PMPL teams. It is time to show the PMPL teams that you can do it. It's time to give the PMPL teams a run for their money. If you guys think you've seen enough today, you would see more. You will definitely see more on the finals. But what a day. What a day. What a day. Once again, this tournament was brought to you by Oppo Reno 8 5G Pro. 5 minutes of charging, 2 hours of constant gaming. The Oppo Reno 8 5G Pro is PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone for the MEA 2022. We've had fun today. The marathon has come to an end, but it doesn't stop here. Be sure to keep up with the official PUBG Mobile streams and PUBG Mobile Africa and MENA on all social media. Be sure to keep up with us. Stay tuned, stay connected, as it's only going to get really crazy from here on out. What a day we've had. What a day we've had. Thank you all to everybody that pulled into the chat today. To the 2 people that won my trivia today, congratulations. I hope to see you guys back on Thursday where we continue with the action. But we've seen these teams play. It is time to go back, relax, do a little bit of research, and come back for more of that action on Friday. Once again, my name is Crowns, and I have got through to you today for the semi-finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championships. We're heading straight into the finals. Do not go anywhere. You know how I always say it. Stay safe, stay connected, and you know the vibes. Crowns will be right back on Thursday, same place, same time, and I will give you more of the action as we get to know which teams would be going straight into the PMPL 2023. Once again, thank you all for tuning in, and that is going to be a goodbye from me. Have a good one.
Design, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.